Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 at SEEK of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at OpenGov office at dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Give me a minute, please. I need to make sure that the court reporter is on. Because I'm doing this hearing virtual, and I just want to make sure that this is being recorded. Okay, yes, the court reporter is on. All right. Our first case today is case number 22. It's a show cause hearing status. Case number 22 CMP 00063. Case Death Punch Shabuya Eatery. License number 114937. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Colin Sensi, your access has been elevated. Lyle Blanchard, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Sensi. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenci, Collincenci, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Morning. All right, good morning, Mr. Blanchard. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Anderson and members of the ABC board. My name is Lyle Blanchard. First name is L-Y-L-E, last name is B-L-A-N-C-H-A-R-D, and I'm representing the licensee, which is Ironworks LLC, trading as Death Punch, etc.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Senchi, is there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government at this time, Mr. Chairperson.
Fine. This hearing none, on behalf of the government, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 11th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. If just want to advise the parties, if this matter is not settled, and since I'm working with two attorneys, that you are required 7 days prior to the hearing to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure on the part of either party to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that person from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been previously disclosed. Any questions by anyone?
No questions, Your Honor. I don't know if I could make a short statement.
As long as only if it's procedural, sir.
Oh, well, just to say that I did have a conversation with one of OAG's attorneys yesterday. So we have begun discussions, and we'll see if anything evolves between now and the hearing date.
Well, thank you. The parties are directed that if this matter is settled, then they can provide us the written terms, and the board will review and vote to approve or deny that on our legal agenda. So if the matter is settled, we don't need to have another hearing. It can be done through
Understood.
paper. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If I thank you very much for being here today, and have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00055, Lady Silas, license number 60754. This case has been continued to January the 11th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. There's an error on the calendar. The calendar says January 11th, 2022, but it is January 11th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the government. See board order number 2022-937. The next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing on Franklin Park downtown bid. This matter has been continued to January 25th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. See board order number 2022-835. The next case in our calendar is case number 22251 00009 12 after 12, license number 117238. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Andrew, your access has been elevated. Borzu Biabani, your access has been elevated. Donnell Butler, your access has been elevated. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hold on. All right, good morning. Let me have everyone introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Assistant Attorney Anthony Cello on behalf of the district. Good morning, Your Honor.
Please, Mr. Cello, please spell your name for the record, please.
I apologize. ANTHONY CELO.
And one of the reasons why I always ask parties to spell their name for the record is because we have a transcript with a court reporter. So I want to make sure that the court reporter properly captures the spelling of everyone's name. That's why I always ask for that. All right, Mr. Klein, please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein on behalf of the licensee, ANDREW, last name KLINE. Thank you.
And Mr. Klein, is your client here with you, sir?
Yes.
And who's that, sir?
Orzu Biabani is principal of the licensee.
Mr. Biabani, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Its spelling is BORZOU, and the last name is BIABANI.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Owner?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I believe I'm looking at someone's computer screen, so all right. All right, Mr. Sullivan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I do believe that there is some factual agreement. I will let Attorney Klein address that, but otherwise, no other procedural matters that I am aware of.
Yeah,
Yes, Mr. Klein. Yes.
we're prepared to stipulate to the facts set forth in the investigative report.
And could someone, what I will ask is that someone put the facts that are being stipulated on, and so are we then going to have just arguments on if whether or not the licensee has committed okay, so what is it the board has been asked to do?
The government would propose that the board accept the investigative report as written as factually accurate. The government does intend to present limited testimony just to flush out some details in the investigative report, but it would be very abbreviated. Obviously, the respondent can present any case they have, and then we would present argument at that time.
I guess what I would also ask, at least for clarity of the record, is that if there are facts, then I need someone to put these facts in the record. I know that I know the investigative report, the case report by matter of law is a part of the record, but if someone's going to read the transcript, well, no one's going to know what, so we're going to refer back to what the facts. So I would at least would like to have some facts, the facts that have been stipulated, that they are provided and they're read in the record. I can look up the case report. Is it a long report, or you tell me?
Mr. Chair, it's a 3-page report with attachments. I, at this point, think probably the quickest way to deal with this is just to present testimony and understanding that I'll keep it slightly abbreviated, and then the relevant facts can be put onto the record through verbal testimony.
That's fine. We'll withdraw the offer of the stipulation.
All right, that's fine. All right. This is a show cause hearing, and so a show cause hearing, the procedures for a show cause hearing is that the government will make an opening statement. Once the government makes an opening statement, the licensee can also make an opening statement or elect to waive their opening statement until the presentation of their case. The government will call its witnesses. The witnesses will testify. Once the witness has testified, the licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once the licensee has had an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. Once the board has asked questions of the witness, then the government will have then the licensee will have another opportunity to ask questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board, and then the government, since it's a government's witness, the government will have an opportunity to redirect its witness. Once we have presented witnesses, then the government has presented its case, then The licensee will have an opportunity to present its case and will follow the same procedure. Once the licensee has presented its case, we'll have closing. The parties will be asked whether or not they will do proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, and then I'll close the case. Any questions before we move forward?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Does the government wish to have provide an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. May it please the board. We are here today, ladies and gentlemen of the board, to deal with a single count of allowing the establishment to be used for an unlawful or disorderly purpose. The undisputed facts of the case are this. On February 19th, 2022, a patron was found carrying a pistol inside of 12 After 12. They brought the pistol into this nightclub. They engaged in an altercation with another patron. They drew the gun on that patron. Fortunately, the incident was resolved without gunfire, and that patron was arrested and subsequently charged appropriately. What we are here today to discuss is how the establishment 12 After 12 operated in such a manner as to be conducive to the disorderly or unlawful conduct. Specifically, in this case, allowing a gun to be brought into the establishment by a patron in violation of DC law. What you will hear from Investigator Butler is that the security in this establishment conducted no pat-downs, no wanding, and no searching of the patrons as they entered. Security officers did not have any marked clothing or uniforms to identify them as such. They received no training from the establishment. The cameras in the establishment were insufficient to fully cover the interior and to capture what actually occurred in this altercation. And despite being required to do so as a nightclub to obtain their license, this establishment does not have a security plan on file with ABRA. Because of these factors, the establishment did operate in a method conducive to the unlawful conduct, and the charges are appropriate. After the case has been presented, I will ask for an appropriate sanction from this board. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fellow. Mr. Klein, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, good morning, members of the board. This case does involve a handgun on premises, and it's a situation with this licensee, as well as it's any reasonable person would be concerned about. But the issue here is, was there a method of operation, or was there a course of conduct that allowed this to happen? It appears that Mr. Cello intends to throw everything against the wall, but the issue is one of causation. It's how did this gun get there? Or things that were that should have been done that reasonably were not done that would have had an impact on this. Is that why this happened? Or is this an isolated incident in a situation where a felon, according to the report, brought a gun into the premises? We obviously have serious problems with handguns in our society, but this establishment is not at fault. Perhaps there are things that could be better, but I caution the board against engaging in Monday morning quarterbacking and looking back and deciding after the fact what should have been done. The evidence in this case will show that the licensee acted quickly and responsibly to deal with this situation, and that is the evidence that we hear. And at the conclusion of the case, we will ask that there be.
All right, thanks. Mr. Klein, I'm not sure if it's my equipment, but I'm having some problems hearing you. Is it just me, or are the parties having problems hearing
Yeah, a
us?
little bit at the end.
All right, so So, Mr. Klein, just, yeah, it's not just me, so make sure that your microphone is clear and that we can hear you. All right.
Is this better?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, does the government have a witness that they wish to call?
Yes, the government calls Donnell Butler, an ABRA investigator.
Mr. Butler,
Yes, sir.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, sir.
State and spell your name for the record.
First name Donnell, Donnell. Butler, Butler.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an investigator for the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration.
How long have you been an investigator with them?
I've been employed for a total of 24 years.
And we are here today to discuss a February 19th incident at the establishment 12 after 12. Is it fair to say that you were the investigator on that incident?
Yes, I was, and accompanied by my supervisor, Mark Fisheers.
And just to keep it brief, what happened before ABRA was involved in the incident? What happened to trigger your investigation?
Oh, and that, excuse me. On that particular day, I got a phone call from my supervisor, and had to respond to 12 after 12 for an incident. When I arrived, excuse me, when I arrived there, excuse me, give me a second. When I arrived on the scene, I was greeted by my supervisor and the manager, and also an MPD officer who stated that there was an incident inside of the establishment involving a altercation and possibly a handgun that was recovered.
Well, give us the background on what happened with the altercation. How did it develop to the best of your knowledge, and how was it resolved?
Well, when I got there, when I arrived on the scene, pretty much the situation was over. And from what I can understand, there was an altercation between two individuals. And during the scuffles, somebody in the crowd hollered, "He got a gun. He has a gun." Security officers proceeded to apprehend the individual and escort him outside of the building. Once outside, from my understanding, he appeared to have dropped something on the ground. And along that same time frame, MPD officer was on the scene, and when the individual bent down to grab something, the officer apprehended him and felt a handgun on his person.
And just to be clear, is it legal to carry a handgun into a nightclub in the District of Columbia?
No, it's not.
Did you investigate security of the security personnel of 12 after 12 as part of your investigation?
Yes, I asked the manager how many security, and to also talk to the head of security, who stated they had 6 personnel, 6 security officers on the scene.
Do the security officers have uniforms or identifying outfits?
As I can recall, no, there was no uniform to distinguish from the patrons.
Do the security personnel conduct any pat down or wanding of patrons entering the establishment?
From what I understand from the head of security, they do not conduct pat downs or use the wand.
And they conduct no other searching of patrons, correct?
No, that's correct.
And they do not train their security personnel, but instead rely on industry experience, correct?
I'm not understanding that question. Say it again.
When you, well, the head of security was a Boris Todorovic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you interviewed him specifically?
Yes.
Did you ask him about what training security officers receive?
Yes, he stated that they were totally trained and was well aware of what their duties were as far as dealing with patrons.
Did he tell you that they had industry experience as their training, or that 12 after 12 trained them specifically?
No, he stated that they had industry experience.
So the establishment didn't actually train them, they just relied on whatever knowledge they had when they were hired, correct?
Correct, from my understanding, yes.
Were you able to see the altercation on the security cameras from the establishment?
No, not at that time. I received a copy of the video from one of their associates, and when I reviewed the camera, I could only see the scuffle. I wasn't able to see clarity as to who started the altercation.
And the cameras did not have sufficient coverage of the establishment to actually see the entire fight, correct?
Correct.
Now, from a layout, a floor plan viewpoint, this establishment has different rooms, correct?
Correct.
And the fight took place in what was called a green room?
Yes, it's a green room that's set off to the, I believe, the left of the establishment. It's a
How
different
many
room.
rooms, how many rooms do they have?
They could have multiple rooms. I think it's more than 3 rooms. I'm not really certain on that.
And the camera footage you showed, was it sufficient to cover every room?
No, it wasn't.
So we have no way of seeing what actually happened with the actual fight in this establishment at this time, correct?
Correct.
Does 12 after 12, or at least at the time of this incident, did they have a security plan on file with Aberrant?
No, not at the time. No, not at the time of the incident.
And they are a nightclub, they are
Correct.
registered as a nightclub,
Correct.
and nightclubs are required to have security plans.
That's right.
And recognizing that that is not one of the charges in this case, I do want to just note that for the record. Do you believe that the lack of searching of patrons as they entered the establishment enabled the patron to bring a gun into the establishment?
That's correct. Yes.
And do you believe that it would have been easier to resolve and investigate the altercation if security personnel had been identifiable and if the cameras had full coverage of the establishment?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Klein.
Good afternoon, good morning, Investigator Butler.
Good morning, sir.
In terms of training, there's no standard training course with respect to security guards who work in licensed establishments in the District of Columbia, is there?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And isn't it true that one of the best ways for individuals employed in the establishments is to work in the industry and work with others that have had experience in the industry?
Possibly, yes, correct.
So you're not troubled by the fact that these individuals gathered their knowledge as to how to perform by working in the industry, are you?
No, I'm not.
Is there anything that you think that the establishment did wrong in reacting to the presence of the handgun on the premises?
No, from what I believe, once the altercation was recognized, security was right on top of it and subdued the individual.
Do you believe if security had been wearing uniforms, that would have prevented the handgun from getting onto the premises?
No, not really.
Do you believe if there was complete coverage, video coverage of the establishment by way of security cameras, that would have prevented the handgun from getting on the premises?
No, it wouldn't. No.
Is there any requirement that you're aware of that every ABC licensed establishment search persons entering the establishment?
Well, it's certainly recommended that some type of visual or pat down or to prevent any weapons entering the establishment be conducted, yes.
So if someone goes into the Diplomat, they should be searched before they go into the establishment?
Some
that
type
your-
of visual, or some type of uh, means of if they have any weapons or whatever on their person.
So you believe it's the responsibility of every ABC licensed establishment to do some sort of search of patrons entering the establishment to assure the patrons do not have any weapons? Is that your testimony?
Well, you said every, but are you just talking specifically about nightclubs, not
I've
restaurants?
said, I went with every first. We'll get to
No.
nightclubs in a minute.
Not every.
Is it your position that every establishment licensed as a nightclub is required to conduct searches of persons entering the premises to ascertain whether they have weapons?
Yes, some type of visual or some type of pat down or some type of device that will trigger a weapon or some type of device.
And that's in the ABC regulation somewhere?
That's not in the regulation that I'm aware of, no.
So where do we get this? Where does this requirement come from?
Well, from my understanding, based on today's times, I mean, there's violence everywhere. So if you have a nightclub and you have a party, to prevent anything, I think it's up to the responsibility of the establishment to make sure that no weapons are entered into the establishment.
Doesn't that normally involve a determination by the establishment as to what is reasonable for its particular type of business?
It could be.
So, I mean, we talked about class of licenses. We talked about you narrowed it to nightclub licenses. But indeed, there are some restaurants based upon the type of operation and the clientele where you would think that's a good idea, right?
Yeah, if you mainly talking about nightclub, if you're talking about restaurants where they have adults and young kids going into different establishments, restaurants to eat, there's a visual if they presume that it's going to be some type of violence or to prevent any type of violence as a precaution.
Is there any evidence that this establishment didn't conduct a visual observation of patrons entering this establishment?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, when I arrived on the scene, pretty much everything was over. So to verify that they did a visual or any type of search is beyond me. From what I understand and what I was told, there was no pat downs and no warning of any individual going into the nightclub.
You suggested that under certain circumstances, a visual appraisal of the person is sufficient, right?
Well, I'm certain that it's up to the individual establishments to secure their individual establishments if they want to safeguard their patrons. Given today's times, there's a lot of violence out here. So if I had an establishment, I would take some type of precaution to make sure that no weapons or any sort would enter into my establishment. And it's been going on for years.
Wouldn't that be dependent upon what type of establishment you had and who might be the clientele?
Yes, it probably would be.
Probably would,
If you,
right?
yeah, if you had an adult
And this-
party, sophisticated party with grown adults, and if you had versus young adults, you make the necessary adjustments.
And I believe your report reflects that the establishment on the night in question had an over 21 policy in place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so certainly the younger adults were not present on these premises, correct?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Younger adults, those
Oh,
under
younger adults.
21.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been present. No.
And you didn't find anyone under 21 on the premises? did you?
Well, no, I wasn't particularly looking for any young adults. I was there mainly to assess the situation.
And this is a relatively new establishment, isn't it?
A new ownership, yes, I do believe.
New ownership, it's a new license, isn't it? And do you know when the license was issued?
I can hardly hear you, Mr. Klein.
Do you know when the license was issued for this establishment? Isn't it a new license?
From what I understand, it's a new license. I'm not certain the time frame that they acquired their license. Less than a year, I do believe, maybe.
Less than a year. So, one of the ways that one makes a determination as to what is adequate for security is by continuing experience, correct?
Correct.
So we'll go
If-
back to the diplomat. I seem to be picking on them. So if the diplomat discovered through their experience that people were coming in with weapons, then at that point, it might make sense for them to look at their policy and change it, right?
Objection.
What's the basis of, Mr. Klein?
Objection.
Yeah, what's the
based-
basis? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Objection based on both relevance and speculation. At this point, we are not discussing the incident. We are talking about, there is no experience sliding scale on the requirements of the ABC licensor. We are not here to talk about the required procedures. We are here to talk about whether or not they conducted their business in a manner conducive to the unlawful conduct. So what we're talking about with the diplomat, or what we're talking about how much experience somebody has, or whether they're a new license or an old license, I let this go for a bit, but we are beyond relevance as to the charges that are before the board at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I vehemently disagree. In the absence of a regulation that requires every licensee to conduct pat-down searches or some other requirement, then what we are looking at is the operation of the establishment and the judgment of the operator. And all of the cases deal with that. Lavelle deals with that, Bliss deals with that, Rumors deals with that. The issue is the establishment acting responsibly, given a number of factors, and one of those factors is their own experiences and who their clientele is. That's exactly what this case is about.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Klein. I mean, we're not talking about we're talking about a nightclub. I think that's one of at least to the best of my knowledge, the diplomat is not a nightclub, and you're asking there, and you are aware that depending on the license class, that there are different type of regulation that they need to comply
Mr.
with.
Chairman, with all due respect, there is no different regulation for nightclubs other than the filing of a security plan in terms of what of searches. There's no different requirement, and indeed the investigator has already admitted that there are ABC establishments that are licensed as restaurants that would merit heightened scrutiny of patrons entering based upon their clientele and based upon the way they conduct their operations.
As I stated, I'm sustaining the objection, Mr. Klein. Let's move on.
Okay. Investigator Butler.
Yes, sir.
There are certain facts that are established by the report. One is that a fight broke out in the establishment, correct?
Correct.
Second is that security went to separate the combatants in the fight, correct?
Correct.
One of the combatants had a gun, correct?
Correct.
He was restrained by security, correct?
Yes.
MPD was flagged down by security, correct?
Correct.
He was taken outside and based on the video, attempted to come back in, but was restrained by or prevented by security from coming back in, correct?
Yes.
In-house security personnel effectively communicated by way of two-way radios and flashlights, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ABC manager, in fact, was notified by security by way of a two-way radio of the incident, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So what is it in your mind that you believe that this establishment did wrong here?
What I believe they're wrong?
No, what they do wrong? I mean, didn't they react textbook
They,
to
they,
the
re-
situation
yes.
with which they were presented?
I think the issue is, how did he get a gun inside the establishment? Sure, they reacted to the altercation, which they were supposed to do. But I think the main issue here is, well, how did he get in with the gun? You know,
Your position is they violated a rule that a nightclub must search every patron that comes in for weapons. Is that what you're
Objection.
saying?
That is a gross mischaracterization of what the testimony was.
Cross-examination, I think it's exactly what the testimony was.
I will overrule the objection. He can answer the question if he can.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, Dan?
Yes. So your contention as to what this establishment did wrong is it violated an unwritten rule that every nightclub is required to conduct searches of those entering their premises for weapons.
Well,
Isn't that
I think,
correct?
no, I think that it's in their best interest when they have a nightclub with certain individuals entering the nightclub to either do a visual or pat down or some type of search.
I'm going to move to strike
And-
that,
and
Mr.
this-
Chair, because Mr. Chair,
I can hardly hear you, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna move-
Mr. Butler, it might be your equipment. I can clearly hear Mr. Klein. so
Okay.
maybe there's something going on with your equipment. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Klein. What is it?
Yeah, I'm going to move to strike that because the chair has ruled that there is no sliding scale and you know the best interest or the best thoughts are not what's relevant here. I tried to develop that testimony and there was an objection and I was not allowed to pursue that. So I would ask that the answer be stricken and the question that I have asked be answered.
He did answer the question, Mr. Chair. He answered it no, and he explained his answer. Mr. Klein is seeking to strike an answer that he did not like, but he asked the question, so the answer's out there.
The answer relates to issues that the board has ruled by an evidentiary ruling are not relevant. I mean, it is or it isn't. It's either relevant to look at the facts and circumstances of each licensee when we do not have a hard and fast rule in effect, or it's not. It can't be both ways.
You have something you want to say, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As I understood the past evidentiary ruling, the objection that I made at that time and the ruling was discussing all establishments of all types and all circumstances. Mr. Klein just asked, what did this establishment do wrong? And he asked if it was violating an unwritten rule. Mr. Butler clearly testified that it is not the violation of the unwritten rule. And then he went on to answer the question and say what he felt they did wrong. It was perfectly responsive. It was within the bounds of what this board has previously permitted as testimony. There's no reason to strike. There's no evidentiary problem with the answer that was provided.
I'll withdraw it and move on.
All right, let's move on.
So Mr. Butler, let's go at this a different way. Is there something that they did wrong other than not search?
Well, I'm not certain what they did wrong in the beginning, because as I stated, I got there after the incident was over. So to observe what they did wrong in the very first, I'm not certain what they did wrong. I only going by what I was told, that there was no pat downs and no whining of individuals. And how did the guy get in there with the gun? Well, I'm not certain.
So it's your position that if a nightclub does not do pat downs and wanding, even though there's no ABC rule or regulations to that effect, that they are somehow in violation of something. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, the violation came in when there was an altercation inside the nightclub. But however, I do believe that each nightclub, if they have a certain type of clientele, a certain crowd that enters their establishment, they should take some type of reasonable steps to ensure that their patrons are safe.
So it is dependent upon the clientele, isn't it?
Could be.
And it's dependent upon the character of the establishment, correct?
And that's another factor.
Right. And that character can change over time, can it? Establishments change all the time, don't they?
They do.
And operators, particularly those that are newly licensed, learn things about their establishment, and as a result of that, implement new procedures, don't they?
Right.
So someone might open and not think that they needed to search persons entering their establishments, but then when they have an incident with the gun, they change their mind and say, we need to do this, right?
It would be for their betterment to take some type of precautions, yes. But
Does
here
that
again,
happen all
we're,
the
we're,
time?
here again, we're still
Without the
talking
board's
about,
direction?
I'm sorry,
Mr.
say,
Klein, can you give the witness an opportunity to answer the question, sir?
And doesn't that happen all the time, with or without the board's direction, where an establishment learns based upon things that happen in its establishment? They
You-
change
as
their
he-
procedures?
based on situations and based on incidents, yeah, they modify or change their procedures, yes.
Okay. And the fact that they didn't have those procedures in place in the first place isn't necessarily a violation, is it?
Objection,
Thank you.
phrasing and a very ambiguous question. I'm not quite sure what that question was referring to.
It's pretty clear to me, but I'm happy to rephrase it.
There were a lot of pronouns there, and I'm not entirely sure what that question was.
Yes, please rephrase the question, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Butler, so
Yes, sir.
the fact that an establishment that's been open, in this case for a brief time, learns things from its operation and then makes changes, that doesn't mean that what they were doing before was somehow violative of ABC law or regulations, does it?
Not necessarily, no.
And that's particularly true when there's no specific regulation requiring them to do what it is that they've changed and are now doing, right?
If I'm understanding you, you're saying that if they don't perform pat downs or searches in the beginning, they're pretty much not in violation of anything. It's only until something happens that they're in violation. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is, do you agree that in order that an establishment should conduct searches, pat downs, what have you, if it knows or has reason to know that the nature of its establishment is such that it will attract people that want to bring in guns?
Well, I think that given the history and violence of certain nightclubs, and even though this one hasn't only been open for a few, I think that it's to their. I think it's best that they take some type of precaution dealing with different crowds of people and different events that they have to ensure that their patrons are safe in any way, given the history of violence in the city.
Okay.
If I had a nightclub, I wouldn't want anybody coming with a weapon at all. So I would take some type of precaution, either a visual or a pat down or a warning. So in this case, the issues are how this guy get in the nightclub with a gun, whether they did a pat down or not. So I think that,
And in this case, there's no evidence that there was a lack of visual inspection when people entered the establishment, correct?
Well, as I said, I'm not certain what happened prior to that. When I got there, everything was pretty much over. So I'm not certain if they did a visual. I know some particular nightclubs, when individuals or females are going into the club, they do a visual look inside the purses, and you know, and they at least go around the waistband of guys and see if they have any weapons of sort. You know, it's not uncommon. But in this particular case, I think that even though they only been open for a certain amount of time and they had some type of training, they should have known to, with all the violence and stuff in the city, they should have known to either do a visual or at least a scan or a feel to see if anybody had anything on them.
Just a couple more questions. So that would be true of one licensed as a restaurant or a tavern that had entertainment, live entertainment as well, correct?
Well, if you're talking about what type of entertainment, as you very well know, there are certain types of entertainment that attract certain crowds of individuals, you know, and you want to, if you want to safeguard your patrons, then I suggest, I would suppose that you would take the necessary steps to do that, you know, at least do a visual, if not a pat down or a wand, certain crowds of individuals that's going into a nightclub with certain type of entertainment. Not all entertainment is, you know, probably not required, but certainly some type of visual to be on guard. I mean, this is, come on now, this is DC, and this day and age, there's a lot of violence going on, and I'm certain if they have industrial training, security training, they will either do a visual going inside the club or even attempt to pat down somebody, you know.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bartlett, it's correct that this establishment is a nightclub. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And is it correct that all nightclubs are required to have a security plan?
Security plan, yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not at the time of the incident, if this establishment had a security plan?
No, no, they didn't at the time.
Now, as part of having a security plan, would one of the, I'm sorry, within the security plan, are there provisions for pat downs or the entrance of clientele to enter the establishment? Is that a part of a typical security plan? Are you aware?
Yes, that would be part of a typical security plan. Yes.
All right, Mr. Short, you have any questions you want to ask? You're on mute, Mr. I can't hear you, Mr. Short.
Good morning, still.
Turn your volume up, Mr. Short. I can hear you, but you're just turn your volume up, sir.
Is that better?
Up some more.
Trying to do that, Mr. Chair. I'm having a problem with that.
I can hear you, Mr. Short. I can hear you now.
Yeah,
just speak up.
I can barely hear you, Mr. Short.
I know, Mr. Butler. Just hold
Okay.
on. We are okay. So try again now, Mr. Short.
Mr. Butler, now that it's been established by the question that was given to you by our chairman, Chairman Anderson, that all nightclubs are required to have security plans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why is that nightclubs have to have a security plan and not a restaurant or a tavern as a requirement of their license?
Restaurants, here we talk about different clientele. When you talk about a restaurant, you talk about families with little kids coming in to eat, maybe some background music at the most. When you talk about
that's straight up. I'm not going to belabor that point. We've established that nightclubs are required by their license to have a security plan. So now I'd like to ask you, what do security plans provide in the way of protections against people bringing in weapons of any type?
Well, a security plan will indicate to their security staff what they are and what they are not supposed to do. You know, so if they had a security plan, I'm certain that it would be marked in the plan that upon entrance to this particular establishment, there's a pat down, a search of pocketbooks or wand.
So at the particular time that this incident occurred and you investigated the gun incident, is it correct to say this particular establishment, 12 after 12, did not have the required security plan? Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you check with someone and find out why they did not have a security plan as required by law?
Yes, sir. When I come back to the office and did a search of the records, it produced no type of security plan at that particular time.
And it was also stated that training by industry, is that the standard for people with a security plan? In your knowledge.
In my knowledge, no, I'm not certain if that's a standard or not, because I do believe that different security companies have their own way of in training their people, whether they come from police department or some other type of entity.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Does this establishment 12 after 12 have any, or could you find, or did you find out from anyone at 12 after 12, if any training was provided by any outside security companies?
No, sir.
Now, the testimony also was that the security persons were not identified. They were dressed just like everybody else in the nightclub. Is that correct?
From my understanding, yes.
And is your understanding that the security persons wrestled down the perpetrator with a gun and escorted him out of the establishment, correct?
Correct, sir.
Was that after someone had hollered gun in the club and before he was taken out of the club, that someone said this person having the problem has a gun?
I'm not certain of which came first, but I believe during the struggle, from what I understand, during the struggle, somebody may have noticed that he had a gun on a weapon on his person.
Did the security persons ever check him for a gun before they let him out of the club, out of the nightclub?
No, not that I'm aware of. No, it wasn't until, from my understanding, he was looking for something that he had dropped, and the police officer went to stabilize him and felt that on his person.
So security never found or checked for a gun when they took him out of the club. Is that a fair assessment to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
And he was trying to get back into the club after security had taken him out. Is that correct?
That's correct, my understanding. Yes, sir.
Now, this question I hope you have the answer to. Security plans normally say that security must be marked differently than the clientele. Is that true or not true?
Yes, some type of identifying, stating that there's security, or, to identify from the patrons and security staff.
So at the night of your investigation, no one had any identification at all as to being security persons. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So would that have been in violation of the security plan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your answer, sir. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Investigator Butler, I want to thank you for your report and for your testimony today. I am correct. It is correct that the report that you have been testifying is a report you wrote.
Correct,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In my reading of the report, it does not seem to confirm that there was a gun until the gentleman was outside and someone patted his jacket. Am I understanding that is what is written in your report?
Yes, sir.
So there is no statement that anyone actually saw a gun in the establishment other than someone saying he has a gun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And am I correct that I read the report properly or correctly, that it was observed that this person threatened to kill somebody?
I'm not certain about that part, sir.
Okay, I can go back. Okay. But as far as what your report says, the security personnel, as soon as that they, if I understand, as soon as they were made aware of this altercation, they attempted to remove this gentleman from the club.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until they were outside the club that security or any employee of the establishment actually witnessed the gun.
To my understanding, when the police officers grabbed him or, put him in custody, then that's when he discovered the gun
That was outside though.
outside of the establishment. Yes, sir.
I think I heard you testify that this particular licensee is a new nightclub license, or was it a renewed nightclub license?
I think it was a fairly new establishment, from my understanding.
Is it your understanding? Do you, this may be outside your work area, but if there was an application for a nightclub license, is part of the application process, the agency is to request a security plan because they're seeking a nightclub license?
That's pretty much, sometimes it can be the norm that if you have a nightclub, that you should also provide some type of security plan.
And I think the regulations state nightclubs shall have security plans.
Yes.
So I think that's part of the testimony. But my question is, are you aware, and you may not be because you're an investigator, you're not licensing, that if it's a new application for a nightclub, isn't part of the application process that before it can be approved, there must be a security plan submitted?
Yes, to my understanding from experience, yes, sir.
I think from your testimony, it's my impression from your testimony that this establishment, other than having not pat down, and I understand your concern about that on the outside, but you did not state in your testimony that the personnel in the establishment had any violations in how they handled the situation, and that it was appropriate to take the person outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I have another question I want to ask you, or a couple more questions I want to ask Mr. Butler.
Sir.
If it the person who allegedly had the gun, were they just a patron, or were they an employee of the? Are you aware if the person had any other relationship with this establishment outside of just being a patron?
From what I understand, he was just a patron, not a employee.
Are you aware if have you looked at the history of this case? I'm sorry, of this licensee. Did you provide as part of your report? Did you list their history? Do you have investigative history?
Yes, I did attempt to bring up a history, but there was no history available under this particular license.
So therefore, since you're saying there's no history, the board doesn't have, or the agency doesn't have any knowledge or notice that a previous firearm or weapon was located in this establishment. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Klein, any questions?
Yes,
Please, any questions?
indeed. Mr. Butler,
Yes, sir.
all you know is that there's no security plan on file, correct?
Correct, sir.
So in terms of what instruction was given to security or anything else, you don't know anything about that, do you?
No, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I be granted privileges to share my screen, please?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Klein to share his screen, please?
Your access has been elevated.
Mr. Butler, can you see what I've shared?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize this?
Not particularly. No, sir.
If I told you that this is what is on Avro's website as guidelines for security plans? would
Oh,
you
I'm
have
sorry.
have
Yeah,
me
yeah,
read-
yeah. Okay, yeah. Refresh my memory. Yes.
Okay. Now, under minimum requirements, there's nine requirements for a security plan, correct?
Yep.
All right. Can you show me there, among those nine, where it is that it says the security plan requires that an establishment search those entering the premises?
Objection, relevance. Mr. Chair,
Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
this document is the general requirements for all establishments as we have talked about. This is not it is not the question here as to what the regulations are as they relate to all establishments. The question is what method of operation this particular establishment was using.
So, Chair, there have been a lot of questions about a security plan, and there's no security plan, and somehow, in some way, that therefore means that this establishment is engaged in a method and manner of operation that allows guns to come into its premises. And there are lots of questions I heard about security plans, so I don't understand why this is irrelevant, and I don't like to object to board members' questions, so I normally don't. But it's all come in, so let's talk about it. What are the requirements of a security plan, and how is it that a filing of a security plan consistent with these minimum requirements would have had any bearing on this situation whatsoever?
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I know that Mr. Klein, the board asked about, and I know I'd asked about security plans because, as you are aware, all nightclubs are required to file security plans, and that's part of the security plan. At least one of the regulations, it talks about the procedures for an individual to enter. So, but I am overruling the objection, so the witness can answer the question if he can.
As you stated, Mr. Chair, procedures to permitting patrons to enter, I think that the establishment under those particular terms should take some type of reasonable steps to ensure that their patrons are safe, providing that the patrons are permitted to enter under certain circumstances.
So you were asked that, why is it that nightclubs are required to have security plans? And I believe you answered because of the nature of their activities. But the fact of the matter is there are other establishments that are required to have security plans as well, aren't there?
Yeah, there are, in fact, other establishments out there that may be required to have security plans based on their activities and based on the nature of their license.
And the board will impose those requirements when it deems it appropriate, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said the board will impose a requirement of a security plan when it deems it appropriate, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So if this establishment had a filed security plan, the only way it would have had any bearing on this case is if it had a requirement that those entering the premises had to be searched in some way, correct?
If that was part of their requirements, yes, sir.
But that is, searching is not a specific requirement for a security plan for a nightclub, is it? By regulation.
We
not what you think
we
it
going around the. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Mr. Butler, please listen to the question, and you are required to answer the question.
Okay. Can you repeat the question again, sir?
Yes. The question is that a security plan is not required to include provisions that persons entering the establishment be searched. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can barely hear, but yeah, I think so. I can barely hear you.
Mr. Butler, it's your system. I can hear it. If you didn't hear the question, sir, do not answer a question that you can barely hear.
Yeah.
So if you did not hear the question, please, I can clearly hear Mr. Klein, but if you did not hear the question, I do not want you to give an answer to a question that you can barely hear, sir.
Yes, sir.
So do you need Mr. Klein?
You need to repeat it. I couldn't hear the question that clearly, sir.
Okay, so I think we've covered it, but I want to be clear that the regulations do not require that a security plan require that persons entering a nightclub be searched, correct?
Correct.
So even if one had been filed, it may or may not have had that in it, and it would have been acceptable, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Can you close your screen, Mr. Klein, please?
Yes. Thank you, Assistant.
And all right. And any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Butler, I want to jump off that last point first. When a security plan is filed, ABRA has the ability to either accept or reject a proposed security plan, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
Objection. I don't know whether he knows that. I mean, that's in the regulations, and we know what the regulations require for a security plan and what they don't require, and what they require was summarized in what I just put up on the screen.
I'm overruling the objection. Let's move on. The witness testify. I'm overruling the objection. Go ahead.
So if ABRA determines that the proposed terms of the security plan are insufficient, they can reject it and require different terms. Is that fair?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Now, if we jump all the way back to the beginning of that cross-examination, you were asked that if the security officers were wearing uniforms, it wouldn't have stopped the handgun coming into the facility. Do you remember that question?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And this establishment, they didn't just have stationary, they had stationary and roving bouncers, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. In your experience, can the presence of clearly marked, identified security officers help to prevent an altercation from occurring?
In my experience, yes.
So if the security officers in this establishment were wearing uniforms, might it have impacted whether or not the altercation actually occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were also asked if the cameras would have stopped handguns coming in, and you said they would not have. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Right. However, if this establishment had had full camera coverage of the interior, would that have helped with the investigation, either from ABRA or MPD?
Yes, sir.
You spoke, we talked about, you spoke to the chief security officer, I believe it was a Mr. Todorovich, about how the security occurred on that day, how the security was prepared, correct?
Yes.
Now, if this establishment or any establishment that relies exclusively on industry experience were to hire somebody for their first job as a security officer, would that person have any industry experience?
Possibly, yes.
If it was their first
If-
time being
If they
hired?
were the first time being hired, without industrial experience,
Right.
would they have? No.
And they would receive no training either, correct?
Correct.
And you asked Mr. Todorovich what procedures they use to check patrons entering the establishment, correct?
Correct.
And he stated to you that the only check they did was to make sure patrons were over the age of 21 on that night.
Yes, sir.
So despite all the implications that there's no evidence of a lack of visual inspection, he didn't actually tell you they did any visual inspection.
No, he didn't.
And he didn't tell you that they wanded, and he didn't tell you that they did pat downs.
Correct.
So he only told you that they made sure people were over 21 years old.
Over 21, yes.
He didn't tell you that they checked women's purses or handbags either, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, and just one other point on that. Did Mr. Todorovich tell you that he instructed his security personnel to take any of those steps?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
All right. So they never asserted that they were telling people to follow what a security plan would say.
Yes, sir.
There was also a discussion on cross-examination of whether or not establishments can learn and grow from their mistakes and make changes to their procedures. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And would you hope that this establishment is now conducting pat downs or using a wand?
Some type of security, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, even if this establishment were to learn and grow from its past mistakes, that doesn't mean that they didn't make those past mistakes, correct?
Correct.
And even if they made a determination as to what security was appropriate and reasonable, they are they still responsible for the outcomes of their decisions?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree, and we're all clear that there's no regulation requiring searching of patrons on entering the premises, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
But because they chose not to search the patrons, and because that lack of search led to a gun being brought in, is that why this charge was made in this case?
Correct, sir.
I have no further questions at this time.
Just Mr. Feller, just a quick question. You had mentioned the names of some managers. Or can you spell those names for the record, please?
Yes, thank you. I should have done that. It was head of security Boris, Boris, Todorovich, Todorovic.
Thank you. All right. Does the government have another witness?
No, Mr. Chair.
Does the government rest?
Yes, Mr. Just for the record, I would note that the case report is made part of the record as a matter of law.
Thank you.
And then we
Yeah, I disagree with that proposition, but have no.
What is it that you disagree with, Mr. Klein?
That it's part of the record as a matter of law. This is a contested case proceeding. Unless it's introduced in this proceeding, it's not part of the record. I have no objection to it being admitted.
Mr. Klein, by our rules and regulations of a matter of law, the case report is a part of the board's records. It does not have to be introduced formally. Mr. Klein, if you review the regulations, I know that you're learned counsel and you have been practicing law in this area for a number of years, but if you review our regulations clearly states that the case report is a part of the board's records, that it doesn't have to be formally moved into evidence. Okay. All right. Do you have, but the government has asked that the document be moved into evidence, and you stated that you do not have any objections. So,
Objection.
all right, thank you, sir. All right, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
I do not.
All right,
We rest.
okay. Do the parties wish to make all right, let me ask you a question then. I guess let me ask you a question. Does the government have a closing? Wish to make a closing?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And perhaps before we get to that, if opposing counsel is willing, I would state that the government is willing to waive any written findings of fact and conclusions of law and proceed exclusively to verbal closing.
Mr. Klein?
We're not waiving.
I'm sorry, you're what?
We're not waiving.
All right, so.
Well,
All right, so with that said, do you still wish to make a closing argument? Or, I'm sorry, what did I just, hold on, I just did something.
yes, then the government.
Hold on, please, hold on. I just did I touched something, so my screen had disappeared for the moment. All right, so does the government wish to make a closing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
May it please the board, and I apologize if you can hear the siren outside. May it please the board. This case is about a simple fact. The establishment operated its procedures in a way to allow an altercation involving a gun to occur inside its establishment, inside its premises. What happened in this case was totally preventable. Now, I anticipate that Mr. Klein will argue that there's no requirement that the establishment pat down or wand its patrons upon entry. And that is true. However, should they choose not to do so, they own the results of that decision. In this case, the operations of the establishment were deficient in a number of areas. First, they did not train their security personnel. Second, they did not pat down patrons entering the establishment. Third, they did not conduct any search. They did not wand patrons entering their establishment. Fourth, they did not have sufficient camera coverage to allow a proper investigation of the incident after it occurred by MPD or by ABRA. And as we've noted, they also did not have a security plan on file as they were required, and which likely would have included the requirements that they take all of those previous steps that I just outlined. Now, on their own, none of those details are a violation. We're all in agreement on that. However, when they choose not to follow those steps, when they choose not to take reasonable industry standard procedures for nightclubs, they own the consequences when somebody slips through their lack of security and brings a gun into their establishment. I draw your attention to the most recent relevant case on this point, which we've already talked about, Bliss, formerly Lemma Holdings LLC versus the Alcohol Beverage Control Board, 235 A 3rd 802, a case from 2022 on appeal. That case has some striking similarities to this case, specifically as it relates to the relevant charge violation of DC Code 25803 A1 or A2. I apologize. 25803 A2 holds that the establishment allowed for its licensed establishment to be used for any unlawful or disorderly purpose. Specifically, as per 823B, that occurs even in a single incident when the licensee has engaged in a method of operation that is conducive to the unlawful or disorderly conduct. That is what occurred in this case. For the reasons outlined earlier, they did not conduct proper searches of patrons coming in. They did not train their security officers appropriately. They did not have proper camera coverage, and they did not have a security plan. They operated in a method that was conducive to a gun being brought in and an altercation occurring. And although I omitted it before, the lack of marked security also contributed, as we heard, to the altercation actually happening. Visual security presence could have prevented that. As we look at Bliss, in both cases, the management failed to follow reasonable security procedures to prevent the incident. In both cases, the establishment failed to ensure that they had security cameras covering the entire nightclub. In both cases, the security operated in a way that amounted to willful blindness of the issues inside the establishment. And that's precisely what we have here. We have willful blindness as to what is coming in. They don't get off the hook because they decided we're not going to look at anyone, and whatever anyone brings in is fine. And oh, we're just a brand new establishment. We don't know what industry standard is. We're just a brand new establishment. We don't know what the rules should be. They don't train their security guards. They rely on industry experience. They are responsible for what occurs. They acted in a way that demonstrated an unwillingness of the security personnel to properly manage their facility. That is also identical to the precedent we have. Their choices to not monitor security resulted in what happened today, and it resulted in a violation. It is consistent with precedent. We believe that the board should issue an appropriate penalty and should also require that a security plan be filed and approved, and that the security plan provides for pat downs and wanting. We do not want another incident with a gun coming into this establishment. With that, I rest my close. However, I reserve the right for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
This case is very concerning, and it's why we've spent time on it today that we have. And the reason that it's concerning is we had a time when the board, not made up of its current members, Monday morning quarterbacked, and after the fact imposed requirements that were not requirements of law. And that was finally changed when the Rimmer case, 1900M Restaurant Associates versus DC ABC Board, went to the DC Board of Appeals. And after that, the practice stopped. We didn't have the board coming in, and instead what the board did, to its credit, was had fact-finding hearings and said, hey, let's see what went on here. Let's see how we can do it better. And maybe you should do this, and maybe you should do that. Are you willing to consider it? It's not what we had here. We had a fact-finding hearing, and instead of the constructive approach, we end up in a show cause proceeding with the imposition of requirements that are not law, with arguments that there are these industry standards when there are no experts that have testified as to what those industry standards are. And we have a complete after the fact analysis of what went on. Now, let's look at what did go on. And this is in the report, and it was covered on testimony. The unrefuted evidence is a fight broke out. Security stepped in and separated them. One of the combatants had a gun. He was restrained by security. He was brought outside. He was, MPD was flagged down. He was turned over to MPD to be dealt with, and MPD discovered the gun. And at one point he tried to get back in, and he was prevented by security from going back in. Now, how do we get from there to the willful blindness and the hiding of security issues that we find in the Bliss case, where the Bliss case involved the assaulting of a patron by an employee of the establishment. That is not what we have here. I mean, what we quite simply have is after the fact appraisal of what went on and said, yeah, you should have done this because then the gun wouldn't have gotten in. I mean, after much testimony, it appears that the failure, such as there was one, was the failure not to search. Now, if one looks at the requirements for a security plan, none of that is required, nor are the other things that are listed here. There's no minimum requirement for training. And in fact, the investigator testified that hiring people who are experienced in the industry, I'm paraphrasing, but you've had training elsewhere. What is training? There's no recognized training course. There's no official training course that this board recognizes. People learn and are trained in different ways. There is no evidence whatsoever that the security personnel in this case did not have the adequate background to do the job. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. They did, when the gun was discovered and the fight broke out, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They didn't search. Again, not a requirement. Look at the security plan regulations, not there. They didn't have adequate cameras. Again, there is nothing in the requirements for a security plan, or nowhere is there a requirement as to what the minimum camera coverage is. The board and licensees, including many of my clients, have had many discussions about coverage, and the board said, yeah, we think you should have better coverage. We'll send our investigator out, we'll help you, and look at the establishment and make sure that there's proper coverage. I mean, there's just no evidence to support in any of this. What are the procedures that we're lacking? I mean, the one procedure that we have is there wasn't wanding. But did this licensee have reason to believe that weapons were going to be brought into the establishment? Now, the investigator ultimately testified on cross with some hesitation. Yeah, it absolutely depends upon who your crowd is and who's there. And in fact, we got into what seemed to me, and for me, a very uncomfortable suggestion of profiling. Is that, yeah, we should profile our customers to make determinations. If these requirements are so important that we are going to punish licensees for failing to follow them, then they should be in the regulations. And if they're not in the regulations, then we're not going to make up a violation. I mean, this is not Lavelle, which is the leading case of using your premises for unlawful or disorderly purpose. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with it, some of you board members may be, Lavelle was a club that operated, guess where? On the first floor of the Reeves Center, where the ABC board normally sits for these hearings. And if you read the opinion, it was completely out of control. I mean, people were getting shot, people were getting stabbed, there were weapons in the establishment all the time. And under those circumstances, yeah, it's pretty clear. A record was established that failure to wand, failure to search, and failure to do all of these things certainly created an atmosphere for, if not unlawful, certainly disorderly and probably unlawful, unlawful disorderly practices on the premises. And it is perfectly appropriate under those circumstances to punish a licensee and say, hey, you didn't pay attention to anything. People are getting shot. People were killed. That's not what we have here. What we have here is a licensee who made decisions about its practices, and admittedly, based upon the testimony of the investigator, those decisions are based on your knowledge of who your crowd is, what type of place you have, what type of atmosphere you have, and that may change over time. And in fact, this board has had many licensees before it were on a fact finding, not in this situation where we're going to punish you because after the fact we find out you didn't do what we think you should do. But the board, in an instructive setting, in a fact-finding situation, has frequently said, you know, will you consider this? Will you consider that? And that is a constructive approach to a situation like this. This is not. To haul someone in and have a hearing where, well, you didn't comply with this. Where's that in the regulation? Oh, it's not, but you should do it anyway. You didn't comply with that. Where's that in the regulation? Well, it's not, but that's standard practices. You should do that. This is outrageous. And it's unfair to this licensee, and it is unfair to every licensee in the district. I mean, the question is, do they have reason to believe that weapons are going to be brought in? There's absolutely no foundation or testimony about that in this case. It's like, gun came in, it happened, you should have wanted it. Did Comet Pizza know that a madman with a gun was going to come into their place and shoot it up? Should they have been wanting? Do we bring them in after the fact and say, hey, this guy from South Carolina came in and shot up your place? People could have gotten killed. Maybe you should have had procedures in place to prevent that from happening. When there was a shootout on July 22nd, 2021, in front of Le Diplomat, and people were caught in the crossfire, I mean, it wasn't in Le Diplomat, but does that give reason for Le Diplomat to now pat and wand? Because it easily could have been in there. Do they need to pat and wand every person that comes into their establishment? Oh, they're not a nightclub. I guess they don't need to. The fact of the matter is there are guns everywhere. There was another incident on the wharf on July 17th, 2022, and 2 were shot. One of them was killed. Now, do all the establishments on the wharf, should they be patting and searching everyone that's there? Should the wharf have procedures in place to prevent people from entering the wharf area before they've been searched and patted? Well, maybe. And maybe that's something that needs to be considered. But to impose it after the fact and say somebody was killed on July 17th, 2022, you didn't do enough. You should have known that there were guns going to come in. And wharf, you're in violation. It's just wrong. I mean, regrettably, guns are everywhere in our society, and there are more than 400 million guns in this country. And the Supreme Court, unfortunately, has restricted all of our ability to do much about it. I mean, they basically said, you know, in a case that came out of the district, that there's little regulation that could be done. But the Attorney General's office wants to hold this licensee to a standard that that no one else can meet. None of the things that are complained about here, with the exception of the pat downs, which we've talked a lot about, are particularly relevant to preventing this incident. And in terms of security plan, there's one thing I want to mention. 25-836B says no license shall be issued to a nightclub unless the security plan is filed. So, the establishment at fault for not filing? Yeah. Does the agency bear some responsibility for that? And I think Mr. Grant has touched on it. It's like, yeah, absolutely. So it wasn't filed. There isn't any evidence that they didn't have procedures in place. Do we think that the way the security team reacted to this situation, where they restrained the gunman and they brought him out and turned him over to police, demonstrates that they had no plan in place and had no idea how to react to this situation simply because there wasn't a filing with the agency? The evidence is to the contrary. The evidence is that, yeah, they were trained, they had a plan, they knew exactly what they were supposed to do. The only issue here is the wanding. So failure to follow the plan, your agency shares responsibility for that, because the license shouldn't have been issued. Does that excuse the licensee? No, the licensee has responsibility to file it, but the agency had a responsibility not to issue the license until it was filed. So, and that's not the charge here anyway. We spent a lot of time on that. We spent a lot of time on things that would have been in the plan. They're not required by law, and it's very, very troubling. As I said before, this is not the Bliss case. This is not Club U. What happened here As I said before, there are a lot of guns. One of them made it into 1212. When that happened, security acted promptly, quickly, and responsibly to restrain the man. They took him out. They turned him over to police. What more can we ask? And if there is more that needs to be done, those are lessons learned and to be and lessons to be applied after the fact. And say, someone got a gun in. What are we going to do about this? And that would be a perfectly appropriate conversation to have in a fact finding. It's not an appropriate conversation to have in a show cause proceeding. But this is just wildly inappropriate. This case is completely different from Bliss, where an employee was involved in an assault and ownership tried to cover up. It's completely different than there's a cabin case where an employee was involved in an assault. This is certainly completely different than Lavelle or Club U or whatever you want to call it, where things were completely out of hand. This is more like the Rumors case. We got one incident, and although one incident, as we know under the law, can give rise to a showing of allowing the premises to be used for unlawful or disorderly purpose, one of the things that's to be considered, even and it was talked about, I think, in Bliss, is was there a pattern? In other words, if guns were coming in every week, then yeah, we're here. It's appropriate. We should be here. And the board should be saying, look at what you did. Look at this history. In most cases, failure to or using the established for an unlawful or disorderly purpose should require some sort of pattern. The law says some sort of pattern or a method of operation. The method of operation here is an after the fact imposed requirement that people entering the establishment be searched. And it's wrong. It won't be sustained on appeal. And we would ask that you find for the licensee and find no liability on the part of the licensee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Sileni, do you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would have rebuttal close.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. May it please the board. I'll start with the legal argument. Attorney Klein cited quite a lot to the Rumors case. However, I would note for the board that the Rumors case was explicitly superseded by the Bliss case. That's what we have to look for now, the 2020 precedent. Essentially, what I got from that closing argument is that Attorney Klein would really have preferred that ABRA decide to conduct a fact-finding hearing instead of a show cause hearing in this case. There was no citation of authority that says the fact-finding hearing was the only appropriate option. There was no citation of authority that says the show cause wasn't. There was no citation of authority that says that these proceedings are in any way inappropriate. The determination was made that the show cause was appropriate, and that determination was reasonable. It was not arbitrary. It was not capricious. It was not an abuse of discretion, and this board absolutely can impose penalties under a show cause proceeding. I'd like to draw an analogy under the law here. There is a legal requirement that you have insurance if you drive an automobile. Not the same requirement for a motorcycle. You can choose not to have insurance for a motorcycle. However, if you get into an accident, you are still responsible for that choice. You are responsible to pay the consequences of that decision. In this case, it is true that they were not required to pat people down entering the establishment or to wand people. We are not filing charges saying that they failed to do that. However, when their choice results in a crime occurring, they are responsible for making that choice. That is what the reasonableness Attorney Klein kept bringing up refers to. The issue of changing over time, and what more can we ask of this establishment, this licensee? And how on earth did we get to willful blindness that was brought up? We got to willful blindness because the security of the nightclub willingly chose not to look. They willingly chose to let people in without searching anyone. Attorney Klein says, hey, we have no pattern here. It's not as if guns are being brought in on the regular basis. Well, how would the licensee know? They never look. They never search. The only reason we found out in this case is because the person who brought a gun in also started a fight. The establishment chose not to have sufficient security. They bear the responsibility for that choice. With that, I rest. However, I would, just for the sake of the record, I didn't want to do this to interrupt opposing counsel's close, but I do object and move to strike the facts not in evidence of Attorney Klein's close, specifically as they relate to the other shootings and incidents, and most especially as they relate to his suggestion of profiling comments. I would move to strike those comments.
I'll take that under advisement. We'll take that under advisement in the decision that the board ultimately makes in this case. All right. The record is now closed. Do the parties do the parties Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, or waive their rights to do so?
It appears we will be filing.
Yeah, the licensee wants to file.
All right. Then if the parties choose to file proposed findings and facts, since the parties have chosen to file proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, then 90 days from when the board receives proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law. So therefore, the transcripts will be available within the next 3 weeks. And the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are then due to the board 30 days from the date that you receive the transcript. Excuse me, the parties are, if you change your mind, please advise the board and the other party as soon as possible if you choose your mind regarding doing the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. All right. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22-251-000. I'm sorry, 22-251-00009, 12 after 12. Pursuant to DC Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22-251-00009, 12 after 12, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And this matter is recessed. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
I have the afternoon matter, and I just wanted to confirm that the board will be back at 1:30 in terms of time.
Yes, the board, I am going to read I know that there was a motion filed, and the board will make a determination we will read the results this morning, in a couple of minutes, but I believe at current, please plan and, unless you hear otherwise, please plan and we'll have a hearing at 1:30, unless you hear otherwise.
Yeah, I wasn't asking you about that. I was just asking in terms of timing and the board schedule. And
Yes, the board have an extensive calendar to do before, and the board is going to go to lunch. And so I believe I'll say,
I'll see you at
I'll
1:30.
say, I'll 2:00, Mr. Klein, okay?
2:00. Okay.
2:00. I will advise legal to advise the other parties that we will, hold on, that we will, our afternoon, that the afternoon session will start at 2:00, okay?
Thank you. That lets me eat lunch too. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. I'm just asking, all right, thank you, that case, so our case is completed. The case this morning, so thank you. The board is now, all right. We're gonna be off the record for, give me, it's 3 minutes. I'll ask all board members just to, so your case is over, so you can log off.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's 12:24. I just need to take a 6-minute break. So we're going to be off the record for 6 minutes. I'm just asking all board members, just hold tight, and we'll come back on the record at 12:30. So just don't log off. Just, yeah, 12:30. All right, we're back in the record. All right, since we have disposed of our morning calendar, we are now going to do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated December 1st, 2022, the case number 21 CMP 00081, Sol Mexican Grill, license number 092192. The offer in compromise as follows: operator Summer Garden without endorsement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113.01C. The fine $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine is paid. Charge 2, made substantial changes without approval, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. This charge was dismissed. Charge 3, change trade name without approval, statutory authority, 23 DCMR 600.1. A mandatory warning will be issued for this charge. I make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Seconds.
Mr. Short and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 2, review of First Amendment to Settlement Agreement dated June 1st, 2022, by and between the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, 1C, Colorama Citizens Association, the Reed Cook Neighborhood Association, and Johnny Pistolas, license number 06041. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review request to reinstate canceled license dated December 6, 2022. The license was canceled on November 2nd, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-875. This is Smoking Pig, license number 104866. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 4, review of request to continue fact-finding hearing dated December 6, 2022, the Downtown Business Improvement District order to cease and desist, board order number 2022-835, issued on October 26, 2022. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 5, review of applicant's request to continue protest hearing dated December 4th, 2022, case number 22 PRO 00072. Rita Loca El Techo, license number 104119. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 6, review of opposition to applicant's request to continue hearing, protest hearing dated December 4th, 2022. That's in case number 22 PRO 00072. Rita Loca El Techo, license number 104119. This is now moot. Now let's move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review a request for a class change from retailer A liquor store to a retailer A 25% full service grocery store. This is for Lidell license number 119890. I make a motion that we refer this back to licensing. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Harvest Tide Steakhouse license 118108. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review application for change of hours. This is for Harvard Liquors, license number 114547. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Zachary's Wine DC Inc., 3521 V Street, Northeast Storage Lockers 54 and 55. The request has been made by Caldwell Family Vines, license number 122137. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, I'll second.
Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for ABC manager's license for Danielle H. Tesfaye, license number 123467. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ed
Jenny Hansen,
Grandis,
I'll second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a review of the medical cannabis testing lab application package. I make a motion that we approve this process to move forward. Is there a second?
Short, second.
The Short, I second the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day license, one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are there are 9 licensees, applicants. I will provide the names of the applicant, the class category, the event, the date, the license number, the numbers, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve all these requests. So the first one is a request from Dwayne Osborne. Dwayne Osborne for a one-day license class F. This is for the Van Gogh Immersive Expo. This is December 10th through December 11th. License number is 1234889, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 2, a request from Lejean Williams, a one-day license class G. This is for reception. This is on December 9th, 2022. The license number is 123453, 135 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from AFSHIN, AFSHIN, Mogahate, MOTTAGHI, a one-day license class G, event live entertainment, DJ application originally approved for this November 9th, 2022. Applicant requests change of date to December 6th, 2022. The date of the event is December 7th, 2022. The license number is 123133, 700 attendees, 14 security guards. Number 4, a request from Hell's Kitchen, a one-day substantial change, grand opening. This is January 28th, 2023. Substantial change to have entertainment endorsement DJ. The license number is 121424. Substantial change number is 22SC 01096, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 5, a request from Lily DC, LLI DC, one-day substantial change. It's for New Year's Eve party, December 31st, 2022. License number is 118113. Substantial change number, license 22SC 01097, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 6, a request from Privilege, one-day substantial change. This is for the 2022 FIFA World Cup watch party. It's December 8th through December 10th. Change to extend hours of operation and sales for 2022 FIFA World Cup. License number is 118901. Substantial change is 22SC 01098, 350 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 7, a request from Regmo Holdings Inc. This is for the One Cena U Drinko. This is a one-day substantial change for pub crawl. The pub crawl's name is on One Cinco U Drinko. The event date May 6, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change number is 22 PCE 00010. This is for 1,000 participants. Number 8, another request from Regmo Promo Caribbean Crawl, one-day substantial change pub crawl, Caribbean Crawl. Date of the event May 27, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license 22 PCE 00011 for 1,000 attendees. Number 9, a request from Pub Regmo Holdings, Bourbon to You Street Module. Bourbon to You Street Mardi Gras Bar Crawl 23. Pub Crawl one-day substantial change. Pub Crawl Bourbon to You Street Mardi Gras Bar Crawl 2023. Application was originally approved by board on 11/30/22 for a different date on a different event name. Applicant requested a change name of event to Bourbon to You Street Mardi Gras Bar Crawl 23 and a date of February 18th, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change number license is 22 PCE 00012 for 1,000 attendees. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve these applicants. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandison, Ms. Henson, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. I can't hear Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next calendar, we're now on the board's licensing administrative docket. This is a final docket for the issuance of licenses. There are 10 applicants on this list. I'm going to read the name of all 10, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the applications. The first one is Mostly Daughters, license number 121767. Retail SC Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Opal. Number 2, a request from Pitchers, license number 110437, Retail SC Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Pitchers / a league of her own. Number 3, a request from Tabanera del Alberdero, license number 013218, Retail SC Restaurant, change of hours application. Number 4, District E, license number 122857, Retail SC Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 5, Foxtrot, license number 122567, Retail SC Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 6, Blue Tone Lane, Spring Valley, license number 122806, Retail SC Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 7, Caldwell Family Vines, license number 122137, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 8, Aligera Bar, license number 122873, Retail SC Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 9, Beat the Bomb, license number 122814, Retail SC Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 10, Best McKinley Market, license number 123450, Retailer B, transfer with sale application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves these licenses and applications. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short, a second. Motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our last licensing docket for the afternoon is another licensed administrative docket. This docket, all of these establishments are requesting the street tree endorsement. And on this docket, there are 56 applicants. I will read all 56 names in the record, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to grant the applicant the street tree endorsement. So the first applicant is Miko Nordis Fine Food, license number 109951, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 2, Tiramisu, license number 075870, Retail SC Restaurant, and again, the street tree endorsement application. Again, all of these categories, I'll just read the name of the type of the license, but they're all for the street tree endorsement application. Number 3, the Eastern, license number 112356, Retail SC Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 4, Maidan, license number 106450, Retail SC Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 5, Duplex Diner, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 6, Mason's Famous Lobster Rolls, license number 120128, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 7, Mission Navy Yard, license number 108926, Retail SC Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 8, Bossa Brazilian Bistro, license number 084505, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 9, Death Punch, Shabu Plus, and Shabu Eatery, license number 114937, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 10, Pitchers, license number 110437, Retail SC Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 11, Walters, license number 111554, Retail SC Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 12, Slipstream, license number 103930, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 13, Slipstream, license number 093244, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 14, Tight 5 Pub, license number 121974, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 15, Martha Deer, license number 115608, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 16, Pearl Dive Oyster Palace Blackjack, license number 085382, street retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 17, Mintwood Place, license number 085865, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 18, Georgetown Club at Suter Tavern, license number 000779, retailer CX Club, street re-endorsement application. Number 19, Gatsby Meza Door, MAHZEDAHR, license number 113768, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 20, Logan Tavern, license number 060706, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 21, Kramer's, license number 108079, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 22, Logan Grill LLC, the trade name, the Commissioner, license number 071487, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 23, Duke's Grocery, license number 121740, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 24, Crazy Aunt Helen's, license number 118297, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 25, Floriana, FLORIANA, license number 104214, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 26, Belga Cafe, license number 060779, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 27, Maze, MEZE, license number 060347, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 28, Roman's Table, the Diner, license number 060149, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 29, The Couple, license number 086623, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 30, Tryst, license number 025781, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 31, Chercher, CHER, Ethiopian Restaurant and Mart, license number 090311, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 32, Maxwell, license number 106334, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 33, Commonwealth Katina Homestead, license number 090865, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 34, El Chucho Cachina Superior, license number 085471, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 35, Service Bar, license number 103008, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 36, Angelo Ristorante Italiano, license number 109417, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 37, Amigo Mayo, license number 117816, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 38, Franklin Hall, license number 103087, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 39, Ellie, license number 103087, retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. Number 40, Embassy Suites Downtown, license number 116417, retailer C Hotel, street re-endorsement application. Number 41, Jane, license number 116175, retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 42, Andy's Pizza, 18th Street, license number 119705, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 43, Cambria Hotel, Capital Riverfront, license number 116860, Retailer C Tavern, street endorsement application. Number 44, Brooklyn, license number 111411, license Retailer C Restaurant, license street endorsement application. Number 45, the Game Sports Pub, Tiki on 18th, license number 112308, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 46, Johnny Pistolas, license number 060401, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 47, Cotton and Reed, license number 099505, Manufacturer A, street endorsement application. Number 48, Nostra Cucina, license number 115488, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 49, The Park at 14th, license number 075548, Retailer C Nightclub, street endorsement application. Number 50, Raku, license number 097957, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 51, Pearls Bagels, license number 116638, Retailer D Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 52, Estudio, ESTADIO, license number 083263, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 53, Cafe Bonaparte dash LUTECE, license number 071007, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 54, Rice Restaurant and Bar, license number 060730, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. Number 55, Cactus Catina, license number 014225, Retailer C Restaurant, street endorsement application. And number 56, La Hambre, JAMBE, license number 099738, Retailer C Tavern, street endorsement application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Ennis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Decato.
Decato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar. I would like to thank all members of the public who participate and all board members who participate. So we are now going to be in recess for lunch. So we will come back for a public session at 2 o'clock. I will ask all board members to return to executive session at 1:45. So all board members should return to executive session at 1:45, but we will come back for our afternoon session at 2 o'clock. So I will see you, the public, at 2. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. All right, bye-bye. Good afternoon. We're back in the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jen Anson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and we have a quorum. And in looking at our calendar this afternoon, we only have 1 case, I believe. Yeah. Sorry. We have just 1 case in our calendar. So once the case is called, we'll take a moment for IT specialists to elevate your rights, and then we can start the hearing. So our next case is a protest hearing, case number 22 PRO 00072, Rito Loco El Techo, license number 104119. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. Craig Kujawa, your access has been elevated. Larry Henderham, your access has been elevated. Rami Badaway, your access has been elevated. Kevin Puente, your access has been elevated. There are many more in attendance. Should they also be elevated?
Yes, you can elevate all everyone who's or better yet, not as yet. Let me just give me 1 minute, and I will, once I have the representative identify themselves, then I will ask them whose rights should be elevated. All right, so let's all right, well, okay, so you should definitely elevate the rights of the ANC 1B, ANC 6E. So if you're from ANC 1B, I think maybe that's Mr.
Handerhan, yep. Commissioner Larry Handerhan from 1B. Hi, everyone.
1B, and we should have a commissioner from 6E. Do we have a commissioner from 6E? If you're an ANC representative from ANC 6E, please identify yourself and we will elevate your rights. I believe that, I'm trying to see, I know who represents the,
Commissioner Alex Lopez is the single member district rep, I believe.
All right, so if you see Mr. Lopez, please elevate his rights. And I think the only person that we're looking for, there's the Badaway group.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Rami Badaway. I'm here representing.
I'm sorry, no, not, let me see, the Kajawa, Kawa. Who's that protestant? Who's representing that group?
Mr. Chairman, this is Craig Kujawa. I am present, and my protest, as well as those of the ANC and the group of 31, are being represented by Mr. Badawi today.
No, I'm aware of that, but I just want to make sure, and I'm sorry, Mr. Kujawa. I want to make sure that those folks are online, and then we can figure out, since there's a lot of folks, then those protestants can let me know who else needs to be elevated. So that's why I was just, because it's my understanding that 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 4 protestant groups. So I just want to make sure that the representative for all the 4 protestant group their rights are elevated. And then I can be directed who the witnesses are, and then we'll figure out who else needs to be, as I was informed that there are a significant amount of people on the line. So I just want to make, once we have now identified who the representatives are, then we'll figure out whose rights needs to be elevated. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest case on Rito Loco El Techo. And so let me have the parties identify themselves. Let's start with the licensee's representative.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the applicant. And Sidon Johannes of the Veritas Law Firm is with me today as well.
Good afternoon. All right.
Along with Louis Hankins, who is principal of the applicant.
Now, is Mr. Hankins online? Okay, all right, Mr. Hankins online, okay. All right, I just want to make sure, hold on. All right, let's have Mr. Handeren, please introduce yourself for the record and your relationship to this case, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Larry Handerhan. I'm the ANC for 1B01, which is directly across the street from this property, and representing the 1B Commission, which has a protest, an active protest. I should also note that my district has not significantly changed in the redistricting process, so I am the current ANC and will be the future ANC for the directly across the street neighbors moving forward.
Now, do we have Mr. Lopez from ANC 6E?
My understanding is he was unavailable today, but sent a note about a designated representative. I'm not sure.
Who was it that was identified? I'm not aware. Can someone tell me who is the designated representative for ANC 6E?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rami Badaway, and Mr. Lopez designated me to represent ANC 1B at the hearing today.
All right, that's fine then. All right, so Mr. Badaway, so you're representing ANC 6E. You're also representing the group of 5 or more, and you are also representing the Badaway. I'm sorry, no, all right, okay. So you're representing ANC 6E, and you're also represent. No, I'm sorry, and the group of 5 or more. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct.
All right. Mr. Kajwa, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who do you represent, sir? You're on mute, sir. Unmute yourself.
Rookie mistake. I apologize. My name is Craig Kujawa, spelled CraigKujawa, and I am the abutting property owner protestant.
Okay, so you're the abutting. Okay. All right. Mr. Klein, is there a witness that we need to elevate? That is not online, but we need to elevate that person who's in the waiting room.
We have a number of witnesses. I don't know that we need to elevate them yet, because.
All right. Okay, fine. All right. I just want to make sure. All right. So everyone is there, and so if they're called as a witness, then we need to elevate their rights. So that's what I will do that for all the parties. So right now we have all the representatives for the parties, and at a later date, at a later time in the hearing, you can identify the witness and then we will elevate their rights. All right. All right. Are there any, so this is a protest hearing on a renewal application. Are there any preliminary matters that, at least let me start from the licensee, any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
Not other than the pending motion for continuance that was filed.
So the motion was, there was a motion that was filed and it was opposed by the protestant. And so therefore on our legal agenda this morning, the board voted on our legal public agenda this morning to deny the request for a continuance because it was opposed by the protestant. And so, all right, so that was on our legal agenda this morning. All right. Are there any stipulations? I mean, this is a renewal application, so is there agreement or disagreement? So I know the licensee wants their license to be renewed, and so I guess I'll find it from the part of the protest and start. Let me start with ANC 1B. Are they in agreement that the license should be renewed? I'm trying to see if we can streamline the hearing if there's agreement on renewing the license.
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman, I do believe there is one preliminary matter that the protestants would request to address. I don't know.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Lopez, please? I see that he placed a note in the chat that he is there. So please elevate the rights of Mr. Lopez, please. Yes, Mr. Badaway, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and again, I don't know whether it's appropriate to do this now.
I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Mr. Lopez, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Lopez, ALEX LOPEZ, and I am Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner representing Single Member District 6E02 here today on behalf of protestant ANC 6E.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I don't know whether it's appropriate to do this now or to go through the stipulations, but the protestants do have a preliminary matter to address, and that is the protestants' argument that the PIF and disclosures that were filed by the licensee were filed late. As the board is aware, the board directed both parties to file their PIF and disclosures within 7 days, or excuse me, 7 days prior to this hearing. We were informed that by the chairman on November 9th at our status hearing. Additionally, the Title 23 of the DC Municipal Regulations, Section 1722, require the PIF and disclosures, the exhibit list, the exhibits, and the witness list to be filed with both counsel for ABRA and the protestants, the parties, 7 days prior to hearing. We did not receive those. Those, in fact, were served on us by email at 11:51 p.m. on Monday night, December 5th. This, in fact, prejudices the protestants as we have not had ample time to review and prepare for cross-examination effectively. Additionally, I would add that the filing that was received is defective to one witness, and that is the proposed expert witness, Martin Beam, who will testify, I believe, regarding acoustics. As the board is aware, the DC municipal regulations require expert witnesses to have filed a CV or resume. And what was filed for this witness does not amount to a resume. It's part of a LinkedIn page that describes some work history and a degree in mechanical engineering. The protestants would argue that it doesn't contain what typically is associated with expert witness information, including professional associations, certifications, any continuing education, any published articles, and whether or not the witness has ever been qualified to testify as an expert before this board, another board, or a court of law. And therefore, the filing is deficient. And again, the protestants are prejudiced because of that. And at this time, we would make a motion to preclude the licensee from presenting witnesses and exhibits at the hearing today. Thank you.
When was it? So when was the PIP due?
Mr. Chairman, we got an email.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Klein. Hold on.
Sorry.
You're gonna respond, so I'm trying to find it from Mr. By the way, when was the PIP due?
The PIF and exhibits were due 7 days prior to the hearing, so that would have been November 30th. And that is when the protestants filed their PIF exhibit list, witness list, and exhibits, and served those on council for the licensee and the board by email.
And you got it what date?
I received licensees' filings on Monday, December 5th at 11:51 p.m. By email.
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, we were fully prepared to file earlier than that. We received an email from the agency requesting that the information be filed by Monday, so that's what we did. I believe that the protestants received the same email. It's a little misleading for that to be omitted in the presentation that was just made.
I'm not aware. I mean, if you're saying that, can someone provide me with a copy of the email that the agency sent? I'm not aware of it. I need to see it. So if this is something that is pertinent to this case, then I need to.
I would say, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Klein is correct. At the base of an email, I think it was one email, it said that these were due, I think, by Monday, December 5th. Again, the protestants did not rely on that because of the direction of the board and because of the regulations, which is why we filed ours on November 30th. And frankly, it's what we expected.
The email is dated December 1st, 2022 at 10:49 a.m. from the board's legal counsel's office.
Are you able to share? Can someone share their screen with me who has the email can share their screen? I want to see the email because I was not aware of this. So
right.
All right. No, you don't need to share your screen. I'm gonna get the email in a minute. Let me look at the email. I'm waiting to get a copy of the email.
Looking for it, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can share my screen. I found it.
Oh. Hold on.
I think it's up in front of you.
All right. Okay. Hold on. I mean, there is a,
I mean, it seems to me if the protestants had an issue with that, they should have responded immediately rather than laying in wait, sandbagging, and now saying, oh, gee, despite the email from the board's legal counsel, you're late.
So I would counter with that, council's comment that they were prepared to file in a timely fashion, which would have been November 30th, is disingenuous, as this email is dated December 1st. And again, the filings were due on November 30th. Additionally, I'm not aware of anything that says that an email from ABRA's counsel, absent an agreement by both parties, can negate the municipal regulations and or the board's direction.
Mr. Chairman, if in our practice before the agency, we're unable to rely on what's communicated to us by board's counsel, then we have much larger issues than whether this is timely filed, because in our regular practice before the agency, what board's counsel says on behalf of the board is gospel, and we take it as such until the board says otherwise. And I would hope that that would not discontinue because it's an efficient way for matters to proceed before the board.
all right. Please close your screen. I hate when I hate to speak when yeah. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yeah, just with respect to the second issue, what we filed has been accepted by the board before. It reflects who Mr. Beam is. It reflects his professional education, and it reflects the other things that would be contained in something called a CV. What it's called, I don't think is all that important. The fact is he's identified, his credentials are there, and determination can be made as to whether he's an expert witness. The board has heard from him many times before and is very familiar with his expertise in these matters.
On the issue of the expert witness, Mr. Badaway, you'll have an opportunity to prior to if you have some concerns. I'm just speaking generally because the board is going to make a decision on your earlier motion, but the second motion regarding the expert designation, if you don't have enough information currently before he testifies, we can do voir dire where you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of him, and then so we can independently make a determination whether or not the parties can agree that he is an expert if his resume is not sufficient. Regarding the PIP issue, and are there any other questions that anyone else has that they want to make? Any other arguments to be made by either side?
None from the protestant, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The only thing that I would add is that there's an email from Mr. Lopez dated December 6th, 2022, in which he specifically reaffirms the previously filed PIF of November 30, 2022, designates Mr. Badaway as the representative, and it doesn't raise any issue in terms of timeliness. So, I'm a little confused when we get an email from the agency to hear opposing counsel setting a date for filing and hearing opposing counsel argue that it's not timely without any indication beforehand that that's an issue. And the other point that I would make, if Mr. Badawi truly claims prejudice, then we filed a motion to continue, and I would ask the board to reconsider that motion. if indeed he asserts that there's prejudice. And that will give him plenty of time to do whatever preparation he thinks he needs to do.
And so what, Mr. Badaway, so what you're asking the board to do is you want us to move forward with we can move forward with a protest, but you're saying that because it didn't comply with the disclosure timeline, that we should prevent them from presenting witnesses. I guess at this juncture, I would not. All right. Anyway, so you're asking us that we should prevent them from putting a case on. That's your position.
I think they should be, again, Mr. Chairman, failure to comply with the rules at this late date, if it does prejudice the protestant, should result in preclusion. I think it's reasonable for the protestant to expect that, well, the owner would testify and perhaps a co-owner, but beyond that, we are prejudiced.
And that prejudice can be easily eliminated by continuing the hearing.
We are.
Which excuse me. Which was opposed by the protestants. So we can eliminate all prejudice by continuing the hearing. We would be prejudiced by relying on an email that was transmitted by the Office of the Board's Counsel. So we would likewise claim prejudice. If Mr. Babawi truly believes that he's prejudiced, then I would suggest that the board reconsider our motion to continue the hearing, and that way he will have ample time to prepare. We're prepared to go forward today, but if his position is he's prejudiced, then the board should continue the hearing. If the board's position is that we were wrong to rely on communications from the board's counsel, we would claim prejudice and we would ask that the hearing be continued.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would say in response to that is, again, the regulations and the rules are very, very clear. Our documents were filed in a timely manner before that email has come out. The licensee's documents were not filed in a timely manner, and then now they're relying on that email from counsel, even though they didn't file their documents in the first place. They are experienced counsel. They understand the rules and the regulations. They were present for the at the status hearing where the direction was very clear. To claim otherwise now, I think is disingenuous. But we are. Excuse me if I may finish. We are prepared to go forward today. We have our witnesses here. It would be a major imposition on our witnesses who have already taken time off to come here and provide testimony today, which is why we're arguing for preclusion. And that's my final argument, Your Honor, or Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22PRO00072, Retail Local El Teco pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board is going to go off the record to go in executive session. I will ask everyone to hold tight. The board will come back and we will make a determination on once we have spoken, once we consult with our attorneys, we will come back and make a determination. All right. Hold tight. No, please do not log off, but you can turn your cameras off and microphone. All board members should return to executive session for further action. Thank you. All right, we're back in the record. I'm trying to see who's not here. Here, yes, all the parties are here. Mr. Short, you're logged on twice, so I'm not sure, and I'm not seeing you, so I'm not quite sure which one of the lines you're on, sir. I cannot see you, Mr. Short, and you're logged on twice. As soon as I'm able to see Mr. Short, then we'll start back. Mr. Short.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Short, you're logged in twice, sir. You need to log off on one of the machines you're logged in. I cannot see you, but you're logged in twice. So you need to log off on one of the machines that you're logged into. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Trying, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short, you are logged in on two different equipment. Please log off on one of the equipment, sir. Now, whatever equipment you're on, I cannot see you, but I'm working with our IT to see what is going on with Mr. Short. As soon as I'm able to get him online, then we can move forward. He should be back on shortly. I was told he's locked. I was told he had to reboot his system. So hopefully he should be back on. All right, I'm gonna move on. He should join us. We do have a quorum as long as there are 3 board members present. There is a quorum. So and we currently have 4 board members. So all right, the board went into executive session to discuss with our attorney the motion that was raised by the protestant. There are 2 things going on here. There was an email was sent from our legal office. An email was sent by one of the protestants to our legal office on November 21st, requesting further instructions regarding the PIP, because pursuant to my instruction, I had informed the parties that our legal office would provide us further instruction. So on the 21st, an email was sent by one of the protestants to our legal office asking for guidance regarding the submission of the PIP. Our legal office responded prior to the deadline on the 28th to advise the parties the process to file a PIP, and the parties were also informed that they had up through December 5th to file the PIP. There were no objections received filed by any of the parties, but it was a joint email that was submitted to all the parties to inform them that the PIP was due. They had through December 5th to file the PIP. And even without that email, section 1729.9 states that the board may allow a party to submit their PIP and exhibit forms or amend their PIP and exhibit form after the submission deadline set forth in section 1722.8 for good cause. I believe that good cause was shown. And so I believe that, so I'm going to make a motion that the board allow the introduction of the PIP on the part of the applicant. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
That's 4-0-0. All right, let's move on. All right. So now that we've addressed, are there any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed? As I stated to you before, Mr. Badawa, if Mr. Klein decides to call Mr. Beam as a witness, you can object to his qualifications at the beginning, and we'll do voir dire. So you'll have an opportunity to further question him prior to his testimony. And if based on the questioning, then we'll determine whether or not, if you're satisfied with his qualification, on the board can make a determination and declare him an expert if there's disagreement. Okay?
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Any other preliminary matters that needs to be raised before we move forward? No. And that's all right. And the question I'd asked before is the protestant, and I'm just trying to find out whether or not this is a renewal application. Are the protestants in agreement that the license should be renewed? And I'll start with you, Mr. Badaway.
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Fine. I don't need to ask the rest of the protestant, because if one protestant says no, then we have to move forward. So, all right, fine. So I'm not saying that the other protestants agree or disagree, but since it would have to be unanimous, and we don't have an unanimous decision by the protestants. So the issues all right. So the board needs to decide whether or not the license will be renewed, and as a starting point. All right. What will occur is that we'll have opening statement by the applicant. We'll have an opening statement by the protestant, and it's my understanding, it's not by my understanding, that you, Mr. Badaway, that you will be representing all the protesting. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. And that's by our rules basically says that when there are multiple protesting, then the board will ask the parties to designate who it is that's going to represent the protesting. I don't know, and I probably need to look at the PIP to see how many witnesses, but let me ask a question, Mr. Klein. How many witnesses do you plan to call?
6, Mr. Chair.
6 witnesses?
Yeah, some of them will be brief, but yes, 6.
And Mr. Badaway, how many witnesses do you wish to call?
Mr. Chairperson, I believe at the status hearing, we were told that we could only call 5 witnesses. So we are prepared to call 5 witnesses.
And Mr. Klein, I'm going to comply with that requirement. I think this is I've told everyone that this is a matter. We're doing these hearings. We've cut down on the time, and I thought, well, anyway, so, all right, so 5 witnesses, sir, I will look at my instructions, and we're going to comply with the witnesses as provided in the instructions, okay? All right, so anyway, so as I stated before, the licensee will make an opening statement, then the protester will make an opening statement. The board will call its first witness. Once the board calls this witness, the board will have an opportunity, the board members will question the witness. Then the licensee will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness, and the protester will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. Then the licensee, the applicant, will present its case, and after the applicant has presented its case, the protester will have an opportunity to present its case. We'll have closing arguments, we'll close the record, and then we move on from there. All right, so Mr. Klein, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Andrew Klein on behalf of the applicant. We are here on behalf of Rito Loco LLC, trading as Rito Loco El Teco, to request that the board grant the application for renewal of the license without additional condition. It appears to us, from our understanding of the parties' interactions, the primary issue seems to be noise, and the evidence will show that the applicant has made continuing attempts to address the issues and will continue to do so. This establishment started, you'll hear from Mr. Hankins, it was a food truck. And Mr. Hankins decided to try the brick and mortar route, which he's done, and he's managed to survive through the pandemic and through all of the difficulties he's faced in the last few years. The evidence will show that he's made substantial changes in the nature of the operation in an effort to address the concerns that have been raised by the protestants with respect to noise. You will also hear from an expert witness, Mr. Marty Beam, who's a noise consultant, sound engineer, who will talk about other efforts that will be made and other changes that are contemplated to the establishment in an effort to further address the issues that have been raised with respect to noise. You will hear from Mr. Hankins how the curtailment of his activities in an effort to meet the objections of the neighbors has cost him financially at a time when he's just coming out of the pandemic, but he is committed to addressing issues and will continue to do so. At the conclusion of the evidence, at the conclusion of the case, we will request that you approve the application without further condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, members of the board, Mr. Klein and Ms. Johannes. The protestants have a tremendous amount of information to provide today, but at its core, our case is quite simple. As a matter of law, the licensee shall have the burden of proof to show that the establishment meets the appropriateness standard in accordance with DC Official Code Section 1711.5. The protestants intend to show through documentary evidence and through witness testimony that the licensee does not meet the appropriateness standard and that no reasonable person could construe the available facts to conclude otherwise. Our case today will focus on two specific elements of the appropriateness standard: the many ways the establishment adversely affects the peace, order, and quiet of the area on the one hand, and on the other, its record of compliance. Our evidence and testimony will proceed along three main lines of argument. First, and most importantly, the establishment has, over an extended period of time, regularly generated noise in the form of amplified music, particularly techno, trance, and electronic music, played by live disc jockeys that can be heard in the neighborhood residents, not just in the adjacent building, but other hundreds of feet away across a busy avenue. This is in direct violation of Section 725A, and although this is substantiated and documented in the investigative history, we will supplement it with firsthand witness testimony from multiple neighborhood residents. Second, the solid waste generated by the establishment has, again, over an extended period of time, been permanently stored in a manner that A, provides food, harborage, and breeding places for rodents, causes a nuisance, both as an eyesore and constriction of a narrow vehicular alley, constitutes an illegal, unpermitted use of a public space, and violates directly a summary order of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Each of these issues violates the litter provision of Section 726 of the DC Official Code or other statutes. And third, we will argue that the board must give great weight to the establishment's record of compliance when considering what licensing action to take. We have cited a number of violations already, but we wish to draw attention specifically to the licensee's documented record of violations of the settlement agreement reached with residents of the neighborhood at its prior renewal several years ago. The licensee may try to characterize the protestants as a small group of disgruntled, unreasonable, and impossible to please neighbors who simply don't want a bar or restaurant in their midst. This is not true. The volume of complaints and the reach of the licensee's adverse impacts on the neighborhood are such that two different advisory neighborhood commissions voted to protest the establishment's license renewal. And the group of 5 or more individuals' protest was joined by no fewer than 30 neighborhood residents who are directly affected by the persistent actions and behavior of the licensee. Thank you for your attention and your time this evening, and we look forward to proceeding.
All right, thank you. All right, the board will call its first witness, and so our first witness is Mr. Kevin Puente. Mr. Puente, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, turn your volume up a little bit, please, Mr. Puente. Mr. Puente, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Kevin Puente, K-E-V-I-N-T-E.
I can't hear you, Mr. Puente.
Hear me now?
You need to raise your volume, please, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's perfect. All right. Yeah, just one more time, Mr. Puente. I'm sorry. I'm trying to access some documents. I apologize for moving this. All right. So, Mr. Puente, can you again spell and state your name for the record, please?
Kevin Puente, K-E-V-I-N-P-U-E-N-T-E.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
The Alcoholic Beverage Administration.
How long have you been employed by the agency?
Approximately 7.5 years.
What's your role in working for the agency, sir?
Investigator.
And what are your duties and responsibility as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments throughout the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with this establishment? Are you familiar with the with Rita Loca El Teco, the applicant in this case?
Yes, I am.
And how did you become aware of this case?
I was assigned the protest investigation.
Did there come a time that you draft a report for this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of the report available that you can share with us?
Yes, I do.
So can you identify the document on your screen, sir?
This is my protest investigation.
When did you draft this?
December 2022.
Now, did you get an opportunity to speak to the parties in this case?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, who did you speak to?
I spoke with the budding property owner, Mr. Craig Kujawa. I spoke with the Group of 31 representative, Mr. Ramy Badway, and I spoke with ANC 6E, Mr. Alex Lopez, and the owner of Rita Loco El Techo, Mr. Louis Hankins.
So can you tell us what, if anything, you were able to you say you spoke to Mr. Kujawa. Can you tell us what was in there? Share with us the nature of your conversation.
Yes, so on Monday, November 21st, 2022, I telephonically spoke with Mr. Kujawa. Mr. Kujawa advised me that he lived in his residence well before Rita Loco came along. He said the biggest issue for him is the noise. He abuts the property and he constantly hears the bass and the music from the Summer Garden. He said Rita Loco El Techo is trying to create a nightclub. And even though he's the budding property owner right next to the establishment, he said his whole building can hear the noise and other neighbors are complaining about it as well. Mr. Kujawa stated that he'd like to see the establishment comply with the settlement agreement and noise regulations. He also advised me that they've been having problems with the trash. The establishment's putting their trash bins out on a public space in an alley. And he said just recently, most nights, he's been awake most nights because of the noise that's emanating from the establishment.
Who else did you speak to?
I spoke with Mr. Ramy Badway, who is the representative for the Group of 31.
What was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Badway?
Mr. Badway stated that the noise starts on most weekends in the afternoon and goes well into the early morning hours. He stated that even with the windows and doors closed, the Group of 31 can still hear the music and the noise that travels. Mr. Badway stated that he'd like to see compliance with the noise ordinance, the regulations, and a settlement agreement that Rita Loco currently has. Mr. Badway stated that residents have made the owner of Rita Loco aware numerous times of the noise, but most times the concerns go unresolved from the establishments. Mr. Badway stated that if the establishment cannot come in compliance with the regulations and the noise ordinance, they would like to see the entertainment endorsement be removed from the ABC license.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone from ANC 6E?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Alex Lopez. Mr. Lopez advised me there was three main issues: noise, trash, and parking. Mr. Lopez advised that noise has been the main issue for the neighborhood for a while now. Mr. Lopez advised that it goes on all night, starting in the afternoon into the early morning hours. Mr. Lopez advised me that the ANC would like to see a reduction of the entertainment hours. If that cannot happen, ultimately the establishment will not would like to see their entertainment endorsement taken away. The second issue was the trash. They had advised the establishments in that area to stop placing their trash bins in the alley on public space. It was attracting rodents and other litter throughout the alley in the neighborhood. The third issue that they have is parking. There's not much parking in the area due to being right on Florida Avenue, and patrons are parking on the side street, as well as they have seen staff and the owners park on the sidewalk right in front of there's that little island right next to the establishment, and they've seen cars parked there before and people go into the establishment.
Did you get a chance to speak to the owner of the establishment?
Yes, I went and met with Mr. Louis Hankins on Tuesday, November 21st. Mr. Hankins showed me around the establishment. He have showed me steps he has taken to reduce the noise by putting noise mitigating material up on the walls. He also has installed a decibel reader right in front of the disc jockey so they can see where they are to make sure they're not going over 90 decibels. Mr. Hankins had one of his employees play the music at 90 decibels and walk me around the neighborhood so we can hear the noise in the bass. Mr. Hankins also advised me that the year following COVID and the closures by the DC government and the city, he lost a lot of money. Admittedly, that first year, he takes blame for the violations that occurred after the reopening of DC. But Mr. Hankins advised me that since the late 2021, the establishment has not had any violations.
No, I know that you're not a sound engineer, Mr. Puente. Tell me a little bit about, you stated that the noise that as you had said, it was turned up to 90 decibel, and then you walked around the neighborhood. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more for me, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hankins owns an office right behind the establishment in one of the buildings. So he took me in there to hear it, and it's directly right behind the DJ booth where he had us. And we could hear a little bass, but it wasn't that loud where we were. When we were outside, there was a delivery truck that was occurring, so that kind of made more noise than what I was hearing the music when we were walking around on Florida Avenue and 6th Street Northwest.
Now, do you recall approximately about what time this was when you visited the establishment and met with the owner?
Yes, it was around 1 p.m.
All right, so tell us about the characteristics of this neighborhood, please.
Yeah, so Rito Loco is located in a mixed-use area. According to the GIS map, the mixed-use zone provides for mixed-use development that permits a broad range of commercial, institutional, multiple-dwelling unit residential developments at varying densities. In the area of 1200 feet of Rito Loco El Techo, there are 42 establishments. 10 establishments listed have a Class CR restaurant license, and those are Quattro Osteria, Fish Scale, BKK Cook Shop, 801 Restaurant and Bar, VIP Lounge, Apayo, Emmy Squared, Cortez, Koji Yoji, and Half Smoke. 5 of the establishments have a Summer Garden endorsement, and those are BKK Cook Shop, 801 Restaurant and Bar, Cortez, Koji Yoji, and Half Smoke. 5 of the establishments have an entertainment endorsement, and those are VIP Lounge, Apayo, Cortez, Half Smoke, and Quattro Osteria. There are no public schools or libraries within 400 feet of the establishment. Rito Loco is located at 606 Florida Avenue Northwest. It's a 2-story medium-sized establishment that abuts neighbor establishments on both sides, as a residential building abuts the back of the establishment. Rito Loco is a 2-story establishment with a total occupancy load of 79, a Summer Garden with a total occupant load of 79. The license includes entertainment and carry-out and delivery endorsements and a Summer Garden endorsement. The first floor has a kitchen and carry-out area for guests to pick up their food for to-go orders, as well as limited seating for guests to eat there. The second floor is mainly comprised of the Summer Garden with a bar and seating for guests. The Summer Garden has a retractable roof that can open up in the summertime, as well as sides that can open up during the summertime. I monitored Rito Loco El Techo on 7 separate occasions from Tuesday, November 17th through Wednesday, November 23rd. I reviewed ABBA records from November 1st, 2022 to November 6th. I reviewed ABBA records from November 1st, 2021 to November 16th, 2022. And there have been 45 noise complaints made against Rito Loco El Techo. The establishment was found in violation on 2 separate occasions, November 13th, 2021 and December 2nd, 2021. And both those cases were adjudicated by the board and OAG. And that's also.
No, you stated that you did observations like 5. You visited the premises, and so was that a variation of times that you different time periods that you visited the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And
yes, sir. I varied.
I'm sorry.
But I varied from late early morning hours from after midnight to 2 a.m. I visited the establishment at several times.
And did you observe any violations during the period of time that you did your observation?
No violations. I noticed pedestrian traffic was light to medium due to the area. There was no parking. I had to park in the alley on most occasions, right there and walk up. Due to Florida Avenue being a main artery right there.
And let's go through the exhibits in your report. Can you please identify the exhibits in your report, please?
Yes, sir. So the first exhibit is a letter from ANC 1B protesting the license. Exhibit 2 is a letter from ANC 6E protesting the license. Exhibit 3 is a letter from the group of 31 protesting the license. Exhibit 4 is a letter from the budding property owner, Mr. Kujawa, protesting the license. Exhibit 5 is the GIS, or is the copy of the zoning map. Exhibit 6 is the GIS map of establishments within 1,200 feet of Rito Loco El Techo. Exhibit 7 is the GIS map of any libraries and public schools within 400 feet of Rito Loco El Techo. Exhibit 8 is a photograph of the first floor pickup, takeout area for customers to get their food. Exhibit 9 is another photograph of the first floor. Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the summer garden. Exhibit 11 is another photograph of the summer garden. Exhibit 12 is another photograph of the summer garden. Exhibit 13 is another photograph of the summer garden. Exhibit 14 is another photograph of the summer garden and bar area on the summer garden. Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the front of the establishment. Exhibit 16 is a photograph of the retractable roof inside the summer garden. And Exhibit 17 is a current copy of their settlement agreement that they have on file with ABRA. And Exhibit 18 is a copy of the regulatory inspection I conducted at the establishment.
Mr. Pointer, what type of establishment and what type of license does this establishment have?
It has a class CT.
A CT? It has a tavern license?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to ask you, what current endorsement do they currently have on their license?
Well, they currently have carry out and delivery, summer garden, and entertainment endorsement.
And what are their current approved hours of operation?
Yes, sir. So the hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. The hours of sale are from on Sundays 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday 11:30 to 2 a.m. On Friday and Saturday, the hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. and the hours of sale are from 11:30 to 3 a.m. The entertainment is Sunday through Thursday 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. The hours of the summer garden are 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and Friday and Saturday 10 a.m. to 1:30 a.m.
Now, are they approved to have entertainment in their summer garden?
Yes, sir.
What are those hours of the entertainment in the summer garden?
The same time as the hours of the operation of the summer garden from 10 a.m. Take that back. So Sunday to Thursday goes from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. and then Friday and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1:30 a.m.
All right, you can close your screen. I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Investigator Ponte.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, how many years have you been with the Arbor?
7.5 years.
And for the record, what zone is this establishment in?
It's in a mixed use zone.
Which allows what for the record?
According to the DC zoning, mixed use zone provides for mixed use developments that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, and multiple dwelling unit residential developments at varying densities. The MU zone is a mixed use zone that's intended to be applied throughout the city, consistent with the density designation of the comprehensive plan.
So the comprehensive plan that's mentioned by the city means that residences will be right next to businesses and pretty much throughout that whole zone.
I believe so, sir.
And so basically the noise complaints, you mentioned that you visited, or you mentioned something about 45 noise complaints?
Yes, sir. According to ABBA records from November 1st, 2021 to November 21st, 2022, there's been 45 noise complaints.
Were any actions taken about these noise complaints, or were they just were they investigated, or what actions were taken about these 45 noise complaints?
Yes, sir. There were several cases written throughout the past year. One was a warning. Another one, the establishment had to pay a fine.
How much was the fine?
For case number 21 CMP 0068, it was a $2,000 fine.
Is that normal for this zone or this area?
Yeah, we get a lot of noise complaints in that area with it being the 9th Street corridor.
How many establishments have you have you investigated, or that you know of through Arbor, that have received a noise complaint of $2,000 fine?
Not many, sir, if any.
Would that mean that they're a little off the beaten path, so to speak, for other businesses who have the similar endorsements and similar type businesses?
Yes, sir.
Have you, as an investigator, had a talk with the establishment regarding these noise complaints, 45, and the fines, or is that something that you can discuss right now under this testimony?
Oh, yes, I've been out several times throughout the past several years for noise complaints. Most recently in October of this year, I went out to a noise complaint, and one of the abutting property owners invited us inside so we can hear it. But the problem we had at that visit was we also heard the neighboring establishment, and we determined that was a neighboring establishment at that time.
So it was not this operator, it was another operator that was making the noise that the complaint was made about.
Yeah, the owner said that it seemed like the bass was turned down just as we got there. So we heard more of the neighboring establishments, Summer Garden music.
And what month was this?
October 2022.
Okay, and the parking, again, how is parking in that area, or close to where this location is? What is it, 600 Florida Avenue? How was the parking there in that area?
There's not much parking. There's only available parking on 6th Street Northwest right there. With Florida Avenue going under the construction right now, there's a lot of lane closures. So mainly 6th Street Northwest, 7th Street Northwest is where I can find most people parking at.
Okay. My last question. Have you, as an investigator, had a talk with the owners of this establishment? And if so, how did the conversations go, or what recommendations, if any, did you make to them, or how did your visits to this establishment regarding the noise and parking and trash, how did it go?
Mainly for the noise complaints, when I visited, I spoke with, I believe, one of the ABC managers, and they turned it down for us on every visit I've been to over the past few years.
So it was loud, and they turned it down when you came to visit?
Yeah, because we couldn't get inside any of the neighbors' houses at the time. It was during COVID and stuff, so we didn't go inside. So we just asked them to turn it down because we can hear it walking up the stairs to the summer garden.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony and thank you for your excellent report. Investigator Ponte, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Klein.
Yes, good afternoon, Investigator Puente.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated that there were 45 noise complaints, many in the last year. Is that what I understood your testimony to be?
Yes, sir. I asked the supervisor to pull the noise complaints from November 1st, 2021 to November 21st, 2022.
And are those represented on page 10 of your report?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And in fact, the last one was just over a year ago, wasn't it?
Those are for the noise complaints.
Well, that was for any violation, correct?
Yes, sir. The last violation was December 2nd, 2021.
Okay. And was there any finding of a noise violation since then that's not reflected in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. And there was some discussion, much was made about the resolution of case number 21 CMP 00068 and the $2,000 fine. And your testimony was that, or you agreed, I don't know if it was your testimony, but you agreed that that was excessive for a noise complaint?
Oh, yeah. When I read because there was a global OIC for that case and several other cases, and all it said was charge 1 played music at such an intensity that was heard in a premise outside of the establishment. Statutory authority DC code 25725A. The charge was dismissed. Charge 2 failed to file a settlement agreement. Statutory authority DC code 25823. A fine $2,000 payable within 120 days.
So the $2,000 fine was not for a noise complaint, was it?
I had to read the case report to see what it was.
Wasn't charge 1 the noise complaint? Isn't what that's under number 4 on page 10 of your report?
Yeah, charge 1 says played music such an intensity, but I also know their settlement agreement states that no music should be heard inside their residence in their settlement agreement.
Okay. So, but in terms of from a legal standpoint, this was a settlement agreement violation, not a noise violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it may not be so unusual that for a settlement agreement violation, the fines might be higher, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in terms of, we talked a little bit about the character of the neighborhood. There are a number of establishments, and you testified before, and I think they were, of course, all listed in your report. There are a number of establishments near Rita Loco, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, on your visits there, you heard noise from at least one of those establishments, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And a number of those establishments have summer gardens, sidewalk cafes, or other outside seating facilities, don't they?
Yes.
And noise is audible from those other establishments, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
In fact, this establishment is not in, but it's right on the edge of the Arts Overlay District, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And we know that the Arts Overlay District is one in which 18-hour activity is encouraged under the zoning code, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was the latest time that you were in the neighborhood or near El Teco or at El Teco / Rita Loco?
The latest visit was, double check real quick. Was 12 a.m. to 12:30.
Okay. So you don't really know how late they went with respect to entertainment on any of your visits there. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, if I could could you call up Exhibit 5, please? To your report.
Okay, sir.
Um, who was sharing that before?
I'll share it. I can share it.
Okay, great. That would be helpful. Thank you. All right, now the little drop in the middle, that's where the establishment is located in the green?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now you testified about a visit to the establishment where you went to the office.
Yes, sir.
Can you show with your cursor approximately where within that rectangle the office is located?
It was right. So this is Rito Loco. I
Yeah.
believe this is Quattro Osteria right here. So it
Uh-huh.
was right behind Quattro Osteria, so right about here.
Okay. And all right. And you didn't hear noise? You did a bit of a noise test when you went there, right?
Yes, I was with Mr. Hankins. Where he told me was we were right behind the DJ booth. Me and him were having a conversation at normal level. We could hear it a little bit, but we weren't speaking loud to each other, but we were able to have a perfect conversation.
And what time was that?
1 p.m. when I went out there.
Okay. So it was just turned on, the music was turned on as a test so that you could hear it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were there, your visits, I think we covered this, but let me just make sure. You did hear noise from other establishments in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is actually, even though it seemed to be quiet on your visits, you've had occasion to visit this neighborhood at other times, other than in connection with this investigation, haven't you?
Yes.
And it's actually a pretty bustling part of town, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And there's typically a great deal of ambient noise in the neighborhood as well.
Yes, sir.
And what is that? What do you typically hear when you're there?
You hear the cars passing by, horns. At times, MPD will shut down Georgia Ave right there, so the buses will have to reroute during when they do the nightlife task force. On occasion, I saw trash trucks picking up trash, the city trash trucks from the city trash bins.
All right, now with respect to trash, did you see any issue with respect to trash when you were there?
I only saw the trash bins in the alley right next to the neighboring establishment, 600T.
Okay. And they were closed and orderly?
Yeah, they were all closed. There was nothing out. All the lids were closed. I was just advised that that's where Rito Loco puts their trash.
Okay. So I noticed that there's nothing in your report concerning the trash issue. Do we take from that that you didn't find any particular issues with trash when you were there?
No, I didn't see any over trash bins or anything. There was probably, I think, 10 to 12 trash bins in the alley lined up against 600T.
Right. And turning back to noise, isn't Howard Hospital right there as well?
Yes.
And we hear noise from ambulances and other vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Police cars?
Yes, sir.
Motorcycles?
Yep.
The whole range.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Investigator Puente. I want to
Good
thank
afternoon,
you
sir.
thank you for your testimony today, and I want to thank you for the work on your report. If I could just have rights to pull up the report here and share it, share the screen.
Mr. Orietta, can you please allow Mr. Badaway to share his screen, please?
Access has been granted.
Okay, and Investigator Puente, can you see your report here?
Yes, I can.
Okay, a couple of questions right off the bat. I think you testified that this establishment has a CT license. In fact, doesn't it have a restaurant license?
Yes, it's a restaurant. That's my apology.
The CR, correct? That's what it's.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. And you said that you were there on 7 separate occasions trying to listen for music from the establishment. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And at any of those times we were there, was there a DJ playing in the establishment?
I believe the 2 times I went, yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that on one occasion you went into Mr. Hankins' office in an abutting property and you could hear music coming from the establishment in his office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was 1 in the afternoon, I think you said?
Oh, yes, when I did the walkthrough with him.
If I could draw your attention to page 9 of your report. You indicate that there were 45, excuse me, on page 9, you indicate that there were 45 noise complaints made against Rito Loco El Techo between November 1st, 2021 and November 16th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say noise complaints, what does that number actually mean?
So any call that's made to the Abra hotline, the supervisor logs it if someone's reporting noise, as well as the e-complaint we have on our website. Any e-complaints that are sent in regarding noise, it's logged by the supervisor.
Does that also include voicemails that may have been left?
Yes, sir.
And you only went back for this period, correct? November 1st, 2021 to November 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't go back further than that, say for the period that the license was last renewed?
Oh, no, we just have a habit of doing the past year.
So you don't know, or if your report doesn't contain complaints that may have been made before November 1st, 2021, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you talk about a noise complaint is different from a complaint that's substantiated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it take to substantiate a complaint by Abra?
So for noise, it would take for the investigator to come inside the residence if the establishment has a settlement agreement or a board order saying noise can't be heard inside the residence, because under the current noise regulation, if the residence lives in any of a mixed use zone or several other zones, then it wouldn't be a violation. So we would have to come in and determine we hear the music, then it could be a violation.
In this same section here, beginning on, I guess, beginning on page 10, really after page 9, you indicate that the establishment was found in violation on 2 separate occasions, November 13th, 2021 and December 2nd, 2021. What do you mean, what does violation mean in this context?
So that when they were adjudicated by the board and OAG.
And does your report indicate instances where substantiation was not possible? So, for example, does your report indicate when, for example, Abra investigators were not permitted to go inside residences due to COVID policies?
No, sir.
And does your report indicate instances in which Abra investigators were unable to respond to a residence due to staffing issues?
No, sir.
On, going on to page 9 of your report, I believe it's, or excuse me, section 9, you indicate that you made a request for calls for service from the Office of Unified Communications, but that the result had not come in yet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The time you completed this report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you received a report of the calls for service since you completed this report?
I have not.
Okay, and you can, just for everyone, can you tell us what a call for service means?
Calls for service is a call that's taken by 911 or 311 that goes through the Office of Unified Communications, and they usually keep track of all calls to a certain address.
And presumably calls, loud noise complaints sometimes go to constitute a call for service, right? In addition
Yes, sir.
to, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be separate from a call to ABRA's hotline, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the legislative history, or excuse me, the investigative history here, that again is beginning on page 10 of your report. I know it's a lot to sift through, but in your report, with this section, were you able to ascertain how many times the establishment has been cited or charged with a primary tier violation of the alcohol beverage regulations?
We're talking about all regulations?
A primary tier, right? Primary tier
Okay.
violation.
So just looking at it on the first page, item number 2 is a primary tier violation that was adjudicated. You're able to scroll down, sir. Item number 4 was another, I believe, primary tier as well. Wait, no, that's a secondary, never mind. That's a sum agreement secondary charge. There's only, so item number 6 is a primary tier charge back during the COVID, during the mayor's order. So that's 2 primary tiers right there, as well as item number 8 was another primary charge, but that was a warning. So 3.
Maybe investigator, I can, for sake of time, is it fair to say this report indicates that there are 7 primary tier violations during this investigation period?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And looking at that investigative report, can you tell quickly how many times the establishment has been charged with a second tier violation of the ABC regulations?
Approximately 15, from what I can tell.
And finally, would you say that this section of your investigation shows that the establishment has been charged with violations of the settlement agreement that was in place 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Based on your experience conducting these types of protest investigations, is it common for a Class C restaurant licensee to have this number of primary and secondary tier violations in their investigative history?
Objection, objection. We're confusing violations and charges. They're not violations unless and until they're adjudicated or there's an offer in compromise.
So rephrase the question, Mr. Badaway.
I will phrase this. Based on your years of experience conducting these types of protest investigations, is it common for Class C restaurant licensees to have this number of primary and secondary tier citations in their investigative history?
Objection. I don't know what the term citations means. Citation is if there's a ticket, is that what we're talking about? And that was not the previous examination. So it's a little misleading.
I think he's reading the doc. He's reading it as it's written. So I'm going to overrule the objection. If the investigator can respond, he can.
Read the question, sir.
I'm sorry. So the question is, based on your experience as an ABRA investigator investigating these types of establishments, is it typical for Class for restaurants seeking renewal to have this many primary and secondary tier citations?
Not for a restaurant, sir.
Investigator Puente, earlier in your report on page 4, you indicated that the establishment is in the MU4 zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does your report indicate the distance between the establishment from neighboring zones?
No, sir.
Showing you here what's marked as your Exhibit 5 in your report. Can you tell me what the large green rectangle right here is indicated in your report?
That's yes, sir. So that's a Art 2 zone. So that's most likely Howard Theater.
Do you know whether or not there are any large apartment complexes to the west of the establishment?
Yes, in between Rito Loco and Howard Theater, I believe there's one apartment building.
Do you know the name of that apartment building?
I think it's the Shaw, if I'm right.
And what are these sort of yellow rectangles immediately to the south of El Techo?
Well, those are usually residential, with markings for residential housing.
Okay. In this green area here, RF1, that's a residential zoned area?
Yes, sir.
And is there a reason that this map right here doesn't show any areas either to the northeast or the east or the southeast of the establishment?
No, sir. We go on the Department of Zoning's website and we put the address in, and this what usually comes up a certain radius around the establishment.
We're looking now at exhibit, I believe this is number 6.
Yes, sir.
And again, here we don't have anything to the east or the south, correct? Any of the other establishments in the area?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reason for that?
Yeah, when the person gave me the map for the GIS map, she blew it up so I can see all the establishments that were right in the vicinity of Rito Loco El Techo.
And going to the east of El Techo, are you aware of any other establishments in the area that are not shown on this map?
So, right across the street from Quattro Osteria, there's another restaurant there.
Do you know the name of that restaurant?
It escapes me right now.
Okay. And are there any other restaurants, going further east that are not depicted here?
Further east. If you cross New Jersey Avenue right there in Florida, there's some establishments on the left side going east.
Right. And then my question here is, earlier in your report, it states that your report stated there are a certain number of other ABC licensed establishments within so many feet of this establishment. Does your report indicate anywhere how many individual private residences are within any given radius of this establishment?
No, sir.
I think you already testified to Exhibit 10 and what this is. Can you tell me in this exhibit, this is inside El Techo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me whether this is facing what direction this view is facing?
This is facing the abutting property owner, so the abutting property owner will be on the back side of that wall.
Okay. Let's see if I can rotate this now. This is Exhibit 11 to your report, correct, investigator?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what this dark area right here is and sort of where my cursor is?
I believe it's a storage area.
And what is the light colored area here on the upper portion of the image?
So that's they have a retractable roof and they can open up the sidings on the back side.
And do you know what that material is made of?
I do not, sir, no.
Going to Exhibit 12 here, picture. Do you know what this exhibit depicts?
Yeah, so this is the table seating facing Florida Avenue Northwest.
Again, what is the very light colored area in the right half of the image? Do you know?
That's the siding of the Summer Garden.
Okay. And do you know what that siding's made of?
I do not, sir.
Quickly going to Exhibit 13. Do you know what this photograph depicts?
Yes, more tables and seating. The restrooms are in the back right there, and then more of the siding on Florida Avenue Northwest.
Okay. And you said again, this is facing Florida Ave Northwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the very light colored area in the background of the image?
That's more of the siding on the Summer Garden.
And again, you don't know what that's made of, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, this is Exhibit 15 of your report, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, and earlier in Section 4 of your report, it stated that, quote, the Summer Garden has sliding windows along with a retractable roof that can open, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are those sliding doors shown in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where are those sliding doors? Are we talking about these things right here where my mouse is aiming to?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen the actual operation of the sliding doors? How they go from open to close?
I have not, sir, no.
And again, can you describe the material that these doors appear to be made of?
I cannot, sir.
And can you give me an estimate of the overall height and length of this street-facing area of the Summer Garden?
The size of the like sliding glass windows or the whole Summer Garden?
I guess the whole the whole side here of the Summer Garden facing Florida Avenue.
I had to guess maybe 60 feet.
And does this image also depict the roof of the Summer Garden?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe the roof of the Summer Garden?
Yeah, so in this picture, it's open. As you can see, the siding kind of open in the air.
And this is Exhibit 16, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what this exhibit depicts?
This is showing the roof of the Summer Garden, where they have these decorations hanging from it right now.
Okay. And other than up, do you know what general direction this image is facing?
I do not, sir, no.
Okay. And what is the white looking area on the right here?
That's more the siding of the Summer Garden. enclosed.
And the ceiling again is the center of the image, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, do you know why that's white?
The material that they used,
Again, do you know what that material is?
I do not.
Does the material making up the roof appear to be the same material that makes it the sliding doors?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, investigator, just a few more questions here. I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 17 of your report. Is that correct?
Yes, the settlement agreement.
Settlement agreement, right? And in paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement, or paragraph. Would you agree with me that the settlement agreement states that the applicant shall install sound absorptive materials and barriers to maintain sound levels as required by law? Correct? Is that in the settlement agreement?
So paragraph 4.
So here we're looking at this right here, number 4, outdoor mitigation.
Yes, it does.
In the course of your visits, I think you said there were 7 visits to the to El Techo. Did you observe any sound absorptive materials on any part of the summer garden, the ceiling of the summer garden?
Not the ceiling so much, but he showed me, Mr. Hankins showed me material that's on the abutting side that they installed.
Okay. When you say abutting side, what do you mean?
The side that butts the property owner, that wall.
Okay. And can you describe that absorptive material, what it was?
It was, I've seen it in other establishments. It's like a very thick piece of like sponge styrofoam kind of thing that they put up to help trap the noise inside.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Investigator Fuente. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Badway, please close your screen. Just any follow-up questions by the board members?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Investigator Puente, thank you for your report and your testimony today. They took it off the screen, but you were just asked about the outdoor noise mitigation. It said by June 1, 2020. Your report is basically in 21 and 22, correct?
Yes, sir.
It says here the order for the noise mitigation, it can include shrubbery, cinder block, or wooden walls, perhaps with vines, trees and planters, fountains with running water, or other muffling objects. Now, I think you just testified that you believed you saw some styrofoam type material on a wall that I guess abuts the wall of one of the protestants.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe that material is listed in their settlement agreement. So did you see cinder block or wooden walls, perhaps with vines? Did you see that in areas that would muffle the sound so it would not get into people's apartments?
They have like plants and like stuff inside the summer garden, but I didn't see any. I can't recall if I saw planters or cinder blocks.
And what about wooden walls and fountains with running water?
I'm not sure about the fountains, but I believe though there was a panel of wood behind the like styrofoam noise mitigation stuff.
So you think that was layered on one on the other, perhaps?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony, the roof opened up. Do you know when they would open up the roof? In any of your visits, was the roof open?
Not during this time of the year, but usually in my past visits in the summer and spring, when it's warm out, the roof would be open.
And is the DJ on that floor where the roof would be open?
Yes, sir.
And does that roof abut the building where some protestants live?
Yeah, so some of the protestants in that building will be above the summer garden, so they will be able to hear it.
Not so. In other words, if it's open, it's more likely the sound would go up and hit the exterior walls of that apartment building or condo building.
Yes, most
Is that
likely.
what? There was, I'm just going back through the document. There was a zoning, looked like a zoning plat. I think you testified that you did not have a list of how many residents were within the proximity of that the distance that you follow. But are you aware of the use of the buildings directly across the street? I think it's that would be Florida Avenue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Directly across the street. Are you familiar with the use and the zoning of that row of buildings?
Yeah, so usually across the street, there's residents that lines that going all the way down Florida on the
going towards Fifth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but okay, so those are residential buildings, and as far as you know, there is no commercial activity in those buildings.
Not directly across, but if you go up, if you're going west towards
Yes, sir.
9th Street.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
I'm talking about the block that goes towards Fifth, going towards the east, I guess you would say.
Yeah,
right?
for the most
It's
part,
all
it's
residential.
Yes, sir.
Now, going to the block you mentioned, it's also across Florida Avenue, but it's a little, I guess, a little bit more distance. I think you're aware that there is commercial activity there.
Yes, sir.
And there are licensed establishments like would be on your list, I guess, nightclubs or CTs that had DJs, such as Uproar would be there.
Yes, sir. Uproar, Flash, and I believe
Flash.
Fishscale.
Fishscale. Well, Fishscale, okay, is more of a restaurant, I thought. But so any of the times you were there during your reporting of the 2021 and 2022 were either Uproar or Flash operating?
Yes, sir. They both were.
And do they each have a summer garden on the roof?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that noise that may have been perceived being coming from the licensed establishment we're talking today could possibly be coming from another roof deck?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Puente for, I'm sorry, Mr. I wasn't planning to go back around this line of questioning, but I will,
I just have one.
and then you'll get a chance, Mr. Badaway. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Investigator Puente, you were asked whether it was typical for a licensee to have this many violations seeking renewal, and you responded not for a restaurant, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In looking at the investigative report, on page 10 of your report, 10 and 11, aren't 6 of the violations failure to file a quarterly statement?
Yes, sir.
And those are violations that can only be committed by a restaurant licensee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I'll give you one question, Mr. Badaway, if you have one pressing question that you need to ask.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Puente. Thank you for your testimony. All right, okay, we're gonna have the licensee call his first witness, but we're gonna take a break. What I'm gonna do, I will take a scheduled break every 2 hours. So it's 4:33, and I'll take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back on the record at 4:43. So 10-minute break. We're off the record.
Hello. 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 Hi.
We're back in the record. Who's your first witness, Mr. Klein?
Mr. Louis Hankins.
I see Mr. Hankins is online already. Mr. Hankins. Mr. Hankins, can you turn your camera on, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you
Thank
raise
you.
your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State your name, please.
Louis Hankins, Louiehankins.
And what is your connection to Rita Loco El Teco?
Founder.
When did you open the establishment?
Started as a food truck in 2012.
You started as a food truck?
Yes, sir, Rita Loco.
And how long did you operate the food truck?
The food truck is actually still viable to operate, but we operated heavily from 2012 through 2017, trying to, build brick and mortar and continue to grow our success. We've been named DC Food Truck of the Year on 4 separate occasions, Forbes #3 food truck in America. At one point in time, also held licenses in Southern Florida, where we won numerous awards as well.
And when did you turn your attention to a brick and mortar establishment?
After the first year, directly after the first year, we were at an event at a law firm on K Street, where I met one of the employees of the DC DEMPED Great Streets Grant Program. And they told me that I should definitely, they realized that I was on the 7th Street corridor and that I should apply for this grant to help build out my restaurant.
And so when did you ultimately open the restaurant?
It took 27 months to get my 700 square foot burrito taco restaurant open.
So it was 700 square feet. Where was that located?
606 Florida Avenue, Northwest.
Right. But what floors of the building?
What's that, sir? Sorry.
What floors? What stories of the
Ground
building?
level. Ground
The
level.
ground
Takeaway taco shop.
Okay. So it was just takeaway tacos at that point.
Burritos and tacos, yes, sir.
And did you immediately apply for an alcohol license?
I believe we did, sir. That's a long time ago. There was a lot going on. I was trying to manage getting the grant from the city.
Okay. And so you ultimately opened on the ground floor, and you ultimately were
in 2015.
2015?
Yeah.
Okay. And there came a time that you expanded the premises?
Yes, sir. After the grant was finally issued, we had to use the money to improve the property at 606 Florida, not on paying back our debts or anything like that. So we built a rooftop. That process took us 36 months. Permits, delays, et cetera, on both jobs ultimately put us over $1 million in debt on our project.
And when did you ultimately open the rooftop area?
August 17th, 2017. So we just passed our 5-year anniversary.
3 of those were marred by COVID, we all know.
Yep. Where most people sat at home, we stayed and worked, and we're a place where people could come and escape the craziness of COVID and feel like they were in a favorite destination place. Obviously, nobody was traveling by air, so it was. I think it was really something that people really enjoyed.
And so do you have a concept for this establishment, a vision as to what it is?
Yeah, for sure. El Techo, it's pronounced El Techo, not El Techno or anything like that. People like to play semantics and say, you know, we play techno music at El Techno, but that's not the case. It's El Techo, which means the rooftop. When I lived in Europe back in 2008, I found some of my favorite experiences were going to just that, places that were experiences. Could be classified as a restaurant by day, and you could get there at 6, 7 p.m. for you know, happy hour European time, and have some drinks with friends, and then, you know, now you're having some bites, and then a DJ comes on, you know, later in the evening, and you can meet a girl or partner or whatever, and next thing you know, you're on the dance floor, and you just have a really great time. You're touching, as the proprietor, you're touching all 5 senses of your customer's aura, your sight, smell, sound, everything. And that's what I wanted to bring to DC. DC had a very clear line drawn between, there's nightclubs, which I had definitely frequented as I've been a resident for DC all my life. I've been going out in DC since 1991, or restaurants. And there was really nothing in between that served great food and provided music.
Okay, so you differentiate yourself from nightclubs. What's the difference? Why are you different than a nightclub?
Well, like the story I just painted for you was, you know, like you're out to dinner with friends and so forth like that. I mean, I would never walk into Flash and expect to go and have dinner on their dance floor. That's just not feasible. It's way too loud. It's just not the environment. I think of all of the investigator Fuentes pictures, you saw tables in every single picture. Additionally, something that you saw or maybe didn't see in the investigator Fuentes pictures was big, huge speakers. You know, I know going into many music venues, there's speakers taller than I am, you know. You can go back and look at those, and you might see a couple small speakers stapled, attached to the roof of the bar, but we don't have 18-inch, 20-inch subwoofers. We don't have 12-inch self-powered speakers and things of that nature. We're not throwing sound all over the neighborhood. You know, maybe we were guilty of that in the past, and when we first opened and didn't have any money to afford a proper sound system, but we've continually made improvements in our establishment since day one, and continue to not pay off our debt and continue to try to exist in the neighborhood.
So during the course of your operation, you have heard complaints from neighbors, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you tried to address those concerns in any way?
Yes, sir.
What have you done?
As I said, it did take us 3 years to get open. Unfortunately, the permitting process with DCRA was not the smoothest. That really, like I said, put us behind the 8 ball financially. A lot of our budget was eaten up in terms of things that we wanted to do. So when we first opened, it was strictly an open air venue. There was no roof, there was no walls, there was no nothing. In fact, the day that we opened, it was a huge rainstorm. We were all standing behind the bar, under the roof of the bar, 30 of us. And, you know, people would come. It was the craziest thing. People would come and eat tacos and bring their own umbrellas and sit there on our open air deck with an umbrella and eating a taco. And I could never understand it, but it was great. But over the last 5 years, we've tried to survive winters, and we've continually made it as enclosed as possible when we need it to be, and more like a convertible where things can move and operate accordingly with the weather and things of that nature. Additionally, like I said, back when we first opened, We were using self-powered speakers that were throwing music, you know, all around the neighborhood. We are now elevated our speakers to a high fidelity sound system. Our speakers are 8 inches in diameter, which is about that big. You know, not these big speakers like this that most nightclubs have. You know, that's what we're being likened to. That sound system cost us $35,000. We removed all those bigger speakers. We removed any subwoofers, things of that nature. We've added decibel readers. We've trained our staff. I mean, we've engaged sound engineers. So yeah, I mean, I think we continually try to do stuff.
All right, you mentioned a sound meter. What do you use that for?
So we have determined throughout the 45 visits from the ABRA and DCRA investigators through the use of their sound meters, where our sound level can be to be within the framework of the law, right? And the framework of the law is it's 60 decibels on the sidewalk outside of the establishment. So what we have done is we've put a sound meter in place right in the middle of the restaurant, which is in clear view of our DJs that play on Friday and Saturday evenings. We've changed our manager staff and all of our employees, and also the gentleman that books all of our DJs, to make sure that everybody knows what that level is. And, you know, I have to say that most times when the investigators show up and they do have their meters, we're at 60 decibels on the sidewalk, 60 decibels off the alley off the back, which is adjacent to the Shaw apartment building. And then as they start coming up the stairs, because the door to El Techo, once you get to the top of the stairs, is usually open during the summer and nice days. Once they start walking up the stairs, then their decibel reader will start reading, you know, 65, 71, 73 till they get to the top of the stairs, you know. So, but on the ground level, we're at 60.
Now, you have an entertainment endorsement that allows you to operate until 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday, correct?
Our hours of operation for entertainment are till midnight on weekdays and then 1:30 on weekends. We are not. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, go on.
We don't have a typical nightlife endorsement as most places would.
Okay, but I mean, your license allows you to go to 2 and 3, correct? I mean, you've just voluntarily.
For alcohol, I think it's midnight and 1:30. I think that's part of our settlement agreement.
During the last couple of years, have you made other changes in an effort to satisfy the neighborhood or address what are the perceived concerns with the operation of your establishment?
We're continually trying to work within the neighborhood. We don't want to be the pariah like they will make us out to be later in the conversation. I used to have DJs 7 nights a week. Now we only do Fridays and Saturdays in the evening times.
And that
we engaged Martin Beam back in July, who has had tremendous success with friends of mine in Washington, D.C. at mitigating their type of noise and so forth. So we are in full swing of you know, trying to make additional measures.
Right. And are you committed to following through what Mr. B might recommend with
Absolutely.
respect to further noise mitigation?
100%.
Okay. Now, you testified that when you first opened the rooftop, it was unenclosed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there came a time that you enclosed it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would like to have Ms. Johannes be able to share a copy of the complete settlement agreement. You've been given sharing privileges?
Access has been granted.
I'm sorry, that's one of the reasons why I do not like to put myself on mute. She has those privileges. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you open it up? Can you? We see your directory, but we don't. There it is.
What are we looking at? Is there a file we're looking at, sir? And we need to.
Yeah, these two. Where are they? These two photos. Okay.
Apologies, let me try this again.
Mr. Hankins, is that noise coming from your location, sir?
I don't know what noise you're referencing, sir.
There's, all right.
I'm in an office. If you're hearing anything, it would be background noise of Florida Avenue.
Do you see the exhibit?
No, now we do. All right. Mr. Hankins, you're familiar with your settlement agreement?
Yes.
You know what this is? It's being shown right now.
That is the northeast side of the building, facing towards Florida Avenue and 6th Street north side, in the direction of Mr. Badway's residence.
Right, but it says Exhibit A. What's that in Exhibit A to? Is that an exhibit to your settlement agreement?
It's got to be, yes, sir. You're saying it is, and that's it. Yes, that is polycarbonate tri-wall wall panels. They have SCT rating of 18, I believe.
Okay, so when paragraph 4B says to further mitigate noise, the applicant has installed polycarbonate wall panels in the summer garden. See Exhibit A. This is the Exhibit A that we're talking about.
Yeah, not as beautiful as looking out on the Florida Avenue.
Okay, all right, but you did install those.
Yes, sir.
And is there an agreement in the settlement agreement as to when they're to remain in place?
Yes, sir. 10:30 weekdays, midnight weekends, 9 p.m. on Sundays.
All right. And what's the purpose of these panels?
Sound transfer, to eliminate sound transfer.
And do you comply with the requirements as to when they're to be closed and when you can have them open?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can have her stop sharing at this point. Now, have you taken other steps, or do you plan to take other steps to address noise at your establishment?
Yes, like I said, fully committed to whatever Martin Beam instructs us to do.
hear from him in a minute. Now, have you been available to confer with residents concerning their perceived issues with your establishment?
I'm here all the time. Yeah, I think Mr. Kojwala could attest to the fact that I'm here most of the time. We typically pass each other with a head down or a slight grin, and that's about it. There's not much conversation going back and forth.
Now, in the last couple of years, you've, as a result of these complaints, voluntarily curtailed some of the activities at the establishment on the rooftop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, self-admittedly, coming out of the pandemic last year, we obviously needed to earn as much revenue as possible, narrowly escaping and surviving through the pandemic. And we contracted with a local DC promoter, and they through several parties where they brought in excessive amounts of speakers and sound. The bottoms were 18-inch subwoofers, and the tops were 15-inch, and it was excessive. No questions about that. And I think that we all kind of got a little bit lost, during that time frame of being free again and so forth and things of that nature. But November, December, we definitely took the advice of the ABRA investigators of cleaning up our act and things of that nature. And we ceased that relationship with that promoter and have been doing things on our own. And I was actually just looking back at our 3-month report. We've actually lost over $150,000 in alcohol revenue in the last 3 months compared to 2021. So pretty significant. It's pretty significant over a 3-month period.
But you're committed to maintaining the current program in terms of dispensing with the use of these promoters?
Yeah, never again. Absolutely not. Those promoters found a nice little home over in the Midtown corridor, so they're fine. I'm fine doing what I do. So,
have there been particular individuals in the neighborhood with whom you've successfully worked to address issues related to your establishment, A&C commissioners or otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Tony Brown, who was our commissioner before Alex Lopez, I think understood our concept and our vision, appreciated it for what it added to the Florida Avenue 600 block. That it includes the Howard Theater, Flash, Half Smoke, the Go-Go spot, the lot across from Howard Theater, all these establishments that create a lively scene in Washington, D.C. Plenty of the residents in the neighborhood thank me for being here for the last 10 years and truly come and enjoy the space. So,
did you at some point enlist the mayor's office on nightlife and culture with respect to complaints about your establishment?
Yes, we had the most recent nightlife mayor out, Solana. We invited her to come have dinner with us one Friday evening, and yeah, she was fully supportive of what we were doing.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Hankins. How are you tonight?
Fantastic. And you, sir?
Good. Not bad. Thank you for asking. Mr. Hankins, well, first of all, may I share my share content, please?
If Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Badaway to share his screen, please?
Access has been granted.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, do you see exhibit, I believe this is 15 from Investigator Puente's report. Can you see that, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Hankins, you oversaw the construction of the El Techo roof deck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's primarily a polycarbonate construction, correct?
Drywall polycarbonate, per the settlement agreement to,
Polycarbonate's plastic, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And the investigator talked about panels on the area of the roof deck facing Florida Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this picture here, this exhibit shows those panels, correct?
It shows them open, sir.
Right, open, but shows some that are closed, correct?
Those are stable, sir. Those don't move.
Panels, but the panels that are polycarbonate plastic, they come on and off, correct?
Yes. The settlement agreement required for certain points to be fixed panels and certain places could be operable.
Okay. And those panels are relatively light, correct?
We use 2 people to move them.
Okay, so it takes 2 people and 2 people can take them off, correct? And 2 people can put them back on, correct?
Correct.
And on a nice day, they're off quite a bit, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, you have the windows and doors open to your house, right? So, yes, sir. Yeah, we have our windows and doors open for sure.
And, okay, and the ceiling, that opens and closes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's also translucent, correct?
That's correct.
That's also plastic material, correct?
Drywall polycarbonate. Yes, sir.
Again, polycarbonate is plastic, correct?
Drywall polycarbonate. Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the decibel reader that has been that you're now using at your establishment, El Techo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you testified that you now have a decibel reader, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you got that decibel reader?
After our violation in December of 2021.
Okay, so before that you didn't have one, correct?
Correct. Like I said, self-admittedly, we were doing things outside of the lines and we weren't thinking clearly. And now we've, over the last year, have adjusted our thinking and are trying to do everything the correct way, sir.
And I believe you testified that with the decibel reading, when when music is playing, you or one of your employees takes it downstairs and stands on the sidewalk, correct?
No, I did not testify to that, sir. I testified that when ABRA and DCRA show up with their meters, which are the official meters, let me know that we're at 60 decibels, is what I testified to, sir.
And those readings are taken down on the sidewalk, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And I believe you also said that when they begin to walk upstairs to the entrance to the roof deck, the readings get higher, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think 60, 70, 80, you said, correct? As they're walking in the door?
I didn't say 80, sir.
70?
Yeah.
And
I think the most recent one was measured at 73.
Okay. And that is, again, that's as it gets closer to where the music is emanating from, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hankins, you testified that in 2021 you had a relationship with I believe you described it as a sound producer, correct?
I don't know what a sound producer is. You might be referencing a promoter.
Okay, promoter, right? And do you remember the name of that promoter?
I know that the name of the events is Elysium.
And how long was your contract with Elysium for?
I mean, it was verbal, but it was to do events last year after the pandemic. I think we reopened June 11th. I think that was Pride weekend. I remember the atmosphere of the city was super joyous, and we definitely had a party. And you know, I think everybody was happy to be free from their apartments, and yeah, we weren't really thinking about the rules at that time, sir.
And last year, you had Elysium, and they had DJs, correct, that performed all summer long. Is that correct?
Wasn't all summer long, sir. They had I think they had 4 or 5 parties. I don't recall exactly.
June, July?
Through November, December. Yes, sir.
So
it was usually one or 2 a month.
So from the summer into the fall, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I believe you initially testified that when you opened El Techo, you had this vision, correct?
Got to have a vision, sir.
So that's a yes, sir?
Yes.
And you said, I think you talked about the investigative reports. There were tables, right? There were chairs. You never saw anyone dancing, correct?
I didn't ever say nobody was dancing. I would never promote no dancing. That's what music's all about.
But in the pictures, I think you emphasized that there was no dancing in the pictures, correct?
I didn't say anything about no dancing in the pictures, sir. I said there was tables.
Okay.
You're trying to propose that I'm a nightclub like Flash. What I'm saying is there's no tables in the middle of Flash. I would never think to sit down in the middle of the dance floor at a table and try to eat dinner at Flash, which is a nightclub. I am not a nightclub because I have tables and it's for dinner service, sir.
Chairman, if possible, could you please direct the witness that the presenter is asking the questions, and I'm pleased not to put words in my mouth.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. It seems like the attorney put words in the witness's mouth, not the other way around.
All right, gentlemen. The question was asked. I'll just ask the parties that asked the question, answer the question. I believe that his question, I'm sorry, his answer was responsive to the question, but I'll just want to remind the parties, no matter what decision is made by the board today, at least until the board makes a decision, these two establishments, Mr. Badaway, you're going to live there. This establishment is going to remain there. When I said at least until the board makes a determination, so I have just asked the parties to be civil. But anyway, I'm not saying that either side has not been civil. I'm just reminding both parties to. Go ahead, Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hankins, there is music played at El Techo, correct?
Certainly.
And there was music played at El Techo after the settlement agreement that you entered into, correct?
Yes, I have an entertainment endorsement, sir. That's
right. And that includes disc jockeys, correct?
Only disc jockeys, sir.
Okay. Those disc jockeys play electronic dance music, correct?
We play what's called house music, sir. So, I mean, yeah.
Okay, they play house music, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you said currently the DJs play on Friday and Saturday night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the music starts in the evening and goes throughout the night, correct?
Yes, starts at 8 p.m. and ends at 1:30.
And there's dancing at that time, correct?
We have a small area in front of our DJ booth that can have tables removed if people show up for that nature, or if people from dinner want to. Our restaurant acts like a Tetris board. We can move stuff all around. So typically tables would be removed 10:30, 11 o'clock.
So the tables come out, correct?
In about 20% of the space.
Okay, and that's where they can dance, correct? Your staff, your patrons, and the
Correct.
music is playing at that time, correct?
Correct. And to make a very big distinction, when we were working with Elysium, all the tables were removed and the entire space was, you know, so it's a very, very different atmosphere now.
And that was in 2021, correct? After you had entered into a settle agreement with the members of the community, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you admitted that mistakes were made during that time period, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm not here to not admit my mistakes.
Music was played loudly, correct?
You might say loudly, I might say at the perfect tune. So I don't, you know,
Well, you're aware that there have been complaints since your establishment opened, correct? By community members that music from El Techo can be heard inside their residence, correct?
I know that people call and talk about that. Yeah. But I have an office that shares the same walls. And I mean, I'm in my office all the time if I'm not in El Techo, and I don't hear it. So, I mean, I don't know. I've never been in Mr. Kujala's place. I've never been in your backyard. I've never been in, you know, other people's residence. So I wouldn't be able to attest to that, what they are actually hearing or not hearing.
My question, I guess, Mr. Hankins, is you are aware that noise complaints have been made by surrounding community members, correct?
Sure, but I don't know if that's coming from El Techo or Flash or the lot across from Howard Theater. I mean, how do I know it's me?
Okay. And you're aware that those complaints from some of the community members are that the music comes from El Techo, correct?
Yeah, I think people like to call on El Techo. I think people like to call on Flash. I think people like to call on, you know, many of the establishments on this street, including the Go-Go store. I mean, what was that whole campaign? Don't mute DC.
And you have also heard from various ANC commissioners, correct? That the community members complain about music, loud music coming from El Techo, correct?
I've heard from this current administration's, yes.
And you're aware that two separate ANCs voted to protest the renewal of your liquor license.
I'm aware, sir.
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, whose screen is open?
It's
is
mine,
there
I'm
not
sorry.
utilizing that?
I'll
Can we
remove that
pause
now.
that, please?
I'll remove that. Apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hankins, I want to talk to you a little bit about the issue of litter from El Techo. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Currently, you store El Techo's trash bins in an alleyway between 600T and the Shaw. Is that correct?
Yeah, but let's clarify that. That's not just Rita Loco El Techo's trash cans. That's trash cans for Cuatro Osteria, 600T, and 3 residences. So it's the entire block's trash cans, sir.
So Cuatro Osteria is one of your establishments, correct?
It is.
And just to clarify, you currently El Techo's trash bins are stored in that alleyway, correct?
Correct.
And that's where the litter and trash from El Techo goes, correct?
That's where everybody's trash goes, sir. Yes, including El Techo's.
And you're not aware of any government permit that allows you to store your trash bins there, correct?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance is that, again, whether or not he's complying with local ordinances, whether or not he's complying with government orders, whether or not he's adhering to them, demonstrates whether or not he intends in the future to comply with orders from this board and from other agencies.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, I'm not quite sure where you're going, but you're asking about trash. So go ahead. All right.
And Mr. Hankins, so you're not aware of any municipal order that allows you to store your trash there, correct?
I was given a BZA approval to store my trash in between 600T and 606 Florida Avenue. However, when COVID happened, 600T was granted, per the mayor's COVID orders, was granted the ability to use their rear patio for patrons. That eliminated the ability for our trash to come in and out of that backyard. So the trash cans had to go outside, sir. There is a motion or filing for us to gain that approval that is in process.
You are in fact you're authorized by the owner of 600T, your landlord, to store your trash bins back there, correct?
Originally, yes. But I think the mayor's COVID orders kind of superseded that, and for him to keep his business alive and open necessitated a different change.
And you, on your own, made that change, correct?
We, as the entire block, made that change, sir. I mean,
Mr. Hankins,
where would you like me to put the trash, sir?
Okay.
If you've got a better place for me to put it, I'm happy to put it there. You know.
So, Mr. Hankins, this is not your responsibility. Is that correct?
I'm not saying it's not my responsibility, sir.
Mr. Hankins, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the noise mitigation efforts that you've claimed you've made. Can we talk about that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, admittedly, you said mistakes were made during the summer and fall of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you've indicated that you have retained Martin Beam. That's an acoustics consulting service, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've retained him to help you mitigate noise coming from El Techo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this isn't the first time that you've hired sound engineers, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in October of 21, you hired sound engineers. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And before October of 21, you also hired a different set of sound engineers, correct?
We've hired different sound engineers. I think that this one is the most certified. I wasn't involved in the hiring process. My CFO and business partner, Daniel Haddam, was, so he could better speak to all of that.
Do you know, since you opened the establishment in 2017, how many sound engineers you have employed to mitigate the noise coming from El Techo?
Most recent one was a guy named Ivan, and that's who recommended the new sound system. But without the cooperation from all the residents, then people can't do their proper testing. We can't figure out where the sound is going, where the sound is coming from. So, we do need cooperation of the neighborhood in order to be, to make the best improvements possible.
And in fact, sound engineers that you hired did go into the abutting property condominium, the Matinee, in October 21, correct?
Ivan did go in there, yes, sir.
That's, I think, the lack of cooperation that you were talking about?
I'm talking about
Jackson, argumentative.
Just rephrase the question. Rephrase the question, sir. All right.
Okay. Would you agree with me that allowing a sound engineer to go into your home is cooperation?
Yes, sir.
And that resident cooperated, correct?
On one occasion, yes, sir.
And after that, there were still 2 substantiated noise complaints in November of 2021 and December of 2021, correct?
For the Elysium parties, yes, sir.
I think you also said that during the summer of 2021, you modified the sound system inside the establishment. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact date, sir.
Okay.
Dan will have to tell you. He writes the checks.
But would you agree with me that modifications were made?
Modifications have been made, sir.
Okay. And you still received noise complaints after that, correct?
After I've ended my relationship with Elysium, sir, I have not been served any violations.
But you're aware that the neighborhood still makes noise complaints about music coming from El Techo, correct?
Sure. I believe there was recorded 45, right? Is that what Mr. Fuentes' report said? 45 calls and no violations, I think.
So, Mr. Hankins, I have to ask you, you have your business in the community, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Let me ask the question. You've testified repeatedly that you're aware of noise complaints from the neighborhood coming from El Techo, about music coming from El Techo, correct?
I'm aware that people call on El Techo, but I'm also aware that when the investigators get here, sometimes I get this, like, I don't even know why I'm here. So, you know, I don't know if the noise complaints are coming from, the noise is actually coming from Techo or Flash, or I don't know, Uproar. The lot that's across from Howard Theater, I don't know where the noise is coming from, sir. I'm not a sound engineer.
Do you believe those neighbors' complaints?
Jackson, what does that mean, believe their complaints? Complaints aren't to be believed or not, they're to be
Let me
investigated.
rephrase the question. Do you believe that neighbors from the surrounding community can hear music coming from El Techo inside their homes?
I've never been in their home, sir, so I don't know. You've never invited me to your house, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we would say good afternoon still, Mr. Hiking. How are you this evening?
Good. Good. I'd say board member Short, Mr. Short, I'm not sure.
Mr. Higgins, again, you say when you were in Europe and you had your first idea about opening a business here in Washington, how was the noise over there in Europe? Did they make a lot of noise? We had a lot of noise complaints, a lot of people a little more hospitable with businesses. Be honest.
I think people in Europe have a little bit of a different mindset than people in America, but I don't know if they call noise complaints or not, sir. I don't know. I think it's just a very free and life-loving, embracing culture in Europe.
Like yourself, I've traveled around some, and I've been to Europe, several different countries. I'll just say this: do they have? Would you hear the kind of noise there that you hear coming from your establishment?
I've been in places way louder in Europe than in my establishment, sir.
Next door to residences?
Yeah, way louder. I mean, Barcelona's my favorite city, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've traveled there, but there's noise.
We're familiar, but let's go back to the United States of America and your neighborhood that you're in now,
Yes,
where
sir.
you testified that you got a loan from the city to open a business, and the city gave you that money with the mindset that you were going to be an asset to the community. Is that correct?
It was a grant, sir, but yes, sir.
Okay, a grant. So the grant was intended for you to open up a business to reinvigorate the community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I chose this actual block strictly to do that, sir. I looked all around DC. I looked at downtown DC, Georgetown, DuPont Circle, 8th Street. But I really chose this block here because of the history, the birthplace of jazz, basically being the Howard Theater, the Metro PCS store with the go-go music playing that I loved listening to growing up, Flash Nightclub, et cetera, and it being the arts and entertainment district area. I thought that my vision would fit in perfectly here, providing the DC residents with something special and unique.
Okay, great. That's a great answer. But let me ask a question of you regarding 45 noise complaints. Do you know of any other businesses? You mentioned Flash, you mentioned some of the others. Do you know any other businesses that have had received 45 noise complaints?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think all of the establishments in Midtown DC have probably received that amount. I'm speculating. I have friends that are owners of some of those venues. I think there's.
Would it surprise you if I told you I've been on this board? This is my 3rd term. In all of my time, I've never heard of any business having 45 noise complaints, but yours. Do you think that's? You think that's? Well, is that a good model for a business like yours?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I hate to object to a board member's questions, but complaints, Mr. Short, you're suggesting, you're encouraging a community to file complaints to build a record, as if complaints are the be-all and end-all. There were 2 violations found.
I would say, Counselor, you are wrong. That is not the intent of my question.
All right.
If you would allow me to finish my question without cutting me off, I think you will get to where I'm going. I'm trying to be helpful if I possibly can.
I'll withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Short.
All right. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hankin, again, what would be your ideal? If someone moved next door to you right now in your business, what would be your ideal of a good neighbor?
I have plenty of good neighbors that come in and really enjoy what we do here, sir.
So most of your customers live on your block? Is that what you're saying?
We have a lot of customers that live on our block, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Hankins, hold on a minute, please. Why don't you just mute your line for a minute until the city disturbance stops? Is it quiet now, sir?
Yeah, it's passed. I mean, we're a block away from Howard Hospital, so.
Mr. Hankins, what did I say? I said
sir.
The city disturbance, sir.
Yes, it's
Okay.
gone.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Hankin, I would like to know, in your opinion, what is a good businessman in the line of business that you're in? What would be the perfect businessman in the line that you're in, line of business that you're in?
To provide a great value to the DC residents, and an establishment that DC residents can be proud of, and something that is talked about and brings people into the community to spend money and raise tax dollars.
Great answer. Can't argue with that. That's a great thing. And again, would you want someone to be there that fit into the community and work with the community to make it a better community?
Yes, sir. And we do try to do that. Continually, like I said, reinvesting money into the business to try to make the business more viable in the neighborhood. We do community outreach stuff. We take our food truck, we feed the homeless. I mean, we try to be pretty involved.
Thank you. That's great too. And I'm glad to hear that you're that kind of a person in making our city a better place. Now, when you have your restaurant tables on your upper deck, on your roof deck,
Yes, sir.
how many customers can you have up there at one time?
79, sir.
At tables and with tables and chairs?
Yes, sir. We only have a capacity for seated only. We do not have a standing number for our CFO. Obviously, if it was no tables and chairs, that number would be increased.
I can no longer hear you, Mr. Short.
Yeah.
I can no longer hear you, Mr. Short. Our IT person is speaking to Mr. Short to find out what's going on. So we'll continue as soon as I hear from our IT person.
No problem.
He will log on shortly using a different equipment.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
I can't see you, but I can hear Mr. Short. Continue with your questions, please.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I am sorry about the technical difficulties I'm having. I have had some sessions with our technician at the office, and I'm going to be trying to get that done during the holiday so we can get it back up and running again. But anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to continue my questioning. Mr. Hankins?
Go ahead, Mr. Short. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to get Mr. Hankins' acknowledgement. Mr. Hankins? Can he hear me?
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry about that.
Not a
We're
problem.
both having technical difficulties. Sorry.
Okay, well, I can certainly understand that, sir. I'll just tell you. You know, I'm quite familiar with your neighborhood, and I'm quite familiar with your business location. And I would simply say this: is there anything? This question I'm asking you as a business person.
Sure.
Is there anything you can do to get along with your neighbors a little better, especially the ANC commissioners? Is there anything you think that you can do?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to take all of Martin Beam's recommendations to heart and put those into effect as soon as we get those. I'm happy to sit down and share some tacos and margaritas with these ANC commissioners. They're welcome to come to my establishment at any time.
Okay.
I'd rather not be meeting people on Zoom calls. I'd rather meet face to face. And
okay, well, if you would allow me, I would like to just go back to where I was before my technical difficulties caused me not to be able to communicate. You are a restaurant, and you can have 79 people seated on your deck,
yes,
your
sir.
roof deck. Now, when you take all the tables and chairs out, how many people do you get in there at that time?
Like I said, sir, we don't have that number on our occupancy, so that's not something that we angle towards.
I understand that. I'm still saying to you, do you have the same number of people with the tables and chairs in as when you take all the tables and chairs out?
For those Elysium parties, it was definitely more than 79. For the last year, though, we stay with our counters and stay at 79, sir.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you using counters. That's encouraging. Now, also, since I've been on the board, and as again I mentioned, this is my third term. We've had restaurants in town, in certain parts of town, that morph into nightclubs. I hope clearly that's not what your business model is it?
I don't think we're a nightclub, sir. No.
So when you take all the tables and chairs off for dancing, as you said you've done on occasion, what is your business model then?
Those Elysian parties definitely would be classified as more of a club atmosphere because the tables and chairs were removed. But that's not what we've been doing the last year, sir.
So when is the last time you did that?
December 2021, sir.
Okay, so you're not doing that any longer.
No, sir.
I'm glad. Good to hear that. But again, I would just simply like to say to you, and you had the problems now because you can't put your trash where you had been putting it. You brought in sound engineers, and you've done. What can you list for the record? Do my questioning? Can you all of the things you've done to be a good neighbor, consisting of acoustics, persons, your trash, all the complaints that you have. Are you okay? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, I was asking. There have been several complaints lodged in this hearing from the ANC commissioners. Can you go down that list, starting with the trash, and tell me how you're going to work this year coming in 2023 to be a better neighbor with trash? How are you going to do that? Or do you have a plan? Do you have a plan for that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. It gives me a great opportunity to explain that
Thank you.
conundrum. The trash was an extreme problem last summer. We were using a company called Tenleytown Trash. It's a small local company. They were purchased by a large scale operation called Republic Services. Republic Services coming into the District of Columbia didn't have employees of their own. They instituted a drug test policy for all of Tenleytown Trash employees, and they lost 85% of the workforce. When that happened, nobody knew the routes or pickup locations of any of the Tenleytown Trash customers. We were using Tenleytown Trash because they picked up 7 days a week, and we wanted to ensure that we were good neighbors.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm not trying to hog all of the time because the other board members might have questions.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of trash compactors?
I have heard of a trash compactor. I would love one.
Well, have you worked with the ANCs and the commissioners? Because just like you got a grant for your business, I do know that there are other ABC establishments who've had the same situation that you're having. Once they got the trash compactors, the trash problems went away. Would you consider that?
I would love that, sir. I would love to my ANC commissioner to want to work with me to solve the problems. I know that, my friends that own things down in Midtown, that is what has happened. They had problems with trash, and the ANC commissioner hooked up a trash compactor for them. So, yeah, we would love a trash compactor.
Okay, great. So how many other businesses besides you right there at 6th and Florida Avenue have problems with trash? Are there other restaurants or other businesses or other ABC establishments or other businesses that store trash similar to you where you are?
Yeah, so you said you're very familiar with our location. So you've got 6th Street, you've got Florida, and then you have our alley that's between the Shea. Everything that's on our block between that alley and 6th Street uses these trash cans in that alley. Both 3 businesses, 4 businesses, and 2 residences.
Okay, which leads me to leads me to this. Normally, what I've seen when trash compactors come in, businesses get together, and that lowers the cost for them. And yes, I do know your area well. I was a fireman in Washington, D.C. for 33 years, and the station I worked at was right around the corner from you, okay? So I know it quite well. That's the reason why I'm trying to mention to you, yeah, and you're smiling, I am too. I'm trying to mention to you, yes, I know the situation, and I know how other ABC establishments have become greater and better neighbors by getting the trash compactors. Would you consider that?
Yes, sir. And I hope that your pointing that out would spark a conversation of working together with ANC Commissioner Lopez.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the witness? Any other board members have questions for the witness?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Sir, I would just like to get a timeline. When did you start your food truck business?
August
In DC.
August 2012, sir.
And then you were able to move into a brick and mortar location. What year?
We signed our lease within our first 12 months of operating, sir.
In 2012?
We signed our lease in 2013.
That's what I thought. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then took us
Well,
2.5
I
years
think-
to get it open.
I think you're a fine example that Marion Barry would salute. He really firmly believed in food trucks as a gateway for business, for people to get into business. And I think it's very admirable that you were successful to be able to be part of that model. When you took that lease, had there been another ABC licensed establishment at that location?
No, this was a barber shop called Reese's. A gentleman owned it for about 35 years, and he was a staple in the community. We were kind of proud and happy to take over kind of an iconic spot and revitalize it.
And when it was a barber shop, were they using the roof as a summer garden or in any capacity?
No, sir. It was just one level.
So the building that's adjoining your building, was that there when you signed your lease?
Every brick and block building was here. Yes, sir.
So you changed the use from a barbershop that probably closed at least before 11 o'clock at night to a CR restaurant that then got a permit to be able to use the roof deck. And Abra was able to have you meet the requirements for a summer garden. So that's a significant change of use to people who live in that building that is contiguous to yours.
I would agree with that statement.
In your settlement agreement dated I think it's January of 2020, you participated in that, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you signed it.
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with paragraph 4 that talks about by June 1st, 2020, you would deal with sound mitigation.
Yes, sir.
The investigator gave us photographs in his testimony regarding the roof deck and other parts of your building. He was not able to answer what kind of materials that would be ceiling that opens and closes on the roof deck?
Yes, sir. It's all a tri-wall polycarbonate.
And what is that? I mean, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Is that like a plastic? It sounds like a plastic, but what is it?
It is a plastic, but it's not just like a sheet of plastic that would be, razor thin. This is, when I say tri-wall, tri-wall means that it's built out and it's thicker. So this is, I believe this is 5/8 of an inch thick, and it has air gaps in between 3 different pieces of plastic. So you have a piece of plastic, an air gap, a piece of plastic, an air gap, and another piece of plastic. I know that you used to work with Don and Mike, and we've had conversations. So obviously, I'm sure you're aware that air gaps help with sound mitigation. So that's why we chose that and not a sheet of plastic.
And when was that installed? Roughly.
I I'm sorry, sir. I don't recall. I mean, the last 3 years have been pretty chaotic. So pinpoint a date, to pinpoint a date, I would be totally misspeaking.
And would it be after June 2020?
I think that we had them installed beforehand, but I don't think that we were. I don't think that there was a time restriction or limit on what time that we should put them up. I think that they were obviously installed beforehand because I think what we discovered is that when they were closed, there wasn't complaints from across the street. So the settlement agreement was signed in good faith by both parties to mitigate that sound. 10:30 weekdays, midnight on weekends, and 9 p.m. on Sundays.
Okay, I understand that you, from time to time, and maybe now, you have used a sound expert.
We have in the past. I don't think either one of them got to the end of their project per se, or their process. But yes, we have hired 2 in the past and have now hired a 3rd, and I'm very hopeful that he can bring us all the resolutions to be a good neighbor.
Would you be, this is just a question, I'm not saying you need to do this, would you be having this sound engineer meet some of the people who've had concerns about noise, meet with with them in your building?
Absolutely, sir. I think that's the only way to actually successfully do it.
Thank you. Would you be, now I'll rephrase it. When you have that roof open, is that when it's just good weather? Is that to a certain time of night? How do you use opening and closing it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's for good weather for sure. But we usually close those in accordance with whatever the wall, when the walls get closed. So 10:30, midnight, 9 p.m.
Well, would you consider having a more regular schedule when the weather's good, that they would be closed, let's say before midnight? I'm assuming it has sound mitigation. I'm sure that helps with sound mitigation.
I'm open to any discussions that are productive.
Now, I also saw pictures, and the investigator talked about something that he thought was like styrofoam and wood. Do you remember that part of the testimony that's on that wall that is contiguous to, I think, one of the protestants' apartment?
Yeah, there is a center block wall that Mr. Kujawala's building is made out of. Our wall is built freestanding. Away from their wall, there is an air gap. It is a I don't know. It's probably 3 inches deep, 4 inches deep.
Yeah.
There's air gaps, and there's insulation and soundproofing kind of stuffed into that. I'm sure somebody that Martin Beam recommends for the construction and materials will do a much better job than what we did on our kind of mom and pop DIY.
Are there any speakers on that wall?
No, sir.
Where are the speakers? If I understand the testimony, the DJ's on that floor, correct?
The DJ is on the rooftop, yes, sir.
Okay.
And it is.
So where are the speakers?
Okay, so kind of just draw it for you here. This is Florida Avenue. This is rectangular, and this is Mr. Kujawala's building. Our speakers are in this and facing more towards the inner part of the restaurant.
The restaurant being on the roof deck, is that what?
Yes, sir.
But the speakers face each other?
Yes, sir. They face in towards the middle of the space.
Is that something you'd be willing to move if your sound expert suggests that that could be another way of limiting
Yeah,
the vibration.
Yeah, however Martin Beam says is the best way to move forward, we're fully committed to taking all of his suggestions.
I notice on the license it says entertainment, and I think you testified to that. What are you? Is there a limit to the types of entertainment you may have with your license?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're obviously not allowed to have bands. We're just strictly DJs.
Okay. And does your license have an endorsement for dancing?
Yeah, I would think so. I didn't know that there was a separate endorsement for dancing. I hadn't ever heard of that. So.
Well, I think you're CR, correct?
I am.
CR.
Yeah, not CT.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you may want to look at the restrictions and compliance for dancing if it's a CR. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Hankins, I think I have just 2 questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Are you no longer using promoters?
I stopped in December of last year, sir.
You're not going to use promoters anymore, is that correct?
It's gotten me here, sir. No, not a chance.
Now, tell me about, why did you install this noise meter?
Because I wanted to try to figure out how to be a good neighbor and to mitigate our noise that was emanating out into the general ether of this crazy intersection that we're at.
And when did you install this noise meter?
December 2021, sir.
Oh, so you just did this?
December 2021, a year ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, 21.
Yep. So
since December 2021 to this date, are you aware of, could everyone please, I need everyone to mute their line with the exception of Mr. Hankins. Are you aware of how many noise complaints you have received on your establishment since you have installed the noise meter? Are you aware? I'm just asking if you're aware.
Yes, sir.
About how many? I'm just asking. I'm curious.
45 stated in this here testimony.
So you're saying that since you have installed the noise meter, you have received 45 complaints? Since you have installed the meter?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any other questions. So, by the way, short redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board.
No redirect, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Klein, short redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board.
Yeah, very, very simple. Mr. Hankins, just to confirm, you're committed, you said it previously, to following the recommendations that Mr. Beam may develop in terms of mitigating noise, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. And in terms of, there's 45 complaints, to your knowledge, in the last year, were any complaints sustained?
No violations have been given, and typically the ABRA investigator and DCRA will say to us, kind of, we're here again, we got called, you guys are fine, it looks like a restaurant, and they leave. So
aside from complaints, since you installed this noise meter, since December of 21, when you discontinued the use of promoters, are you aware of any noise violations committed by your establishment?
No violations, sir.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. All right. it's my understanding that we have probably another 10 more witnesses. This witness, and yes, he's the owner, and this witness had started testifying about 443 since we came back from break. I just want to remind the parties that we are going to listen to this entire case tonight, no matter how long it takes. So we're going to complete this case tonight. I just want to, however, remind all parties when you're asking questions, make sure that you're asking questions that are short, concise, and it will assist the board in making a decision. I'm not saying that that has not been done so far, but I just want to remind both sides that it's my understanding we have at least 10 more witnesses. It's 6:09, and we are going to, no matter how long this hearing takes, we are going to conclude this hearing within this session. Okay. All right. Do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, I call Steve Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, are you on?
I'm not sure if he is, but Mr. Oriana, if Mr. Lawrence is there, can you elevate his rights, please?
Not saying a Mr. Lawrence.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, can you locate Mr. Lawrence? And if he's online, someone tell me we can elevate his rights.
Mr. Chairman, I just spoke to Mr. Lawrence. I guess he's muted or maybe not elevated. He said he is on and ready to speak.
It's all right, Mr. Oriana, can you please look for Mr. Lawrence? Is his name Mr. Lawrence, and elevate his rights, please?
Telephone number.
I'm sorry, what's going on?
I was just going to say, if he's listed by telephone number, it's 757-646.
Don't give the whole number, Mr. Klein.
He has been elevated.
Right.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, can you mute your line? I see there's a caller. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Oriana, did you unmute him? I see that there's a caller there, but it appears that the person is mute. I'm not sure if he needs to mute himself or we need to unmute him.
Yeah, I've sent a request to unmute, but it's on his behalf to unmute.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Lawrence. Yes, Mr. Lawrence. All right. Can you raise your right?
Don't know what that was.
Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a witness, Mr. Klein? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State your name for the record, please.
Stephen Lawrence.
And where do you reside, Mr. Lawrence?
600 T Street Northwest. I'm directly adjacent to the premises in question today.
All right. And are you also the landlord of the establishment?
Yes, sir, I am.
But you reside there, correct?
I do. Yes, I am a part of the neighborhood.
And who do you reside there with?
My wife and my two children, age 5 and 3.
And you're directly next door to the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what's been your experience with noise at the establishment?
There was a time where the noise was a little elevated, and I've addressed that with Louis, and obviously this community meeting is doing the same, but he has very much turned that around, and I have not had an issue with the noise at all, because, I mean, first and foremost, not only as a parent that needs to have their kids sleep, I'm also the owner of the property and don't want anything to reflect negatively on me, someone who also lives in the community. But Louis always addressed my concerns very professionally. And over the last almost, I would say over 8 months almost now, I've noticed a complete reduction in noise, much different than it used to be. But if I'm being frank with you, there was a time where it was a touch too loud. And I feel like that's been addressed. And obviously we're doing this now tonight. But my issues have been nothing. There's been no problem at all.
How long have you lived at that location?
Since 2007.
A long time.
Yes, sir.
And has there ever been a time that it's been intolerable for you and your children living next door to this establishment?
No, it's never, not intolerable. That's too strong of a word, but it was noticeable.
Okay. And to what do you attribute the improvement, if you have any idea?
I mean, I do have an idea. I've been right up there with Louis trying to make sure he's doing this right as he tells me he's doing. And I've followed up personally myself to see the sound engineers that have been by. I've actually had private conversations with the sound engineer crew he's had. I've seen him purchase insulation and do different things with moving around the DJ and trying to get his speakers right. I think he installed a meter to measure the amount of noise that was coming out. So I've been watching the progress for quite some time now with everything he's tried to do to implement the concerns of the neighborhood and to make less hindrance on the neighbors.
You own the apartment building next door as well?
I do, yes.
Okay. So it's obviously in your interest to see that residents are not disturbed by this establishment because they are your tenants, correct?
Absolutely. No, I have a.
Sorry.
Back to the leading question there. This is direct examination.
Fine, I'll rephrase it. You've testified you in the building next door, correct?
I do, yes.
And do you have a particular interest? Does that create a particular interest?
Sorry,
Mr. Lawrence, can you please wait for Mr. Klein to ask the question before? There's a court reporter, so I need to make sure that you two are not speaking over each other, okay?
No problem.
Does that create an interest or an incentive for you to see that noise is mitigated?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry?
Does the fact that you own the building have any bearing on what attitude you take to your other tenant, this commercial establishment?
Absolutely, it does.
Why is that?
Because I have tenants there, and tenants are a part of my responsibility to give them a quiet living environment, and that would reflect very negative on me, not only financially, but also me as a person of the community that has an obligation to provide good service for my tenants. So I take that into heart.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
By the way.
Just a couple of brief questions, please. Good evening, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you for your time here tonight.
No problem.
Mr. Lawrence, you are the landlord for El Techo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are also the landlord for Quattro. Is that correct, Mr. Hankins' other establishment?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hankins pays you money for the leases for both of those establishments, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lawrence, did you give your tenant, Rita Loco El Techo, the right of access to the rear of your property at 600 T Street Northwest for the storage and disposal of the trash for the entire duration of the lease?
Objection goes well beyond the scope of direct.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
All right. I'm going to allow the question because I think that this is the only person I believe who can talk about that issue, and trash is an issue that has been brought up here as one of the protest issue. and there was direct testimony from the landlord regarding this. And so I just believe that, yes, it goes beyond the scope. And again, we have these hearings. We do not necessarily follow the formal rule of evidence with cross-examination and direct. So in this particular case, I'm going to allow it because I need that answer. So if you can answer the question, sir, answer the question.
Sure. Yes, there was an easement, egress easement, I think, allowed, and there was a language of a just storage of trash at the back of the property.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions by any questions by the board member? Yes, Mr. Short. I can't hear you, Mr. Short.
Good evening, Mr. Lawrence. How are you?
Doing great. How about you?
Oh, a lot better than that, sir. Did you hear the question we had about trash compactors?
I did not. I've been busy with the kids. I just hopped on the call about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Okay. As a landlord, I know you're familiar with the city term, peace, order, and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And you testified earlier that you at one time had problems with your tenant's noise yourself, correct?
Sure, yes.
And how long ago was that?
Would have been probably about a year ago. I think a little over a year ago.
And I know you, as a landlord, you're happy that the noise is quieted down because that makes life a little easier for everybody in the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Okay, but again, the question I had asked, and I don't know if you were on the line when we were talking about trash compactors, because there are a lot of other businesses that have similar circumstances that your tenant has with trash and the disposal of trash and the storage of trash until it can be picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the trash compactors that a lot of other landlords and businesses are using in your vicinity?
No, sir, I'm not. I mean, I'm familiar with what a trash compactor is, but I don't have any kind of understanding about what that is in this capacity.
Well, okay, if you don't have any idea what it is, I'll just simply say this to you. It would save a lot of grief for a lot of people in the community to have a trash compactor rather than have trash sitting out. It would take care of a lot of your problems with rodents and with the odors and other things that happen in the summertime when you have trash stored close to people's residences and businesses.
Okay. Yeah, definitely something I'm not against looking into or understanding more about what it is.
Okay. That's all I wanted to get from you, that you would look into it. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Lawrence, a quick question. Where is this tenant? Where is it that they're supposed to store their trash?
The tenant Louis Hankins for
Yes.
El Techo, Rito Loco?
Yes.
So the trash is currently being stored right at the alley side of the building.
So is that the only area that this is the area that the trash is supposed to be stored? I'm just trying to get clarification from you, the landlord.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, with the situation that was prior in COVID, we have set up a patio space that was a part of the business that is located at the property 600 T Street. And trash was obviously very much a problem at that point. And they are 100% landlocked. So we're all locked in with no real access to put cans any which way. So it looks like public space is really the only option. And the alley we have is where all the residential trash cans are also located. And it's a very wide alley, so there's plenty of room for cars to be moving each way. So that was a way we had to deal with the situation we have being landlocked with no public space. Also only option.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Badaway, any brief redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, or Mr. Chairman.
Decline.
I have nothing further of the witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lawrence. You're free to go. Do you have any?
Thanks, Mr.
Okay,
Lawrence.
thank you. Have a nice
Sure.
night, guys. Appreciate it.
Sure. Do you have another witness?
Daniel Hayden?
Is that person online?
Yes.
Mr. Hayden?
Access has been elevated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hayden.
Hello, I'm here.
Can you raise your right? Do you have a, okay, good. Mr. Hayden, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State your name, please.
My name is Daniel Hatem, Hatem.
I've been mispronouncing it all these years. It's terrible.
Yes.
What's your connection to this business?
I came on board with Louis about 3 years ago in a couple months. He was, as you mentioned earlier on the call, struggling with the permits and the finance. And I have a long history in the business, and I now have a consulting and accounting and finance business that focuses on restaurants in DC. And so I basically kept him from going under because, as you mentioned, the permitting time it took him and all of the problems initially basically put him in $1 million worth of debt. So I had to restructure the company. Louis is afloat today because of the work that I did.
Now, yeah, the difficulties included difficulties during COVID, correct?
Yes, so the plan that I implemented financially included operating agreement, partnerships, contracts, obviously the financing for the business. He mentioned that it was a DC grant, but that was nowhere near the amount of money that he spent from family and friends and private loans at high interest rates. Once we started
I'm going to stop you because I'm not sure it's responsive to my question. My question to you is,
sorry, I'm going to tell you right now. By the time we got that plan implemented, COVID hit on, and we had to shut down on March of 2020, and we stayed closed for about a full 3 months. We completely got rid of the DJs. We have no DJ expense during that year. We were table seating 6 feet apart, no more, followed the rules of, obviously the shutdown and the mayor. And so that's what 2020 was all about. And as he mentioned, we didn't fully recuperate until 2021 when Mr. Badawi was referring to the summer and fall. So at that point, we were just in a holding pattern to make sure that we didn't lose the business in its entirety.
okay. And what's your role? What are your responsibilities in the business?
My role is basically a lot of the finance, back of the house operations, giving guidance. I do that for about 20 different businesses in the city. I've built businesses for anywhere from 14th and K up to the Adams Morgan area, all the way to Arlington. I've been around a while, let's just put it that way.
Do your responsibilities at Rito Loco, El Techo include noise mitigation?
Yes, I was the one working. So the residents in the back building, the adjacent building, which is the south wall, that's not Mr. Badawi's side, that's the north. And Mr. Badawi was actually not a resident at the time, but we did have complaints from the north side. But the south wall was the big issue. I was on a group text with the residents there, and I was giving them play-by-play, up to the minute, basically every action I took to hire Ivan Burkett and the sound engineer who worked on other projects, including Coyote Ugly and their big noise issues that they had in Chinatown. And we gave them on the text thread, constant updates of what we were doing, what we were buying, how long. There was a big lag time with COVID shipments. It was impossible to buy equipment and sound, so it took many months for it to arrive. We kept them, in the loop of it was purchased, it's on the way, the lead time, so on and so forth. The date it was installed, and I did go into the residence with Ivan to speak to. Lynn was one of them, Alex was another, and a young lady that I'm not sure if she's still there or not. I don't remember her name.
And were there any community leaders that you were working with at that time?
No, I've never met anyone from the ANC in person. I've only seen an email to me from Alex Lopez, which I actually responded in full detail, maybe about 5 paragraphs of everything that we were doing. If you're interested, I could send it to you.
Okay. And in terms of what you were doing, what is it you were doing to address the issues? We've had some discussion about it. You may be the best person to discuss it.
So, first and foremost, I've built a lot of places in DC that have a huge amount of sound. We're talking about 150,000, 200,000 worth of sound equipment. And what Louis was referring to about the size, I mean, you go to any nightclub, and literally my bass cabinets are probably up to my chest, and I'm 6'2". So what I did was, even though he had a small Klipsch system, which is a very high fidelity system that was zoned, we upgraded to a high fidelity sound with short throw and better sound waves. The only real way I can explain it is like if you have a Bose system at home with more small speakers that service just a small part of the area, then the people sitting in front of the speakers can hear it, but it won't carry in a long distance. Now, Mr. Badawi and some others, I've given this explanation. I am not the technical sound engineer, but the engineers have explained the concept of sound waves and how they carry through walls and into longer distances. We've talked about amplified sound. We've talked about the fact that bass is non-directional and will go in any direction. But there was a lot of recommendations, and you guys mentioned that there was multiple sound engineers. Some engineers will come in and they have this concept that it's carrying through the metal, and that's not it. One of it was like the placement of the speakers. That was it. And so that was one of the things. So we took the DJ booth is along the south wall of the adjacent building. We removed the one bass cabinet that was not of good quality from that area and took it out of service. We took the 2 mid-size tops, as you call them, which do treble and mid-range, and we took those out of service. Now nothing is on the south wall. And if you just walk into the space and stand in front of the booth, you will actually hear a dead zone. It's a complete dead zone for bass, and all you have to do is step in there and listen to it. So now, as Louis mentioned, all the speakers, there's 6 tops and 4 smaller subs that are only 10 inches by 20. That is literally like this size. That's not very big. That is not nightclub sound. You do not build a nightclub with this size speaker. That they direct towards the center of the space so that the customers can hear it without it escaping from the venue as much as possible. Now, I'm not saying that is perfect, but since we installed it, they had direct access to my personal cell phone, and I did not get one single text message complaint from any of the residents after I installed it. They basically just cut off and went silent, and I had to assume that they were content with my progress.
Okay. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about whether this establishment is a nightclub, does it morph into a nightclub? You have a great deal of experience in the industry, you've indicated, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I've worked some of the largest nightclubs in the city.
Okay, so why isn't this establishment a nightclub? What's different here?
Well, what's different is the level of sound and the type of music, as well as the hours. A nightclub, as you know, let's say Flash across the street is a perfect example. No one shows up until midnight. People come to El Techo to eat, starting from noon on the weekends, and they have drinks while they're seated. There is a small bar area that can host about 20 people standing, but even that disappeared during COVID because we were not allowed to have standing during COVID. So basically, we shut down, including now for the last number of months, because the business has been seriously affected. We don't even have sales hardly after midnight anymore because of the way the neighborhood is frightened Louis to the point that he cannot exercise his right to have music until 1:30 per the agreement. And as you were trying to state, Mr. Klein, per our liquor license, we are allowed to technically, if it wasn't for the agreement, operate until 2 a.m. And we don't. So we do not operate that way. People don't come that late at night. They leave and they go to a full club. Flash being one, Howard Theater another, and all of the U Street corridor, which if anyone drives down the U Street, Florida corridor at night, it is jammed packed, especially before COVID. Anyway, size of sound, cover charge. We never have a cover charge. All sort of symbiotic with the nightlife. The loud music, the large dance floors, table bottle service. All of that is typical of a nightclub, and this is not what Rito Loco El Techo is.
Is scale another issue in terms of size of an establishment?
It's for the scale, meaning.
Yeah, in other words, do we see nightclubs the size of this place?
No, absolutely not. The smallest clubs that I can think of, Heist just reopened. It used to be Red. It was one of the smallest nightclubs in the city. It holds about 150 people.
And the capacity up there is 79, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And mostly seated, even in the late hours.
All right. If I could get sharing privileges, there's some exhibits that I would like Mr. Haddam to identify.
I believe that you do, did you have it earlier? Mr. Oriana, can you please, you have it, Mr. Klein.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit A. Can you identify what that is?
You are not sharing your screen, Mr.
I'm not? Bear with me, I thought I did.
And while you're doing that, if after my testimony with you, I'd love to address Mr. Short or Chairman Short or.
No, Mr. Hankins, you are. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
You'll respond to my questions, Mr. Haddam. Can you identify? Do you see it now? Do you see an exhibit in front of you?
I do.
Good. I succeeded. What is that?
That was the initial consulting fee for Ivan to come out and assess the situation with the sound, do a test, and then recommend a new set of speakers, amplifiers, and mixers. So high fidelity sound is based on all the equipment being of higher quality.
And Ivan, clarify, who's Ivan?
Ivan is one of the sound engineers that have done a lot of auditoriums, some nightclubs, as well as venues in the city. He did work for me in the past on 14th and K. He did the work to mitigate the noise pollution from Coyote Ugly. He's done churches, he's done stadiums, so on and so forth.
And was this paid?
Yes, they're all paid. It was, I think all 4 invoices total around 27.5, and then we have other invoices to Washington Music Center, which is the main purveyor.
And just to clarify, you're responsible for the accounts for the establishment and payment of bills, correct?
Absolutely. All bills come through me. Nothing gets paid unless I know about it.
So when you say this is paid, you know based upon your position with the company that it was paid, correct?
Yeah, I can provide you check images. I can provide you QuickBooks, anything you like.
All right, Exhibit B, what do we have?
This is one of the other invoices that include some of the technical equipment, the amplifier, the processor, and the rack to hold the amplifiers. These are not the speakers. This is the technical side of it, especially as they keep referring to amplified sound. You need an amplifier to produce music.
All right, and this is the invoice is dated June 30, 2021.
Yes, sir. That's when
So
we
the work
started
was,
the process, roughly in June.
so it was done over the summer of 21.
No, it took a long time for this equipment to arrive. It was, we couldn't even get most of the equipment was not even available. The preferred one. So we went with a Henkes and Rhines, which is another high fidelity sound equipment company, just to speed up the process. So we had to pick another brand just so we wouldn't delay until 2022. Because I knew the tenants needed this resolved as fast as possible.
Exhibit C is another expenditure related to the upgrade of the sound system.
Yes, and this would be the bulk of the speakers, as you can see, and the subwoofers and the amps.
Okay. And this was paid also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where's that? Exhibit D.
That was basically a service call to tweak what he had installed, I think. And these are all some checks. Yeah.
You know what Exhibit E is?
That is the check down payment for Martin Beam dated July 29th, because Ivan did the equipment, but we got a recommendation that Martin had solved some of the sound problems in downtown and other establishments, including one of my other partners who completely resolved the Abra case with, and that he could he could take care of our establishment. So I went and paid him in advance to make sure that we had him contracted for the future.
Exhibit F.
That is an explanation from Ivan, which is 71Z LLC. The residents were asking for, a lot of an easy to understand explanation of sound and what he was doing. Sound engineers can talk a lot about pink noise and sound waves, and no one really understands that. So he just wrote out a document to make it easy to understand.
Mr. Chair, I would move exhibits A through F into evidence.
It's the better way.
No
Any
objections.
objection?
No objections.
So moved.
And I can, did I do that right? Wow, stop sharing now. All right. And so, Mr. Haddam, just to clarify, you've been involved with this establishment for how long?
For about 3 years and 4 months.
And is it your intention to continue to be involved?
Yes, I'm invested. It's would be a failure of a return on my investment if it goes south.
And you heard Mr. Hankins testify. Are you committed as involved in the management of the company to no longer using promoters at the establishment?
You want the honest answer?
You're
I
here
never
under
wanted
oath. That's all I
never
want.
wanted promoters in the first place. So I've used some of the biggest promoters in the city. I don't agree with promoters always. They do what they want, and they don't listen to management and to the ownership and direction. So yeah.
And as a owner, operator, and partner in this establishment, you're committed to addressing the concerns that have been raised about noise?
Absolutely. I run only clean businesses as much as possible. So I want to fix this and want to solve it. I do not like waking up with the stress and the headache of these problems. We need to come up with a solution. It needs to be resolved. You have no idea how stressed out Louis is about it, and in turn stresses me out about it as well. I mean, we can't live this way.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Hattem.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Mr. Hattem, you've been testified that you have been associated with Mr. Hankins and El Techo for 3 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you testified that one of your duties and responsibilities is the, I guess, sound engineering associated with this establishment, correct?
It was passed on to me when I realized that they were not getting it done. I'm the guy that tries to get things done. So that became my responsibility around July of 2021 when I contracted Ivan Burkett.
Okay. And again, you've testified you're not a sound engineer, but you're overseeing these efforts, correct?
Yeah, I work with sound engineers to build out many different forms of sound, large spaces, small spaces. But I always rely on the experts, whether it's an architect or a sound engineer or structural engineer. I do not pretend I know something I don't.
The exhibits that were just admitted, these are invoices, correct? Money that was paid from El Techo?
Yes, to 71Z LLC, Ivan Burkett. Yes, sir.
Okay, and Ivan Burkett is a sound engineer, correct?
Yes.
And the range of dates that these bills were paid, right, for your upgrades are, I think it starts in June 9th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
June 30th, 2021.
Yes.
July 29, 2021. Yes. Then August 30th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And despite these upgrades, there were still noise complaints after August 30th, 2021, correct?
Not to me directly, that on the group chain, but as you've mentioned, I do not have access to ABRA's list of complaints. I hear from them that there are complaints that are going on, but you guys have pointed out that there was 45 complaints.
Right. And are you aware that in September of 2021, after these upgrades, there were complaints made to ABRA about loud music coming from El Techo?
The sound system was not completed until October of 2021. The invoices, I do not pay in full until the product is delivered. I would never do that. The installation took time, and that was October. And as Louis stated, the sound system that Ivan installed was for high fidelity. The promoters brought in their own sound systems.
And you're aware that after October 21, there were noise complaints about El Techo coming from the community, correct?
I'm sorry, what date?
After October of 2021, you're aware that there have continued to be complaints about loud music.
Actually, Sedone made me, I don't know if she's still on the call, she made me aware of those a couple months. I paid the violation notices, of course, so I did see them, and the ones that I was referring to was November and December 7th, I think the last one was.
Okay, and those were substantiated noise complaints, correct? On November 13th and December 2nd of 2021, correct?
The truth is, Mr. Badawi, I'm not sure how the OA offer and compromise works, so I can't attest to that. I just know that I was told to send a check, and I do.
Right. Now, Mr. Hattem, you said that Ivan Burkett is one of the sound engineers that you employed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you referenced another one before that, Washington, or maybe after that, Washington Sound Systems.
Washington Music Center is Chuck Levens. It's based in Silver Spring. They're not a sound engineer. They provide the equipment for almost every establishment in the city, except for ProTech, which is another company. So yeah, I mean, mostly everyone knows Washington Music Center.
Okay, and now, of course, you have contracted with Miller Beam Acoustic Consulting Services, correct?
Yes.
And in October of 2021, did you have Ivan Burkett or the Washington Sound System go into the homes of the abutting property owners?
I think it was before October and September. I'd have to go through my text messages and whatnot to find the exact date. Yes, it was before the new sound system was installed, and we ran a pink noise test. A pink noise is the gold standard, court approved, that will rate how much noise waves are coming through the wall or through the buildings.
Okay.
And he found, I mean, I'm not going to attest to that, but it was minimal waves, and we had a tenant present with us the entire time and brought her into Rito Loco so she could hear how loud we were running the test at. And she was like, "Oh my God, it's so loud in here, but I can't hear this in my space."
Okay, but you testified that you could in fact hear music in her residence, correct, coming from El Techo at that time, correct?
No, the pink noise is not music. It is actually a buzzing sound. It's like white noise, like when your TV is, making, popcorn static.
Which could be heard in her residence, correct?
No, only by the laptop he was using to record it. It was a very low amount. I couldn't hear it with my own ear. I could not hear it. Sorry, if that's what you're asking.
And the resident allowed you to come in with the sound expert to do this test, correct?
I'm sorry.
And the resident allowed
Yes,
you to come into her, correct?
She is, and I don't believe she is a protester here.
And there was no base test at that time, correct?
No, that was the base test because that was before the new sound system.
Okay.
So now with the new sound system, anyone can run a follow-up test to see how it's changed.
And again, you've testified that all of these upgrades have been completed, and yet there are still complaints of loud music coming from the neighbors about, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Despite these upgrades that you've made, you remain aware that there are noise complaints from community members claiming that El Teco's music can be heard inside their homes, correct?
I've been made aware that there are noise complaints. Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you this, Mr. Hattem.
Hello?
Do you believe these complaints? When you hear that the neighbors are saying loud music is coming into our homes from El Teco, do you believe those complaints?
You want my opinion, or?
I'm asking you what you believe.
Okay, so as someone who knows about sound, I believe that sound can carry in any way, shape, or form, based on your windows, the thickness of it, based on the street noise. I actually choose to live in Roslyn because of the street noise in DC, but I can still hear the planes going over. I can hear the street signs. I can hear my neighbors. I can hear a lot of things. So yes, sound does carry. So, but by the time and dates of the complaints, do I believe that Rito Loco El Techo's sound system is large enough to produce the complaints when there's so many establishments like the Howard Theater and Flash and these other places that have much bigger sound systems that carry for blocks and blocks? Because I've dealt with Adams Morgan, I've dealt with DuPont Circle. Those sound systems will carry almost all the way to Foggy Bottom. You know, so it is, yes, sound carries, but Rito Loco El Techo sound system is very tiny. It's very small. Unless you blast it at full capacity, which we do not. That's another thing we did, is we dampened the sound and put governors on it. And a governor limits the ability to turn the sound past a certain point, so that when any DJ comes in with their own ideas and gets drunk or whatever it is that they do, they cannot pass a certain threshold. That's what a limiter and a governor is. So no, I do not believe, especially to the north side, that Rito Loco and El Techo is capable of making that kind of sound to, as you've stated in previous meetings, to wake your child when your back plaza area behind your house is butted up against Flash and the other nightclub open deck there. Those I definitely imagine are carrying into your space. So where it's coming from, I don't know. But am I willing to resolve it? Absolutely. Are we going to go the extra mile? Sure, I will go the extra mile, just to prove that it is not us. You know, we talked about before, there was a recent complaint out on Quattro. Quattro is a small restaurant with a minor patio speakers. I mean, am I to believe that that's carrying into your space as well? I don't know, but I will take whatever test necessary, and the decibel readers and Abra coming. You know what, Mr. Badawi, the Abra coming out almost every weekend, as they say, is doing the testing for us. They are providing the proof. So you asked about complaints. Do I believe that the residents have gotten organized and are filing more complaints on a regular basis? Absolutely. Because you all know, the more complaints you file, the more likelihood we will get our license revoked. So it is a strategy. And the ABRA agents come out and consistently say we are not a problem. So, but even with that, I will take it the next step. I will pay Martin Beam whatever he wants to put soundproofing wherever he can find, and solve this issue in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Hattem. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hattem, how are you, sir?
Hello, Mr. Short. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, I could tell, and I'm glad you do. But I need to ask this question, because there was a time on this board when someone came to testify before this board, especially with the names you've thrown at us, Mr. Ivan Burchett.
Ivan Burkett, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any idea, because he's not here to defend himself, but what school did he go to, or where did he get his papers from, making him a certified person dealing with sound?
I would have to get you his CV, but he actually is a sound engineer with the White House at times. He does a lot of churches in the area, as well as stadiums. So he would have to just give you his CV.
Okay, I would say this. So then your testimony for him, I can't take it as though you were giving us or producing some type of certificate or something saying that the persons that you've hired are bona fide, certified sound engineers.
Yes, sir. I don't expect to certify Mr. Burkett. I do expect to certify Martin Beam.
Well, the next time you come, maybe I don't know. This would be up to our chairman. But there was a time when anybody came before this board with the kind of testimony you gave, they would have to bring some credentials to actually get credit for what they're saying to us. Because I could be a sound engineer if we're talking to the right people, I guess. But at any rate, I'll just simply say this.
I understand.
And there was a question you wanted to ask me. If I could ask a question of you, what question did you have for me?
I've been working in this city and I was born in this city and I've been trying to get compactors for a long time. First of all, I love compactors. It provides, multiple establishments to compact their trash and only get picked up once. And believe me, I hate rats. I've physically fought rats in this city from every neighborhood myself. Now, there is no space in the alley in question next to Rita Loco El Techo for even a dumpster, unfortunately. That's why Louis and Mr. Klein were trying to say, we'll take any recommendation as where you can put the dumpster or compactor. I'm even trying to get a compactor approved in another location, and the World Bank was kind enough next to their building to give us, approval. But the Golden Triangle is now helping us trying to get it approved. So easier said than done. I would make everyone happy. But in this scenario, all we have are bins, nothing else. And
I understand. If I could just say this to you, I do know, like yourself, I've been in this city for 70 some years. And I once lived in LeDroit Park, but I'll just simply say this to you. I do know that we've had other businesses come before this board, and through a little persistence and talking to the environmental office at the mayor's office, they were able to get trash compactors.
Right.
And in some places that have less space than you have. One being around 18th and Vernon Street. There's a trash compactor up in there that kind of solved a lot of their problems. So yeah. It's not that we're trying to be burdensome, but because the peace, order, and quiet, we want, when people come before this board, citizens complaining, we want to come with answers and just not a lot of fluff and talk and boasting.
Exactly.
So the bottom line is, can I get you or someone from your establishment to just go to the environmental persons at the mayor's office and ask about getting a contractor or a contractor?
I will definitely do it for multiple locations. I just don't, if someone can tell me, I don't know, the ANC rep, where we can put it, where is feasible, and then I will propose it. Now,
that's what the environmental people would do for you. They work with DPW and the whole. So it's a city effort when we want to solve these types of problems. And I can almost guarantee you, from what I know about the city and the way it functions, if you were to go to, as someone in the mayor's line with the environmental folks, you would be able to probably get some great ideas about what to do dealing with compactors.
I mean, I'll get with the landlord because 600T, Steve Lawrence, because as you know, he owns the whole block and needs space. The only reason why we were allowed to have trash was because he put us in the back. The only other option is to put it on the street on Florida Avenue, like the residents of 1B01 do. They leave their cans in front of their buildings. And I don't believe in that. In New York City, they throw the bags every night on the street. But out of the 10 cans that we have, only about 5 of them are ours, 2 for Steve Lawrence, and maybe 3 or so for Quattro. We just got stuck with the bill. Rita Loco El Techo has been paying it for 2 years for everybody. No one's giving.
Okay, now that's enough with the trash. Thank you very much. But now you've admitted yourself with your testimony, since you've done some of the sound mitigation, there still have been complaints. What do you think that's coming from?
What I think it's coming from is, again, my opinion. I'm not trying to project and put anything in anyone's mouth. I think it's a lot of frustration. I mean, me growing up in this city, I know the amount of complaints for 30 years Adams Morgan had and tried to shut down all of their establishments, right? I think being next to the Arts and Entertainment District, they have nobody else to complain against except us. And they can't say anything about Howard. They can't say anything about Flash. They can't say anything that's going on from 7th and U or 9th and U, 7th and U over. And all that traffic comes from New York Avenue through Florida Avenue. Sometimes the cars, the ATVs, and their sound systems are larger. We had the mayor's office and 8 ambulances passed and we could not hear. I was yelling. We were yelling at each other because we couldn't hear each other talk. So ambient noise is absolutely a problem. I think the LaJoy Park has a lot of history. Some of the buildings are not up to the most modern specifications of windows, of 3-pane glass, 4-pane glass. And it's, unfortunately, in the city, it's required. You know, you need that level of thickness in a window and a door. So there's a lot of things they're playing into this. And I'm not here to pass the blame. I can only do my part, but other people have to do their part as well.
Mr. Haddam, I thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Chair, that's all I have of this witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Haddam.
Thank you, Boardman Short. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board member? Mr. Badaway, any redirect based on a question or asked by the board?
No direct, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Fine, any redirect?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
All
All
right.
right.
You too.
Call to the stand, Martin Beam.
All right, Mr. Beam.
Hello, Martin Beam here.
Do you have a camera, sir?
Yeah, let me turn that on. There you go. Oh, sorry about the lights.
I can't see you. I can't see you, Mr. Beam.
It says preview only. Am I coming through yet?
Nope.
It's saying it's on. I can only do a preview. It's giving me the red flash on the camera. You know, I can see myself, unfortunately, but
Well, we can't see you. All right. I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Klein, are you presenting Mr. Beam as an expert?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to qualify him.
Can you spell his name, Mr. Chair?
We're getting, hold on, Mr. Short, hold on. Mr. Badaway, do you have a problem with Mr. Beam being an expert, or do you need further information regarding his qualification?
I'll just wait for, the protestants will accept Mr. Beam as an expert.
All right, thank you. All right, it's your witness, Mr. Klein, and please have Mr. Beam spell his name for the record, please.
Beam, spell your name.
Martin Beam, that's MartinBeam, as in Martin.
And you are an acoustical engineer, is that correct?
I'm an acoustical consultant. You can't really call yourself an engineer unless you're a professional engineer.
Okay, but you do have an engineering degree, correct?
Yes, I do. I have a degree in mechanical engineering.
All right. And how long have you been working with respect to noise issues?
33 years.
And have you testified as an expert concerning noise issues in the past?
Numerous times.
Any idea how many?
Dozens. In front of this board, a lot. At least a couple dozen, I would think.
All right. And you testified both on behalf of applicants and on behalf of protestants, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've been engaged to assist with noise issues at Rito Loco, El Techo?
That's correct.
And what's the scope of your engagement? What is it you're going to do?
Well, he's rebuilding the rooftop deck, and so he wants to make sure he's doing it to maximize the sound control. And so we're going to help him with that.
Have you been out to the site?
Yes, I have.
And what do you find in terms of issues related to noise, if any, at this establishment?
Well, in terms of noise, I don't know, I wasn't able to get into the adjacent building, so I wasn't able to do an objective measurement. But there's certainly room for improvement, and he's indicated that they're on board with making it much tighter.
Okay. And do you believe that there are recommendations that you can make that will be effective in mitigating the noise?
Definitely.
Okay. Any idea what those might be?
Well, the partition adjacent to the adjacent building is full. It's not very solid. It's got a lot of holes, and there's a walkway behind it, and there's just a lot of ways for sound to escape that area. I just wanted to clarify that we only do the consulting. We don't sell or install anything. So when there was talk about, I'm going to help them install it, I don't do any of that stuff.
And why is that?
Because I think it clouds our judgment. We're strictly consultants working to make sure the best, most cost-effective solutions are engaged, not what makes us the most money for installing.
Okay. And were you here for Mr. Haddam's testimony when he described the changes that they had made to the sound system?
Yes, I was here.
Do you have any opinion as to whether that had any effectiveness in terms of mitigating noise from the establishment?
It should have. I didn't know I don't know what was there previously, but the concept of putting smaller speakers closer to the people is that way you don't have to turn it up as much, is always better than having two large speakers that you're trying to fill the whole space with.
So is it kind of like, this is the example I like, is it kind of like in the diner where they have the jukebox and you've got the little speaker at your table where you can put in money and only hear it at your table?
That's a good way to put it.
So smaller speakers, rather than many smaller speakers, rather than a smaller number of large speakers? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that keeps it closer to the people, so you don't have to turn it up as much. And it doesn't, because otherwise, if you're trying to serve people in the back of the space with two speakers, you end up turning it up to reach them, and now you're really blasting everybody.
Now, what about bass? That's a constant complaint in these cases, and I know you've dealt with before. What is done to mitigate the issues with respect to bass?
Well, first, it's not putting too many bass speakers in because they're really not necessary. One or two, quality bass speakers can fill a space like that without a problem. But, some of the sound system guys, they're all about the bass. They love the bass, and they want it to crush you in the chest. And we're not of that opinion. So that's step one, is just don't overdo the amount and the size of the speakers, as Mr. Haddam was saying. They're not putting in these humongous, person-sized bass speakers, which you would in a nightclub. So that's step one. Step two is then properly isolate those bass speakers. A lot of times they're just people don't know, they push them up against the wall or they're sitting on the floor, and that low frequency will actually drive the structure, and then that whole structure becomes sort of a speaker as it's all resonating. So we'll have the speakers isolated so that they're not physically driving the structure through vibration.
So speaker placement is also very important. Is that what we're hearing?
Yep, sure. You definitely don't want them right up against the wall where you're having the complaints for. You'd rather have them farther from that. Even if it's facing that wall, it's better to have it further away and facing. Another thing Mr. Adams said, which was correct, is that the bass spreads out in all directions. It's not really a directional thing, so they can go almost anywhere and still fill the space.
I'm going to ask you Similar question I asked you before. Approximately how many establishments have you worked with in the District of Columbia concerning noise issues?
Hundreds. Me and my company. I mean, we've got 10 engineers, 10 consultants, and this is a small but steady source of jobs. I mean, it's probably less than 5% of our business, but they're pretty regular.
If the owner of the establishment follows your recommendations, or when the owner of the establishment follows your recommendations, have you ever failed?
We've never been called back to have an issue. We never missed the noise code.
And has this operator committed to you that they're going to follow your recommendations?
Yes, he has.
Great. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Badaway.
Just one question, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Beam.
Good evening.
Mr. Beam, you do not have any influence or control over whether your client will fully implement the recommendations that you ultimately come up with, correct?
That's correct. I don't have that on any of the jobs I do. I'm a consultant, and I tell the owners of the big developments what to do, and if it's their money, they can choose what to do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beam. No further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short. What's going on, Mr. Short? Have you unmute your line, sir?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Mr. Beam.
Go ahead, Mr. Short. We can hear you.
Okay. I was asking Mr. Beam. Mr. Beam, are you familiar with the rooftop sound?
Yes, I am. We've done a lot of rooftop establishments ever since DC changed their smoking law. Everybody had to have a rooftop lounge after that, and we did a lot of those.
Are you familiar with the rooftops that they had problems with on Connecticut Avenue?
Which I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
Well, let's say this. When you're on a rooftop, to really properly control noise, you need to have a closed roof. Is that correct? Is it better to have a closed roof?
It's better, but it's not always necessary. We did one right in the area there. It's a gym, and they had a rooftop pool and everything, and they had speakers up there. It was like a party kind of room. It's a big gym in the city. I can't draw it off the top of my head, but they did not have any rooftop, but we were able to solve it with the proper barrier walls.
So you had 4 barrier walls on all 4 sides of the roof. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So if you have a barrier wall that is not completely all the way up, or you have holes in it, then it's not doing its job, correct?
Well, no, it really depends on where you're going, where the sound is. In this case, the sound, the adjacent neighboring building that's generating most of the complaints, you certainly want a full wall there without holes in it. But the other walls wouldn't matter as much because any sound that goes out those walls isn't coming back. It actually acts like it's fully absorbed. So like in an outdoor stadium, the sound goes out and never returns. Whereas in an indoor club, it bounces around and actually builds up.
Okay, well, I guess we're talking about Loco El Teco, correct? And so currently, what is the sound control you have for the rooftop of this particular business?
Well, they have a wall between them and the neighbor. As I said, it wasn't constructed very well, as Mr. Hankins testified to, that they did it themselves. They did the best they could with the knowledge they had and the construction abilities they had, and they did it in good faith. But it certainly wasn't as good as it could have been.
Mr. Bean, since it's not as good as it could have been, are they going to continue having noise problems until they get it done the way you recommended?
Well,
in your opinion.
It sounds to me like if they haven't been cited, they certainly, as other people have said, complaints are complaints. People like to complain, but that's something we deal with.
Mr. Beam, apparently you have not been keeping up with this hearing. There have been 45 complaints against this business, Rooftop. So what I'm saying to you, they've done some work up there, and you've seen the work that they've done, correct?
I saw it in its current state.
In its current state, would you say it is soundproof?
No.
Is it sound mitigating?
Compared to where they were in the past, from what I understand, yes, they've certainly made progress, it sounds like.
Is it sound mitigating or isn't it?
If they reduce the sound by 1 decibel, that's sound mitigating. So I'm saying where it sounds like where it came from before, which was large speakers, to put it in small speakers, it sounds to me, not having been out there.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. You've answered the question that I asked. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that's all I have of this witness. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Beam, I'm sorry, do you have a question, Mr. Grandis? Mr. Beam, what's the scope of the work that you have with this establishment?
It's to help them work with the architect that they've hired to design properly sound attenuating walls and structures. And to attend.
Have you started the work as yet?
I've looked at I've been out there, made a site survey. I've got some things working up. There's been a bit of miscommunication between us and the architect, but now we're on the same page and we're starting to make progress.
How long do you believe that this process will take?
For the design?
Yes.
Should be over in a month. I can't imagine it taking more than a month, but permitting and who knows how long, if things get changed during permitting. My stuff I could do, work with the architect very quickly on, but in terms of how it gets implemented through permitting and all that, who knows?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. B. All right. Mr. Badaway, any questions?
Just one brief question. Mr. Beam, you said it takes a month to make the design. How long would it be to build the design? Is there any way to say that?
There's no way for me to say that. That's dependent on other people that I have no control over.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Decline.
Mr. Beam, Mr. Short was asking you about what's been done to date. Based on your knowledge of this situation, do you believe you would have been hired if the establishment were satisfied with the current level of noise attenuation?
Oh, I think it's clear if everything was going well, I never would have gotten a call.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
You have had 4 witnesses so far, Mr. Klein. Do you have one more witness?
With that, we rest. I'm gonna spare the board additional neighborhood witnesses, and let's get to the protestant's case.
All right, thank you. It is 7:23. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. So at 7:33, Mr. Badaway, you can call your first witness. So you can now basically have your witnesses available by letting them know that that you're gonna start. So, all right, so we're off the record until 7:33. Thank you. We're back on the record. Mr. Badaway, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the protestants call Craig Kujawa.
Mr. Kajoa, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Kujawa.
Good evening, Mr. Badawi.
Mr. Kujawa, where do you live?
I'm sorry, Mr. Badaway, can you ask him to spell his name for the record, please?
Apologize. Mr. Kujawa, if you could please spell your first and your full name for the record.
Yes, my name is Craig Kujawa, and that is spelled Kraigkujawa.
And again, Mr. Kujawa, where do you live right now?
I live at 1838 6th Street Northwest in the Matinee condominium.
In which particular unit do you live in?
It's Unit B. There are only 4 units in the building.
And how long have you lived in that unit for?
I've lived here since the building was constructed in July or August of 2005. But since I'm under oath, I did move out and rent the unit to tenants for about 15 months from January 2020 to May 2021 while I was deployed to the Horn of Africa.
Are you familiar with an establishment known as El Techo?
Yes, very much so.
And can you tell the members of the board where your home is in relation to El Techo?
From the street, it's around the corner because the front of the Matinee building is on 6th Street, and Rita Loco El Techo is around the corner on Florida Avenue. But physically, the roof deck is literally on the other side of the wall you see behind me.
Okay, Mr. Kujawa, I'm going to show you some exhibits now. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Protestants Exhibit A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an aerial view looking south across Florida Avenue from a period of time before the roof deck El Techo was constructed atop the single-story Rita Loco establishment. The area highlighted in gray is the general area of where the roof deck was constructed, and the area highlighted in orange behind that to the south, which is my building, is a representation of where my particular unit is in the building.
Mr. Kujawa, I'm going to show you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit B. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is also a south-facing view across Florida Avenue from street level, showing the original Rita Loco first floor establishment in the red brick. You can see how the second level roof deck extends across onto the atop the first floor section of 1846th Street. Behind, you can see the salmon colored building is the Matinee condominium, which is where I live. And then on the right side of the image is 600 T Street, where the previous witness, Mr. Lawrence, resides.
And Mr. Kujawa, I'm going to show you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit C. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a eastward looking view along the property line from the north-south alley that you have all been discussing with the trash. On the left, you can see the plywood and whatever polycarbonate panels that enclose the roof deck, the abutting wall, and then on the right side of the image is, again, the Matinee condominium at 1838 6th Street, and the highlighted portion is my unit, and the upper left window there is where I'm sitting right now.
Mr. Chair, the protestants would move exhibits A, B, and C in for evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Mr. Kajawa, do you know whether or not your home is located in a residential zone?
Yes, it is in a residential zone. It's RF1.
Mr. Kajawa, I'm showing you it's marked as protested exhibit D. Do you recognize or can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, as in similar to the investigator's report, it's from the same website. This is the zoning map for the area. The small green rectangle near the center bottom of the image is the lot of Rita Loco, although the rooftop El Techo extends greater than the small rectangle shown. The mixed-use zone is the orange. The art zone is in the green. The large square to the left across the alley is the Shaw condominium, which is about a 7-story tall building. And then the image simply shows the abutment to the RF Zone 1 to the south, the distance to the RF Zone 1 across Florida Avenue, and the row homes, including mine, directly to the south of the establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Kajawa. Mr. Chair, the protestants would move exhibit D into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Mr. Kajawa, how much of the licensee's establishment actually abuts your building or your unit, if you know?
The lot that they're on, the old barbershop, is only 18 feet across, but at the level of the roof deck, it extends pretty much the entire length of my unit, which is about 27 feet.
Mr. Kajawa, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit E, protesting exhibit E. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a map view of the neighborhood with the 400-foot radius around the Rita Loco lot, denoted in a red dotted line. As one of the board members mentioned, the length of Florida Avenue within a 400-foot radius is almost exclusively residential. It's residential north of Florida Avenue on the 1900 block of 6th Street. The 500 block of Florida Avenue is all residential. The 500 block of T Street is all residential. And the 1800 block of 6th Street to the south is all residential as well, with the exception of Quattro Osteria on the corner and Shaw's Tavern across the street on the southeast corner of 6th and Florida.
And Mr. Kajawa, I'm showing you what's marked as protestants exhibit F. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer 200-foot radius view of the same area, showing a quantifiable number of residences within that radius.
Mr. Kajawa, you've described the nature of the neighborhood that you live in. Do you know how many private residences exist within a 200-foot radius of El Techo?
Yes, unfortunately I do, because I've used this map and I've added them all up and listed them. There are about 100, actually. You count them up, just within 200 feet.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as protestants exhibit G. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the list of all the private residences numbered 1 to 100 within the 200-foot radius shown on the prior exhibit.
Mr. Chairperson, the protestant would move in exhibits E, F, and G into evidence.
I don't have any objection to E and F. G, it seems like a compilation. It's not an independent document. It was something created for litigation. So I don't deem that to be evidence, and would object to its admission.
What is G, Mr. Badaway?
Mr. G, as Mr. Kujawa explained, is a list of 100 residences that are within a 200-foot radius of El Techo. And if you allow me to, I could ask Mr. Kujawa how he prepared this exhibit.
Yeah, you can let's further explore.
Okay, Mr. Kujawa, can you tell us? Well, Mr. Kujawa, did you create this exhibit?
I did.
And can you tell me how you created this exhibit?
Yes, if you go back to the prior exhibit, the map showing 200-foot radius. I simply went to every door took this map, printed it out, went to every location reflected within the red circle, and identified whether it was a private residence, and added it to the list, and then I tabulated them all.
Thank you, Mr. Kujawa. Mr. Chair, again, the witness, yes, this was created for purposes of litigation, but the witness has stated how it was created and that he has personal knowledge that all of these places listed on Exhibit G are residences within a 200-foot radius, because he went out and he walked it and checked them himself.
Decline.
It still was created for the purposes of litigation. We're here to hear his testimony, not what he compiled in the privacy of his own living room.
I'm gonna allow the document in Exhibit G. So we will so exhibit E and F are excuse me, are included without objection, and G is included over the objection of counsel. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kujawa, in the past 3 years, have you been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Yes, with the exception of the months I was in Africa and I had tenants both before the pandemic and since the pandemic, I have heard music from El Techo inside my residence.
And can you tell me, during that 3-year period when you've been in your home, how often have you heard music coming from El Techo inside your residence?
You mean how many times?
Yes, how many times, if you know, approximately?
A few dozen at the least. It's pretty regular.
Okay. And can you tell the board what that music sounds like when you can hear it inside your residence?
It's not exclusively the bass, although the bass is a big part of it. Sound is, as it's been stated, sort of omnidirectional. So I can hear it through the walls. I can hear it as it emanates, I believe, through the roof of the enclosure of the roof deck. And at least I perceive it as reflecting to the west off the large building, the Shaw, that's been referred to on the other side of the alley in the Arts District. It's pretty intrusive most of the time. Certainly makes it very difficult to fall asleep. Sometimes I'm woken up by it as it gets louder throughout the evening on occasion, and not really able to watch television either without turning it up louder than I would otherwise have it, just to drown out the sound of the music if I'm up late.
Okay. And specifically through your wall, I think you described bass and you described music. Can you tell us what that music sounds like?
It's house music. I would call it electronic dance music with a pretty strong bass component to it. but it's obvious to me that it's coming from El Techo because Flash and never heard anything from Howard Theater, and the other places that were mentioned were, you know, a few hundred feet away. And this is, like I said, on the other side of the wall behind me.
And how does this music that you hear inside your home from El Techo, how is it different from ambient street noise, sirens, cars, things of that nature?
Well, yeah, as has been mentioned, the ATVs are a problem. The sirens you sort of get used to living within the range of the hospital, and the traffic on Florida Avenue as people go into and out of the U Street corridor from New York Avenue is certainly audible, but those things are transitory. The music from El Techo, particularly when they have DJ entertainment there, it goes on for the 3, 4, 5 hours that they feature that music. It's nonstop, so you can't really get away from it.
Okay. So you talked about DJ entertainment. Do you know how often El Techo has DJs at their establishment?
They've had well over 100 in the last year and a half, based on their, you know, promotional social media advertisements. So dozens and dozens and dozens of DJs over even an 18-month period.
Mr. Kujala, I'm showing you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit H. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Can you make it a little bit bigger on your screen, both for me and for the board? Okay. These are just their own self-promotion social media, either profile or postings that they've made, identifying themselves and holding themselves out to the public as a, I think as Mr. Hankin said, as a house music scene for the District of Columbia. That's their Facebook profile, representing themselves as a bar. This description, which is another aspect of their Facebook profile, refers to their Miami vibes and their killer beats. On the next one is just sample imagery and text of how they have tried to attract the public. Good Vibe Tribe. There's an image of what I believe to be a typical night at El Techo when they have the DJ entertainment featuring their dance floor. I can't count how many people are there in the photo, but that's a image of the DJ that is performed there frequently based on their advertisements. The one you're seeing now just highlights the fact that if you can read the text, expect a different techno vibe that gets progressively deeper throughout the night. I can vouch for that. It often does get deeper and louder throughout the night. And as far as the dance floor goes, this is just examples from a year ago where they encourage people to try to come dance on their rooftop all weekend long. You know where the party is at this weekend. So, and that's from January 27th, 2022.
Mr. Kujala, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit I. Can you take a look at this, please?
Yes. Whenever they feature DJs at the establishment, at least during the period reflected in the exhibit from May 2021 to just October of this year, they would post about it either on their Instagram account or their Facebook account. And this is simply a collection of promotional, professional designed artwork advertisements for their disc jockeys. Each row of these is a different weekend, and it goes on for about 12 pages featuring both the name of the DJ, the date, and the El Techo logo in various places on all of this artwork.
And what is the time frame of this, of these advertisements in this exhibit, Mr. Kajawa?
I believe the first one is back in May of 2021, maybe perhaps a little bit earlier. And they go, beyond December of last year. I think like on page 10, you start getting into 2022, and the last 5 pages are additional advertisements for disc jockeys since the beginning of this year.
And Mr. Kajawa, I'm showing you what's now marked as Protestants Exhibit J. Can you take a look at that, please?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is an alphabetical listing of all the DJs that have been promoted and featured in those 150 or so artwork advertisements from their social media pages over the period in question, May of 2021 to October 2022, reflecting the name of the DJ, the dates on which they perform. Some of them performed 7, 8, 9 times. Others were single appearances. And then just for context, the link to the different styles of music that all these DJs play. These are their own SoundCloud pages where they upload examples of the music that they play or that they have created.
And just to be clear, did you create this exhibit, Mr. Kajawa?
I did. It is a compilation, but it is made strictly from all of the artwork images on the prior exhibit. I think there's about 133 different DJs on this list.
Finally, Mr. Kajawa, I'm showing you it's marked as Exhibit K. Can you take a look at this, please?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here, Mr. Kajawa?
Well, it was such a large volume of information that I just created this calendar view to reflect all of the dates on which DJs were featured at the establishment from May 2021 all the way, I think, as I said, through October 2022. It goes on for 2 pages, but the black squares are just dates on which DJs were featured based on the advertisements from the social media posts on Facebook and Instagram. July 25th, of course, is the protest petition deadline after the establishment was placarded.
And Mr. Kajawa, just to be clear, you created this exhibit as well, correct?
I did, but strictly from the artwork that was posted featuring the DJs on the establishment's social media presences.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kajawa. The protestants would offer exhibits H, I, J, and K into evidence.
Decline.
I don't have any issue with H and I. J and K, same objection I had earlier. These are not documents that existed. They were created for purposes of this hearing. And we would object to them being considered as original evidence. We have a witness here to testify. That's what he's here to do. And we would make the same objection that we made earlier, that it's inappropriate to accept this compilation as evidence.
I'll admit it for what it's worth. The witness has testified that this is his home. He created this document and he testified about it. So I will admit the document for what it's worth. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kajawa, I believe you testified that based upon the music that you've heard and these exhibits that we have, that you feel the place El Techo is operating as a nightclub. Can you tell us more what you mean by that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object as to relevance. The hour is late. Whatever it's called, we've had testimony about what it is, what the activity is. Under the law, we have different classes of licenses. One's a CN, a nightclub license. One's a CR, which this is, a restaurant license. It's just not meaningful to talk about whether this is a nightclub. It's not. It's not licensed as a nightclub. That's the only legal definition we have. And I would object to this line of inquiry.
Mr. Badaway.
Yeah, so I mean, Mr. Chairperson, number one, this is relevant, okay? The witness has testified about loud trance techno music coming from DJs that come through his house and affect the piece, affect how he can live in his house, number one. Number two, the topic of whether something is a nightclub that promotes dance music and dancing and loud music is in fact critical to what the board is going to decide here, because the issue is, are they acting as a restaurant or are they acting as a nightclub? And if they're acting as a nightclub, well, that corroborates not only Mr. Kajawa's testimony, but the expected testimony from other individuals in the neighborhood, that they're able to hear loud DJ music coming from the establishment, late hour, beginning in the early evening, late until night.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Badawi clearly doesn't understand the law. In terms of acting as a restaurant, what one must do to qualify for a restaurant, as we all know, is meet the minimum food service requirements, meet the requirement that the kitchen be open, and the other requirements of being a restaurant. Those are the requirements. With respect to other activity, our law allows restaurants to have entertainment. So it seems to me our time is better spent focusing on the actual activity that's thought to be objectionable rather than fighting about how to label it.
And I'm going to sustain the objection. I mean, Mr. Badaway, it's a restaurant. It have a CE license, and so if you can ask questions about noise or what's going on, but it is not a nightclub, and I don't think there's an allegation that it's a nightclub. So you can ask a question, but this is not a nightclub. I think I have a nightclub license, and I've not heard there's an allegation there that this is a nightclub. So let's
Yes, okay. Mr. Kajawa, how often in the past 3 years have you been able to hear the music from El Techo loud enough so that you can hear it in your home? You're on mute, Mr. Kajawa.
I'd say between 50 and 100. I mean, I travel a lot, and as I said, I was deployed for a certain amount of the last 3 years. But when there are just bar patrons there and diners, it's not audible unless they have a really, really large crowd there, and that crowd is loud. It is audible when they have featured and had a DJ performing, because they turn the sound up and it operates as a de facto nightclub from a layman's observation in terms of the volume of the music, the nature of the music, the dancing.
Mr. Kajawa, have you ever contacted ABRA about these complaints of loud music from the establishment inside your home?
I have.
Can you tell us, approximately how often you contact ABRA investigators about this music?
I've certainly not contacted them every time I've heard it, because that sort of eventually seems to be not a pointless exercise, but just one of banging your head against the wall. But I've probably contacted them at least 15 to 20 times, just even in the last year and a half. Don't call them when I can't hear it, but I do call them when I'm home, and it is an intrusion.
Okay. And Mr. Kajawa, have you ever attempted to work with the owners of El Techo to address the loud music in your home?
Yeah, as has already been stated, they have been invited into our home. I think the recommendation of Ivan, I think it was to add some sound insulating material inside our building, like on the inside walls of our condominium, and we weren't really willing to do that just because the square footage is small enough to take up more of it with sound insulation on the inside of our homes was considered a bridge too far.
Okay. Mr. Kajawa, I'm going to go now to a line of questioning about trash. Have you observed where the establishment El Techo stores its garbage?
Yes, in the alley, north-south alley to the west of 600 T Street.
Mr. Kajawa, I'm going to show you what's been marked as a protestant's Exhibit N. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a series of photographs taken from that alley, reflecting months and months and months of instances where not only that the trash is there in the alley, but when it is often overflowing. There's pictures, I think, from May all the way up through just last month. And I provide these just to indicate that when the trash is overflowing, it's not simply an issue with the vendor. It's pretty much a regular occurrence, especially on Friday nights and Saturday nights.
And Mr. Kajawa, can you tell me how wide is the alley at the point where the trash bins are, where the trash is stored?
Yeah, it's about 15 feet. 15 feet, 6 to 8 inches, depending on where you measure.
And would you say that's about 20% of the width of the alley then?
If you consider the trash bin being 3 to 4 feet deep, then yeah, it's about 20 to 25% of the width of the alley.
To your knowledge, Mr. Kajawa, does the establishment have any public space permit to permanently store its solid waste in that alley?
No, they do not. To the best of my knowledge, I've conducted a search of the Department of Transportation permitting database, and there's nothing reflected that allows them to do that in that area. And as is mentioned, it's actually quite the opposite. They are subject to the summary order of the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which requires them to keep the trash at the rear of 600 T Street as a condition of their certificate of occupancy associated with the granting of relief that they require to operate their fast food restaurant there.
Okay, Mr. Kajawa, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit O. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the aforementioned summary order from the Board of Zoning Adjustment from 2014. And further down in the document, I believe it shows the specific conditions that they were required. Yes, the applicant shall store trash cans at the rear of 600 T Street with all refuse collected from the north-south alley located adjacent to and to the west of 600 T Street Northwest. So the rear of 600 T Street is not the alley, it is the area behind Mr. Lawrence's home, the land.
And can you clarify for the board why the Board of Zoning Adjustment issued this order?
Yes, the zoning regulations in effect at the time and in fact today have two particular requirements that they needed relief from, frankly, to get the certificate of occupancy to open the original Rito Loco fast food restaurant in 2014. Those conditions were, or those requirements were, one, that fast food restaurants are not permitted to be on any lot within 25 feet of a residence district, a resident zone, and Rito Loco is, as has been documented in the record, 0 feet from a residence zone. And the other condition for fast food restaurants is that their refuse or dumpster must be in an enclosure that's has walls on 3 sides that is at least 6 feet or at least as high as the dumpster. And so to grant relief from those requirements of the zoning laws, the Board of Zoning Adjustment included this stipulation in their order that the trash had to be kept behind 600 T Street, which Mr. Lawrence granted permission for Rita Loco to do for the duration of their lease.
Mr. Gajal, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit P. Can you tell us what this exhibit is, please?
This is correspondence from.
Objection as to relevance. This is the ABC board. This is not the Department of Buildings nor the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. This is a notice of a potential violation. There's a time by which to file an appeal. That time is not elapsed. How that appeal will be dealt with if it's filed is certainly an open question, and it is not for the ABC board to litigate issues of coordinate agencies of the District of Columbia. And I would cite COF versus the District of Columbia Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the proposition that in that case the C of O is issued, and it was deemed that it's not for the ABC board to go behind the C of O and determine those issues. There may be issues there, but they're not the province of this particular board or agency.
By the way,
I mean, the issue of litter goes to the appropriateness standard. And I know we've heard testimony about litter tonight from both sides and, you know, the impact it has. This addresses that issue. There, in fact, Mr. Hankins himself said, well, where am I supposed to store it? And it's clear that the city of DC has told him he has to store it behind 600T, and he's not doing that. Again, the issue of litter goes to appropriate. Also, this goes to whether or not the applicant is willing to follow the rules and regulations that he is committed to following.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I agree with Mr. I mean, one of the things that's pretty clear to us that we need to say within our lane, but I'm not even sure if this is any longer relevant. I thought Mr. Lawrence testified that this space is no longer, I guess, I thought the testimony was that since the onset of COVID, that this space is no longer available for garbage to be stored. So I thought that's what I thought I heard, but at this juncture, I'm going to sustain the objection. I mean, he can testify about, if you want to testify about the trash, which he has done, but I think I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would offer Exhibit N into evidence. That's the photographs of the solid waste.
Mr. Klein?
I don't have any objection to this coming in.
Without objection.
Mr. Kuchel, I'm going to ask you about the waste. Have you noticed an increase in the number of rodents in the area of your home and El Techo since the establishment began storing its waste in the alley?
Yeah, certainly in the last year and a half, the visible rodent population has increased. There have been vehicle owners that live in my building whose vehicles have had, things chewed out of the vehicle in the engine compartment. I see rats in the alley more often, both in the vicinity of the trash, crawling in and out of it, as well as down the alley right here past my windows outside. There are multiple new rat burrows that have emerged in the planters of Duke Ellington Plaza, which is to the northwest exit of the end of the alley. And just last week, we called rodent control. There's a new rat burrow in the tree box, literally in front of Rito Loco's front door within the last 2 weeks.
Mr. Kajawa, I want to go back now, just a few questions about the music. You were present for Investigator Puente's testimony, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I believe you heard him testify about the investigative history of the establishment, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, do you recall exactly? I believe you heard him testify that there were 17 charges, secondary tier violations of failure to follow settlement agreement. Is that correct?
I think it was 17 secondary tier charges in general, but 6 of them were for violation of the settlement agreement.
Okay. And you've heard, I think, repeated testimony that there were 2 substantiated complaints of noise, both in November, music coming from El Teco inside a residence, both in November and December of 2021, correct?
I did.
Okay. And on those dates, are those the only, those 2 dates where there were substantiated complaints, are those the only 2 dates when you've been able to hear El Teco's music in your residence?
No, not by a long shot. Like I said, we call often when we hear it. Usually they say when they're able, they will go out to El Techo. But there's been a number of occasions where they just don't even go to El Techo because they say they don't have the staff at the time, or it's a particularly busy night elsewhere in the city. So no, I do not believe that the 2 substantiated violations in the record are an accurate reflection of how often music can be heard in people's residences, even in the last year, during which those 45 complaints that Investigator Puente testified to have been lodged.
Thank you, Mr. Kajawa. I have no further questions for you.
Mr. Klein?
A couple. So is it your testimony that you offered to allow representatives of the establishment into your apartment to check the noise levels?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that they refused to do so, or would not do so?
No, my testimony was that we invited them in, and their recommendation, both to me and another unit owner of the building, was to put sound insulating materials on the inside of our walls inside our property.
Wasn't there also an ABC investigator in your premise, in your home at one point?
We have had them here, yes.
And haven't they told you that they believe the noise is coming from 600 T Street and not from Rito Loco El Techo?
I believe on one occasion they may have done so, but it's very clear. It's very clear from my residence when the noise I can hear is coming from 600T, because 600T doesn't have the loudspeakers. Most of the sound I can hear from 600T is from the unauthorized rear summer garden with their concrete floor, brick building, metal gate.
But when you called the investigator out and he voiced the opinion that it was coming from 600T, it was your impression that it was coming from Rito Loco El Techo, correct?
Yes, at the time we made the call, it most certainly was.
Okay, so you can't really say, and you don't really know when you hear noise as to whether it's coming from this establishment or from some other source. Isn't that true?
No, I would say that's not true, because the sound from El Techo has been coming for 5 years, and I know what it sounds like. And from 600T, that rear summer garden has not been there anywhere near as long, so I can easily make the distinction of what I'm hearing when.
And is it your testimony that it's no different today than it was a year ago? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I do not believe I said that, no.
Okay, well, let's explore that. So there have indeed been improvements in 22, haven't there?
Object to the form of the question. What improvements is Mr. Klein talking about?
Fair enough. The issues with respect to noise have been less frequent and less of a problem in 22 than they were prior to 22. Isn't that correct?
2020, yes, it is, because 2021 had a significant higher number of DJ performances, as you can see from the advertisements and from the calendar representation of the dates when DJs perform. So from a numerical point of view, yes, it has gotten better because it has been less frequent, but it hasn't changed the nature of the problem.
Have you been here for the whole hearing?
Yes.
And you heard the testimony concerning the previous use of promoters. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Is it your contention that that's not what the issue was? That the use of promoters exacerbated the problems with noise?
Well, I believe you're conflating the use of promoters with the actual presence of DJs, and DJs have been there for months after when it was stated that the relationship with the promoters had ceased. You can see that evident from the DJ advertisements. They went on well past December when I believe Mr. Hankins said he severed that relationship.
He said he severed the relationship with the promoter. Isn't that what he said?
It is. And what I'm trying to clarify is that even after that, you can see from the advertisements that DJs were featured for months beyond that into the summer of 2022.
Do you not know the difference between a DJ and a promoter?
Objection, argumentative.
Fair question based upon where we are.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If you can answer the question, answer it. Nah, let's move on. Can you answer the question, sir?
I'll withdraw it and rephrase it. Is it your position that the use of a DJ is the same thing as the use of a promoter?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that just because the use of the promoter ceased at a particular date, the use of DJs did not, at least not in a way that can be in accordance with prior testimony. I believe I heard, since that's what you're asking about, that they stopped using the promoter on such and such a date, and yet there's evidence that they featured or advertised for DJs beyond the date that the promoters, as you say, were not used anymore.
So let me go back to my original question. Isn't it true that since last year, meaning 21, December of 21, that the issues with noise have lessened, even on Friday and Saturday nights? Isn't that a true fact?
The frequency with which DJs have performed has lessened, yes.
That wasn't my question. My question was, DJs have been there almost every Friday and Saturday night in 2022, correct? According to your calendar, with the exception of March?
I would have to look at it again. It's not in front of me, but there have not been DJs every weekend in 2022. They were much more frequent in 2021. So
you need to look at your calendar to be refreshed about that with respect to this issue that's so intrusive on your life that you need to look.
I'm going to object to this. This is an argumentative question. What is counsel's question here?
That he needs to look at his calendar to figure out when he was bothered and is unaware as to what's going on in the last year, and contends that the issues continue despite ample testimony to the contrary.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer the question, answer the question. If not, let's move on.
Unfortunately, I think I'm just unclear at what you're trying to get at, Mr. Klein. There have been fewer DJs performing in 2022. That does not mean that when DJs have performed, the noise has been any less. So if that's what you're trying to clarify, I can still hear the DJs perform when they are there. They have been there less frequency, but when they are there, it's audible.
So your contention is when the DJs are there, it's been no different in 22 than it was in 21 when DJs are there.
I object to the form of the question. I think there are several questions in that question.
What's your question, Mr. Klein?
Is it your contention that when a DJ is present on the premises, it's been no different in 22 than it was in 21?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I just want to make sure I answer it clearly.
I'm just trying to understand that the prior testimony was that one of the issues or a major issue was the use of an outside promoter, the use of an outside sound system that was brought in. It had larger speakers. It was an issue. You heard Mr. Hankins testify about it. You heard Mr. Adams say, I wouldn't even have been involved in it. We're not doing it anymore. And I just want to understand, is it your contention that doesn't make any difference? That wasn't the issue. Everything's exactly the way it is now in 22 on the nights that they have a DJ as it was in 21.
I could still hear it.
Seem to be ducking my question, but I'll move on.
Move to strike the last part of that.
There's no question. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
All right. If I may be given privileges to share.
I don't believe it has been taken away from you, sir, so try to share.
Okay, thanks. Better at this. All right. In front of you is Exhibit E, which you testified about, which you contend is a 400-foot radius around Rita Loco El Techo, correct?
Yes.
And it's your contention that almost everything within the circle is residential. Was that your testimony?
No, sir. I believe I was referring to Exhibit F when I made that statement.
Oh, so not Exhibit A. So Exhibit E indeed contains a number of licensed establishments, doesn't it?
It contains a few, yes.
And in fact, Flash is on the edge of the circle where my cursor is pointed, isn't it?
I don't know exactly where Flash is. I know it's in that 600 block of Florida Avenue near 7th Street, so perhaps.
And Shaw's Tavern is over here across 6th Street.
That is correct.
All right, and there's another establishment next door.
I don't believe so, no.
Um,
Next door to what? Perhaps I misunderstood the
a
question.
couple doors down from Shaw's Tavern on Florida Avenue.
No.
Now, so you testified that you've attempted to work with the establishment. Is that your testimony?
I testified that I had invited them into my home. They're sound engineers, yes.
Okay. You testified that you contacted ARA 15 to 20 times in the last year to register complaints about noise, correct?
I don't believe I said in the last year. I think the question that I answered was in the last 3 years, but I may be mistaken.
I'm looking at my notes. I think what you said was the last year and a half, and I misspoke. I apologize. Is that, you think in the last year and a half? You tell me. How many times have you complained in the last year and a half, you think?
Using both the online form and phone calls to the hotline, yeah, I'd still say that's a fair estimate in the last year and a half.
And how many times did you reach out to your neighbor to discuss issues related to noise?
Objection, relevance? Which neighbor are you talking about?
Talking about Rito Loco, the owners of Rito Loco, El Techo. Fair enough, Council. I agree.
Are you able to answer the question, sir? He rephrased the question. I don't know if there's still an objection, but the question was rephrased. Are you able to answer?
I'll rephrase it. So you reached out to Abra maybe 15, 20 times. How many times did you reach out to the owners or managers or operators of Rito Loco, El Techo concerning noise issues at the establishment?
Personally, I have not.
You have not.
No, simply because
There's nothing pending. Thank you. You answered my question. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Short. I'm sorry, Mr. Badaway. Is there?
I apologize. I'll wait for my turn to do redirect, Your Honor. I apologize.
Oh yes, you're going to get your chance. Now is the board's opportunity to ask questions.
Apologies.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kuja, how many years have you lived at your residence?
17, with the exception of a 15-month period when I was overseas deployed.
17 years. So would it be fair to say you were there long before this rooftop business opened?
Yes, I've been here long before even Rito Loco, the original taco burrito restaurant, opened. Before Shaw's Tavern, before Flash, before Right Proper, before the Howard Theater was refurbished. Yes.
So the problem some board members have is they say people move into areas where these businesses have already been. So your wall that's now adjacent to the rooftop, before that time, how was it before this licensee came in 2-3 years ago?
In terms of noise, it was just the standard sounds of the city, the sirens that were referred to in the traffic on Florida Avenue. But other than that, it was not objectionable whatsoever.
Okay, so we've established you were there when this business opened. So
yes.
it comes to basically, were you a part of the ANC or the neighborhoods when this business first opened, when this application for this business was first applied for? Were you a part of the community's efforts?
When the license was first applied for in 2014, when Mr. Hankins opened the ground floor, there was no objection to it. When he sought the substantial change and sought the ANC's support in 2017 to add the roof garden on, to build the roof garden and add it up, yes, there was a community objection to it at that point. We weren't as familiar with the ABRA rules and processes and procedures at that time, but yes, to answer your question.
So, as a part of all of that, if I'm understanding the testimony we've had today, there was an agreement between the community and the applicant for the rooftop regarding hours and other issues. Is that correct?
There is an agreement now, but that agreement was reached as a result of the withdrawal of a protest at the time of their last renewal in 2019, because of the issues that had been experienced by the neighborhood from the time they opened in August 2017 with the roof garden, based on the approval of the significant change to their license, until their regular 3-year renewal period in 2019. So we worked with the establishment 3 years ago. There was, my point I'm making is there were so many noise issues prior to the last renewal that there was a protest in progress at that time, but the neighborhood, working with the establishment, agreed to withdraw its protests and entered into the settlement agreement, which is the one you saw in Investigator Puente's report.
So can you again just refresh me or refresh us as the board? The settlement agreement, what hours were on it?
I don't know the hours on the settlement agreement by heart. It does refer to the hours in which those polycarbonate panels need to be in place by a particular time of night based on the day of the week. But I don't recall if it refers to the actual hours that entertainment is allowed, and if that is different from what is in the basic license.
Okay, now your residence is in the rear. Are you familiar with Wiltberger Place or Wiltberger Street?
Yes, I walk on it quite a bit. It is about half a block to the west, and it goes down along North-South Street on the east side of Howard Theater all the way down to S Street from Florida Avenue, or from T Street, excuse me.
Okay, now this goes to the pictures that were just put into evidence regarding the overflowing trash containers. How often does that happen?
How often are they overflowing?
Yes.
I walk the dog pretty much every day, and it's the only reason I would be out at the time stamps you see on the photos. I would say it's a couple times a week. It's not uncommon. Particularly on Saturday morning and Sunday morning when there's been a lot of business on Friday night and Saturday night.
That's good. That's already on the record. But now, are you aware that that is a violation of the ABC board or the Arbor Code book, that if you have trash cans and you're doing that, those trash cans the lids have to be solidly down. They can't be overflowing. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar if it specifically refers to the conditions of the lids, but I know that the appropriateness standards includes provisions of litters so that it's not a fire hazard, it's not a nuisance, and it doesn't harbor the breeding or feeding of rodents.
Okay. And again, the exhibits that you had about DJs and advertisements, in one of those, they're advertising as a bar. As far as you know, is this establishment a bar?
Not in terms of its licensure, no, because it has a CR, not a CT license. You heard the owner testify that there is a bar on the second level.
Okay, you've been very, very candid, and thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for your time. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. That's all I have with this witness, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I want to ask a question, Mr. Kawajawa, regarding the trash. It's my understanding, and maybe I'm confused, that 2 establishments and some residents store trash in that alley. So I saw their pictures that how do you know that the trash belongs to this establishment?
The trash barrels in my photos are directly to the west of 600 T Street, and it's been testified to that those 12 bins 5 of them belong to El Techo, 2 of them belong to Mr. Lawrence's residence, and 3 of them belong to Cuatro Osteria. Because of their geography, they don't have any other place to keep it. As far as the trash barrels for the rest of the residents along the 1800 block of 6th Street, their trash bins are only in the alley on the days that it is scheduled to be picked up by the Department of Public Works. The rest of the time, there are rear yards to all the homes on this street, and they have gates that open up to the alley where they take their trash barrels in and out. It's only the trash barrels at the north end of the alley, the 12 or so that were pictured, that are in the alley on a permanent basis in the public space.
And if you're saying those, so are all those trash cans, do they belong to this establishment?
Yes. Well, they belong to this establishment and the other properties on either side for which Mr. Stephen Lawrence is the landlord. Quattro Osteria on the corner, which is also operated by Mr. Hankins, and then Stephen Lawrence himself, who lives in the adjacent row house. And his licensed establishment, 600T.
So you're saying then these trash cans could belong to 600T, Rico Loco, and Osteria. I'm sorry, this third licensee. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe one of the applicant's witnesses testified that the 12 trash cans do belong to those 3 establishments collectively, and that Mr. Hankins is actually paying the trash bill for it.
All right. Mr. Klein?
Mr. Kajawa, wasn't there also testimony that those trash bins service residences along that row as well?
The ones that are you referring to the ones in my photos that are immediately adjacent?
Yes, aren't those the same ones that were in the investigator's photo?
I don't remember the investigator's photo, but the trash barrels in the only residence that I'm aware of that those trash barrels service is Mr. Lawrence's residence, which is 600 T Street, where he has a licensed establishment in his
Nothing further.
So by the way,
Mr. Kajawa, I think you were asked on cross-examination if you had reached out to El Techo, and you said no. Can you tell the board why you haven't reached out to El Techo about the loud music that you can hear inside your place?
As has been stated, I've lived here for a long time. It's been a known issue for a long time, and I'm in communication with plenty of other people that have communicated with Mr. Hankins. Given that I live immediately adjacent to the building and I don't want to sour any relationship that I might have to live with on a permanent basis, I have left the communication with Mr. Hankins to the numerous other people that have complained about this issue and have attempted to work with him as well.
And just to be clear, Mr. Kajawa, since you've heard testimony that there have been numerous changes since 2021, promoters, sound systems, are you still able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Yes, we've heard it even just recently.
Okay. And I think there was some talk about Shaw's Tavern being across the street. Have you ever, heard loud music coming from Shaw's Tavern inside your residence?
No.
Okay. And I believe further down the street is the Royal, which is a restaurant. Are you familiar with the Royal?
Yes, it's at the corner of Florida Avenue and 5th Street.
And have you ever heard loud music or noise coming from the Royal inside your residence?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Kajawa. I have no further questions.
thank you very much, Mr. Kajawa, for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, members of the board.
You have another witness, Mr.
The protestant is called Jonathan Horsford. Mr. Horsford?
Is Mr. Horsford online? Okay. Mr. Horsford, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you're a witness, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horsford, can you please state and spell your full name?
Certainly. Jonathan Horsford, Jonathan Horsford.
And Mr. Horsford, where do you live?
I live at 531 T Street Northwest, Unit 101.
And how long have you lived there for?
I moved here in 2016, so it's been 6 years.
Okay. And 531 T Street Northwest, Unit number 1. Do you live in an apartment or a condominium?
It's a condominium complex. It's one of the old mansions that they renovated and put an extension on. And so there are 11 units over 2 floors.
Okay. And do you know whether or not 531 T Street, your unit in particular, is located in a residential zone?
It is in a residential zone. I believe it's RF1.
Okay. And can you describe the neighborhood that you live in?
So we are north of Florida, actually in LeDroit Park. So it's primarily residential. There are no businesses on 6th Street or T Street nearby me. Of course, on Florida, as we have discussed, that is multi-use. So there are certainly restaurants and other businesses on Florida. And then, you know, just south of Florida, going down 6th Street is mostly residential once you get past Shaw's Tavern and Quattro.
And again, Mr. Horsford, I don't know if I asked you this already. How long have you lived in your unit?
6 years.
Okay, and where did you live before that?
I lived in Woodley Park.
Mr. Horsford, are you familiar with an establishment by the name of El Techo?
I am.
And can you tell me where your home is in relation to El Techo?
So I'm basically diagonal from El Techo. So where 6T and Florida meet, there's almost like a little courtyard space. And our building is at the corner of 6th and T, kind of facing Florida and facing El Techo. I live actually in the corner unit that is most close to 6th and T, so most close to El Techo. And I am on the 1st floor.
Okay. Mr. Horsford, I'm going to show you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit E.
Right.
Can you see that right there?
Yep.
On this map, can you show where your residence is in relation to El Techo?
So you're going to move the cursor for me?
Yeah. So this is
Yes.
El Techo
Yeah.
here. If you want to
Right. So
describe.
the fairly large square building to up and to the right. That building right there, yes. So if you move your cursor just down a little bit to the left and bottom, that corner right there is my unit. So it basically faces El Techo through that gap where the LeDroit Park arch is.
Mr. Horsford, in the past 3 years, have you been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Yes.
And can you tell the members of the board in that period approximately how many times you've been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Well, as has been discussed, you know, most weekends we can hear the music either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. You know, I have lived here the whole time. I've not lived anywhere else. So if you think about 3 years, and I can hear it almost every weekend, at least once or twice. So we're talking between, you know, 100 or 150 times.
And can you, for the members of the board, can you describe what that music sounds like when you hear it inside your residence?
So as has been discussed, I hear not only the music inside with the doors and windows closed, but it's also the type of music, because it's a trance type music. The beat is very strong. It's very low. So it has this feature of almost kind of vibratory within my unit.
Okay. Let me ask you, how is that music that you hear from El Techo inside your residence different from, say, you know, ambient street noise, sirens and cars and, you know, honking horns, those kind of things?
Yeah, you know, obviously we live off Florida, so there's a lot of ambient street noise. 6th and T And Florida is a very busy intersection, especially with the construction. So there's often a lot of noise. I want to be clear that the noise I hear is from El Teco, because I can walk out of my unit, walk over across the street to El Teco, and it's the exact same music. So to be absolutely clear, this music is not coming from any other establishment, because I can tell it is the same music.
And again, when you hear that music inside your residence, how has that affected your ability to enjoy your home?
So the corner that faces El Teco is my bedroom. It is very loud in the evening. I'm a person who goes to bed early. So it is very challenging to sleep when the music is on and very loud. I try and drown it out with some kind of sleep machine, but it still doesn't work. In addition, since the music can start quite early on a weekend, if I want to have a quiet afternoon reading in my unit, I'm unable to do so unless I turn up some type of music or something to drown it out, because otherwise I'm kind of sitting here listening to the music coming from the establishment.
And when the music is coming from the establishment, do you keep your doors and windows open or closed?
No, they're always closed.
Mr. Horsford, when you have heard music from El Teco inside your home, have you reached out to ABRA investigators?
Yes. So I should let everyone know that I was part of the original settlement agreement. In 2020, when we were developing the settlement agreement, I've been to El Teco. I have talked to Mr. Hawkins with a number of other residents. We worked to try and come up with that settlement agreement. So we did a lot of outreach in 2020 before that happened. Apart from that, I have also called ABRA a number of times, left voicemails, done the online, talked to people in person. In fact, even about a month ago, I did a 311 call to comment on the noise. So it's something that I've done a lot of.
When you have talk a little bit about your contact with El Teco. Do you recall exactly when that was, or roughly? Let me rephrase that.
So the settlement agreement was filed signed in January of 2020. So it was the fall of 2019. And a number of residents met with Mr. Hawkins to try to work out ways to work on the noise. There was certainly somebody from the nightlife, DC nightlife. I know some ANC commissioners. The previous ANC, at least one was involved. So there were a number of discussions, a lot of back and forth and negotiation to try and come up with the settlement agreement. And that is where now as part of the settlement agreement, we had those plastic panels put up with specific times. And I have written down the times. So the settlement agreement says the panels must go up Monday through Thursday at 10:30 p.m. They must go up Friday and Saturday at midnight, and they must go up Sunday at 9 p.m.
Mr. Horsford, you've heard testimony today about a lot of steps and changes that have taken place at El Teco, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask this question. You've talked about engagement with ABRA, you've talked about engagement with El Teco, you've heard testimony about changes. What has the result of all that been as far as your ability to hear music in your house coming from El Teco?
I have seen a very marginal improvement over the time since the settlement agreement. I cannot comment on the DJs. I cannot comment on the promoters. That is not my area of expertise. All I can tell you is what I experience, and what I experience is a very similar frequency and a very similar level of noise. Regardless of improvements, it is still incredibly disruptive to my life. So I don't know what a percent might be of an improvement. I can certainly say that it has not been a dramatic improvement, and it has not improved the quality of my experience. I have also tried to do other things. So I have gone and photographed El Teco After the required time that the panels have gone up, and I have filed at least one violation where the panels weren't up in a timely manner on a Sunday evening. So I've also tried to do other things, I think, to try and mitigate this issue, because I have not found that engagement previous to the settlement agreement was very successful.
Okay. And Mr. Horsford, last question. Are you still, at this point, are you willing to continue working with El Techo about the noise that you hear in your unit?
I really felt like in 2020, when I had been here for a few years, that I really wanted to work with them. All of us residents wanted to work with them. That's why we had the ANC. You know, we went to the ABRA board, we did negotiation, we did the settlement agreement, and then I do not feel like the settlement agreement really has improved very much. I cannot comment on all the changes that have been made. I'm not a sound engineer, but I can certainly say from my experience, it has not been very productive. So I don't think that further engagement is a very productive way.
Thank you, Mr. Horsford. I have no further questions.
Mr. Klein.
So, Mr. Horsford, you were here for the testimony of Mr. Beam?
Yes.
And you acknowledge his credentials as a sound engineer?
Yes.
And you don't see any reason to work with the establishment in implementing a program that he might develop to mitigate noise?
No, I do not, because as was said, the consultant can say what he would like. He can make recommendations, but Mr. Hawkins would have to invest the money and make the changes. And I feel that given my experience with a settlement agreement, I don't feel that necessarily he's going to do that.
You heard Mr. Beam testify that when those with whom he works takes his recommendations, the issues are resolved. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
And it's your position that you don't believe, despite the testimony of Mr. Beam, that the owner committed, and despite the testimony of the two owners, that they would commit to do what he recommended? You don't believe that's going to happen?
I can only go on past experience. In 6 years, we've had a lot of conversations. We've made a lot of complaints. We've tried to make changes. We've had a settlement agreement. We had a negotiation. So if past evidence demonstrates the future, then that is my experience.
How many times have you called ABRA with complaints?
Pardon me?
How many times did you call ABRA with complaints?
In what time frame?
The last year and a half.
I would say probably about 5 to 7 times.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Brandis.
Thank you. Mr. Horsford, thank you for your patience today. It's been a long day for all of us.
Yes.
I moved here in 1976, and I moved on Cathedral Avenue up a few blocks from Connecticut. I think I heard you said you were in Cleveland Park. Did I hear that? Yes. Off of what street?
I was at the corner of 29th and Calvert.
Nice area. I decided that I wanted to move down into closer to the city, DuPont Circle specifically. But I'd already been having some experience down there. You had no experience with Shaw and that area before you purchased where you did? Because it's not accusatory. I'm just trying to understand what you thought you were moving into.
No, as a member of the LGBT community, I'm very familiar with Shaw. I'm very familiar with DuPont. I've been in this neighborhood many, many times. I've been to many bars and restaurants. And when I moved here purposely because I wanted a vibrant neighborhood. I wanted the streets to be safe at 1 a.m. so I could come home from a bar because there were other people around, right? Yes. I go to Uproar. I've been to Shaw's Tavern. I think these establishments fit within the nature of the area they're in. They have a restaurant, they have a patio that might have some music, and I'm very comfortable with the kind of the noise level and the engagement of all of those establishments. I have found that this establishment stands out in terms of the level of noise that really is very different than any of the other establishments I've experienced.
Have you ever eaten at this establishment?
No, I have not.
Have you ever had cocktails or taken friends there and hung out?
The only time I have been in this establishment is previous to the settlement agreement, when I did go up there to talk to Mr. Hawkins, and we talked, got a tour and looked at the speakers and things like that. That's the only time I've been there.
So I have a better idea about where the noise problem is. We've had exhibits showing different parts of the building. Is from your knowledge, and you may not be so specific because while you live close, you don't live right on it. Do you perceive that the noise is related to the DJ, which I understand is on the rooftop in the Summer Garden, or is the noise general throughout the building when people just go in, stand out in front, whatever? I mean, what's your sense?
Oh, so you mean the noise coming from El Teco?
Yes.
I mean, I think there's an appropriate, a comfortable level of hubbub. So, people in line, hearing people, leaving, it's a busy neighborhood. People are out late at night. I hear voices, so that's a very expected part of the neighborhood. It's really the music. And again, it's much more of the type of music, the trance, I don't know exactly their business model, but I do know sometimes it seems to start early on a Sunday afternoon, perhaps part of brunch, so then it really can be a kind of a long Sunday if it's starting in the afternoon and going until 9 or 10 at night.
So if I understand, for you, not speaking for the others, that it's the music, which I understand from the hearing today, because I have not been to this establishment either, is basically from the roof garden, if I understand correct.
Yes.
It's not from the entrance when you walk in. So,
no.
So you're asking the board to be cognizant and concerned about that voluntary agreement or the settlement agreement back in 2020 when it comes to the music side of the equation. That's what you feel has not been lived up to. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand where, what we need to focus on.
Yeah, from my experience, it really is the music. And again, I am not an expert. I have not done the work that others have of looking at the type of music or the DJs or who's playing. But I can certainly say from my experience, it is the music. It is usually on the weekends. It goes late. But even sometimes on weekdays, sometimes I'll hear it. So it's definitely.
I also looked at the exhibit that you had us look at where your building is located.
Yeah.
And it seemed to be based compared to some other residents, it seemed to be closer to Uproar and Flash.
Yeah.
If I could say it that way. Right. Okay. They both also have rooftops, and you and I probably have been at Uproar when they've had actually a DJ on their roof. So do you feel that you may be hearing some of that noise as well, and relating it to this place, or do you really think you can discern the DJ from one building on the roof deck from another? I'm not trying to corner you. I'm just trying to understand how we can address the concerns that have been raised.
So my experience has been that the geography is, and again, I'm not a sound engineer, but the geography is such that there's a bit of a space and the music comes over from El Teco. And I feel like it kind of actually hits some of the buildings around here. And I find it's surprisingly loud. Now, Uproar, even though it might be closer, there's a lot of buildings in between. So I have never heard Uproar music. Whenever I hear music, I can go out on my porch, I can walk across the street. It's very clearly El Teco.
Okay, well, you've been very helpful. And of course, we want the business to thrive, but we also want them to thrive in a way that it's not violating any of the noise provisions and the comfort that you're entitled to enjoy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I guess one of the questions I want to ask you, Mr. Horsford, you talked about the settlement agreement.
Yeah.
And And you talked about that there were some panels. Where did that come? Where did that came from?
So in my memory, when we talked with Mr. Hawkins about potential mitigation strategies for the noise, we talked about changing the speakers and how they were oriented and not facing Florida and kind of facing different directions. And then we knew that, we had as an example Flash and Uproar, which both have some type of paneling on their rooftop decks. So we discussed potentially this as a noise mitigation strategy where the panels might help alleviate the noise. And then we got into the question of when do they go up? And so that's where the settlement agreement had very specific times that they go up only later in the evenings.
And so are you saying that he has not complied with the settlement agreement as far as the panels and putting them up, or what are you saying?
So I'm saying that first of all, the panel during the summer, the panels are not up. They only there may be some permanent panels, but then the movable panels are not up in the summer until midnight on Friday and Saturday. So that means that they're not really serving a lot of noise mitigation until midnight on a Friday or Saturday, and then they do go up. And the panels do have a slight improvement in the noise. Again, I am not a sound engineer. I don't know if there would be different ways to do it. I did hear in the testimony that it sounded like a lot of this at the beginning was kind of put together, without sound engineers. Again, I can't comment on any of that. All I can say is the panels help a little bit when they're up, but the vast majority of the time, especially again, when the weather's good and you can put out, the panels aren't up for very long in the winter. So the most of the time the panels are down. So therefore it's the full noise.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Badaway.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Horsforth, thank you very much. For your
Have a good night,
testimony.
everybody.
Have a great day. Thank you. You have another witness, sir?
The protestants call Paul Baranowski.
Mr. Barnowski. Mr. Barnowski. There you are. Is that you?
Yes, good evening.
Yes. Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes,
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Baranowski.
Good evening.
Mr. Baranowski, can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Paul. Last name is B as in Bravo, ARANOWSKI.
Mr. Baranowski, where do you live? Can you hear me, Mr. Baranowski?
I think he's frozen. So it says, yeah. He was frozen. So let's wait for him. Okay. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Baranowski, can you hear us?
He's moving, but
Yes, I'm back, and we're back here. I'm not sure what's happening with the connection. I'm sorry.
okay, go ahead.
Mr. Baranowski, where do you live?
I live at 1911 6th Street Northwest.
And what kind of a place do you live at? Is it a single family home? Is it a condo? What's it like?
It is a 2-unit condo building.
And where do you live in that 2-unit condo building?
I live in the upper floors.
And do you know whether or not your residence is located in a residential zone?
I believe it is, yes.
And Mr. Baranowski, how long have you lived there for?
It'll be 18 years in February.
Mr. Baranowski, can you describe the neighborhood that you live in?
I would characterize 6th Street as a historic tree-lined street, relatively quiet but walkable and accessible to the community for whatever you might like to have in the evening or life in general.
Mr. Baranowski, are you familiar with an establishment known as El Techo?
I am.
And can you tell the members of the board where your home is in relation to El Techo?
Would estimate that's approximately a 300-foot radius diagonally to the northeast.
Mr. Baranowski, if you can see on your screen there, I'm showing you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit E.
Yes.
Looking at this map, can you tell us where your home is in relation to El Techo being in blue here?
I am the first home to the north of where the previous Protestant testified. So right where your cursor is here, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baranowski. Mr. Baranowski, in the past 3 years, have you been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Yes.
And are you able to say approximately how many times you've been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence? Mr. Baranowski, can you hear me?
We've lost him.
Mr. Baranowski, can you hear me?
I can now. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening with the connection. I'm stable in one spot.
Mr. Bernowski, do me a favor, turn your video off.
Okay.
And maybe that will help. Okay, not that I don't want to see you, but I think it will
I
help.
completed that.
All right, I think it will help if your video is off. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to try
Mr.
moving to a different spot.
Mr. Baranowski, in the past 3 years, have you been able to hear music from El Techo?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes. Mr. Baranowski, can you hear me?
I can see you now.
Well, you know what, Mr. Bernowski, turn your video back on because I think we're going to have a problem in the sense that at least if I can't see you, then I know that we can't hear you. So please turn your video back on. So I was trying to figure out because a lot of times it works better if your video is off, but please turn your video on so at least we can have a better idea what is going on.
I've restarted.
Yes. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Again, I'll ask this question again. Mr. Baranowski, in the past 3 years, have you been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
Yes, I have.
Right. And can you say during that time period approximately how many times you've been able to hear music from El Techo inside your residence?
I would say certainly on a weekly basis, maybe once a week, twice a week. So that would be probably 40, 50 times minimum.
And can you tell us when you hear that music, when does it start and when does it end?
Generally on a Friday or Saturday evening, late evening, but also Sunday afternoons and going late into the evening as well.
And Mr. Baranowski, can you tell the members of the board, or can you describe for the members of the board what that music sounds like when you can hear it in your house?
It's a loud thumping noise. It's pretty consistent techno music or trance music, as I understand it. And it's definitely penetrating.
And Mr. Baranowski, how has that music affected your ability to enjoy your home?
I generally on weekend nights have resorted to using additional air conditioner in my bedroom. My bedroom is on the front of the street, or I have to use a large floor fan.
And Mr. Baranowski, can you tell the members of the board how the music you hear from El Techo differs from, say, ambient street noise that you might hear in the area?
We have lost him again.
Mr. Baranowski, can you hear us yet?
He's back.
Mr.
Very
Baranowski,
sorry, I have no idea what's happening with the connection. I apologize.
no problem, sir. We again appreciate your time this evening. My question was, can you tell the board the difference between the music you hear from El Techo and ambient street noise?
There's standard sirens, there's standard cars that pass by. It's a passing thing. It's a temporary thing. I've lived in the neighborhood for 18 years. I'm familiar with those sounds, but the music from El Techo is a consistent thing that bangs through the evening and goes late at night.
Have you ever contacted Abra about the loud music coming from El Techo?
I have, yes,
Okay, and how have you contacted Abra?
primarily through the online form.
Have you ever contacted El Techo about the music you hear in your
I have not.
And Mr. Baranowski, have you been present for the testimony tonight?
I have, yes.
You've heard a lot of testimony about, changes, proposed changes to El Techo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to work with the establishment about their loud music that you can hear in your home?
On a neighborly basis, I would like to say yes, based on long-term relationships. I've been part of this community for a long time. However, I don't see that would be fruitful. I know many of the neighbors in the community have worked with them through the settlement agreement, and we still have considerable problems, and that's why we're here this evening. Disappointingly, I don't think that would help.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baranowski. I have no further questions for you.
Klein.
Mr. Baranowski, how many times did you contact Abra with complaints
Over what time period, please?
for the last year and a half?
I would say probably approximately a dozen to 15 times,
12 to 15 times?
approximately.
And just so we're clear, the number of times that you contact the establishment to address these issues is 0, correct?
I have not engaged with the establishment.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Baranowski, have you ever been to this establishment?
In not this establishment, but I was a frequent patron of the restaurants for the last 18 years in that location.
But you have never been to this establishment?
I have not. I have been to Burrito Loco for burritos, but not to the El Techo upstairs.
Okay, I'm sorry. Isn't it one establishment?
Burrito Loco is the takeout place where I've taken out tacos from before. I've not been to the dine-in portion of the restaurant above El Techo.
I don't have any other questions. Mr. Klein?
Nothing further of the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Badaway?
Nothing further for the witness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baranowski, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. Good evening.
Do you have another witness, sir?
Yes, the protestants call Margot Badaway.
All right. Margot Badaway. Ms. Badaway, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
You're a witness, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Ms. Badaway. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Margot Badaway. Margot spelled M-A-R-G-O. Badaway, B as in boy, A as in apple, D as in dog, A as in apple, W-Y.
Okay. And Ms. Badaway, in the interest of full disclosure, what is our relationship?
You're married.
Ms. Badaway, where do you live currently?
I live at 1904 6th Street Northwest.
And who do you live there with?
I live with you, my husband, and I live with our 2 young children, little Nabil, who is 5, and little Noor, who is 1.
And how long have you lived in this residence?
We moved here in May of 2021, so approximately 18 months.
And where did you live before that, Ms. Badaway?
Before that, we lived near the intersection of 10th and V, really close to the American Ice Company, if members of the board are familiar with that location.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your home is located in a residential zone?
It is. RF1, I believe.
And can you describe the neighborhood that you live in?
Yeah, it's a lot of families. It's a lot of single people. You see women, men walking babies with strollers. You see a lot of people out with their dogs. It's a very friendly place.
Ms. Badaway, are you familiar with an establishment by the name of El Techo?
I am.
And can you tell me where your property is in relation to El Techo?
So we are north across Florida Avenue on the west side of 6th Street.
Ms. Badaway, I'm going to show you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit E. Can you see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. With El Techo in blue, can you tell the members of the board where 1904 6th Street is, your residence?
Yes, so it's north of there. I would say, yeah, keep going, there's 6th Street. So then keep going, keep going, keep going. It's that one right there to the left. That's our residence.
Thank you, Ms. Badaway. Ms. Badaway, since moving to your home in May of 2021, can you tell me whether or not you've heard music from El Techo inside your home?
I have. I've heard it inside my home with the windows and doors shut.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the board approximately in that time frame, approximately how many times you've heard music from El Techo inside your home?
I would say dozens. Probably around 50 times at least.
Okay. And typically, can you tell me when you hear that music, approximately what time does it start and what time does it end?
It starts on Fridays, usually around happy hour, sometimes on Thursdays. Sometimes on the weekends, it starts like in the afternoon, I would assume during brunch time, but I don't know. That's what I would think.
And what time does it end?
It ends well after I go to bed. I've called Abra when I couldn't fall asleep, when my children are up, when my son couldn't fall asleep and asked me, Mommy, is there a train under our house?
Okay. And Mrs. Badaway, can you, when we talk about you being able to hear music inside your residence, can you describe, what that sounds like?
Sure, it's very disruptive. It's a multitude of things. It's the beats from the bass. It's the actual music itself. You can hear the undercurrent of the rhythms. A few times I was able to actually identify some of the songs that were playing. I can hear it in the back of my house. I can hear it in the courtyard. I can hear it in the front of the house. I can hear it everywhere in the house.
Okay. Ms. Badaway, when you've heard music from El Techo inside your residence, have you contacted Abra investigators?
I have.
And do you know approximately how many times you've contacted Abra investigators?
Gosh, I would say probably at least a dozen.
Okay. And how do you call Abra investigators? Or let me hear that. How have you contacted Abra investigators?
I actually had them saved in my phone because I was calling them so frequently regarding El Techo.
Okay. Ms. Badaway, have you ever contacted El Techo about the loud music that you hear in your home?
I have.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
So the very first time I heard it, I didn't know what was happening, and I walked outside and I saw the windows, the panels are up, and I quickly identified that it was El Techo. I looked up the restaurant's website. I saw their number. I called the number, it went straight to voicemail. So I didn't leave a message because I was afraid that nothing would take place. No one would answer. No one would get my message. So I actually emailed the establishment on the website, the contact information on the website. And I said, hi, I can't remember the contents of the email, but I said something that I could hear the noise and it was loud and disruptive. And if they could please get back in touch with me so we could address the issues. And I didn't hear anything back.
And did you notice any change in the music?
Absolutely not. It just got worse after that. That was the very first time I heard it. And then after that, I heard it dozens and dozens of times.
Ms. Badaway, did you take any steps to sort of mitigate the music you hear from El Techo inside your home?
So I got shusher machines for both of my children. I spent about $1,000 on soundproofing moonbeam curtains, and I wear earplugs.
Okay. Has that helped at all, Ms. Badaway?
No.
Ms. Badaway, you've heard testimony tonight about have you heard testimony tonight, Mrs. Badaway, from the owners of the establishment?
I have on and off because I was putting the children to bed and cooking them dinner.
Let me ask you, are you willing to work with the establishment to address the loud music that you can hear in your residence?
You know, I was willing to in the beginning, but now I'm not any longer. I guess because of the attitude of Mr. Hankins. We have emailed him, you have emailed him directly, and I've been CC'd on that. And he's always very dismissive of our concerns. Like I said, I emailed the restaurant directly. No one ever got in touch with me. And even after I substantiated a complaint with Abra, I can still hear the music in my house with the windows and doors shut.
Thank you, Mrs. Badaway. I have no further questions for you.
Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ms. Badaway, you've contacted Abra at least 12 times concerning these issues?
Correct.
And you sent one email to the establishment over the last year and a half to your neighbor?
Yep, the first time, and I've never heard a response since then.
And what email did you use to send that?
I don't remember, whatever was on their website.
And you never went over there to chat with ownership about these issues?
I have not spoken to Mr. Hankins directly. No.
So this attitude that you complain about is not something that you experienced, is it?
I would say that I have in a negative sense. He never got back in touch with me. I mean, I would think that as a business owner, if someone's complaining about noise, wouldn't you want to follow up with that, at least acknowledge that email?
When did you send your email?
I'm sorry?
When did you send your email?
I would say back in May of 2021, May or June.
So your approach is to send one email, and if you don't get a response from your neighbor, to complain 12 times to the government.
Yes.
Okay.